Beyond the Mage. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction. So please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 451: Academics and Practitioners. Soren County, Yangfang Guard. Gada's eyes flashed as he quickly reviewed the relevant information in his mind. The Southern Coastal Capital Region governs 4 counties: Foss County, Barrow County, Soren County, and Etherland County. In terms of economy alone, Foss County is the most developed of the 4 counties, hence it is also the location of the Southern Coastal Capital Region. Soren County, on the other hand, is the most economically underdeveloped of the 4 counties. The reason is simple: although it belongs to the Southern Coastal Capital Region, it is the only one of the 4 counties that is not located on the coast. At the same time, Soren County is backed by the Baojin Mountains, and most of its territory consists of valleys, passes, and hills formed by the mountains, with river valleys and plains occupying only half of its land area. This is rare in the entire Golden Flower Dynasty, belonging to a region that is neither here nor there. Only Lurk County, located at the northernmost tip of the Golden Flower Dynasty, has a similar terrain to Soren County. Lurk County's territory is mainly concentrated in the northern mountain highlands, with river valleys and plains occupying less than 10% of its land area, making it even more miserable than Soren County. However, Lurk County belongs to the Wangyan family, the most prestigious family in the Golden Flower Dynasty besides the Lister royal family. Furthermore, in the high mountains of northern Lurk County, there are abundant mithril mines. Mithril is the best conductor of magic of all ores discovered to date. Magical equipment crafted from mithril is incredibly powerful and extremely valuable. Thanks to the mithril mines, Lurk County will never be poor. Not to mention, the silver dragon bird, one of the symbols of the Golden Flower Dynasty, also lives in the high mountains of the north. In contrast, the Sword Mountains behind Soren County not only lack these resources but also suffer from frequently line creatures that attack surrounding towns, hindering Soren County's economic development. As for the Rockwind Guard, they are equivalent to the Sea Sentinels in Barrow County, the elite official mage organization of Soren County. In fact, the entire Golden Flower Dynasty comprises 13 counties, each with a similar mage organization vertically managed by the Golden Flower Dynasty. They differ in name and mission, but their fundamental nature is the same. Both are elite combat mage organizations of the Golden Flower Dynasty, recruiting mage talent from various prefectures and training these mages through a similar mission system. The Golden Flower Dynasty's 3 top mage legions, the Sentinels of Light, the Vanguard of Justice, and the Silver Dragon Cavalry, are largely composed of mages selected from these 13 elite mage organizations. This demonstrates the importance of these elite organizations to the Golden Flower Dynasty. While Soren Prefecture has the worst economy and development among the 4 prefectures, its Rockwind Guard boasts the strongest overall strength among the elite mage organizations. The reason is simple: bad conditions breed bad people. Nestled against the Sword Mountain range, the frequent appearance of Leeline creatures means that Soren Prefecture's mages undertake far more missions and at a higher intensity than those of the other 3 prefectures. Over the years, this has fostered a fierce martial spirit, making even ordinary mages in Soren Prefecture more powerful than those in the other 3 prefectures. So, what kind of person, what kind of appointment, would make this official from the Southern Coastal Capital so serious, even declining an invitation to stay for a meal just to avoid wasting time, and even making Captain Merrick, a Sea Sentinel mage, aware of it and showing a knowing expression? Gada subconsciously pondered. But he only pondered. He wouldn't be so tactless as to ask. It was none of his business anyway, and too much gossip was never good. Captain Merrick personally escorted the middle-aged official to the door before returning to the Mage Tower, saying to Gauda, "Lieutenant Colonel Graylin's banquet is already prepared, it's just sitting empty. If you're free, come with me later." This important figure from the Southern Coastal Capital naturally had the confidence to refuse a lieutenant colonel's invitation. Firstly, he was part of the Sea Sentinel system and had to be mindful of the attitudes and opinions of those above him. Secondly, Lieutenant Colonel Graylin had promoted him, so there was no reason to refuse such an invitation. Besides, he did indeed have free time. So, Gauda nodded immediately. Go and collect your identity badge, seal, uniform, and other miscellaneous items first. Captain Merrick waved his hand casually. There wasn't a special awarding ceremony for the rank of warrant officer, but the equipment replacement was still necessary. First was the replacement of the identity badge. The new warrant officer badge featured an embossed Sea Sentinel emblem on the front and got his full name and the date of his awarding on the back. The old sergeant's badge was recycled. After receiving the new badge, the second floor of the Sea Abyss White Tower would be open to him. More importantly for Gauda, this meant unlocking more books. Next was the collection of the new uniform. Of course, it wasn't immediate. He first had to have his measurements taken and register at the supplies office. The warrant officer uniform used a higher-grade water pattern fabric, further improving its waterproof and windproof performance, and also providing some protection, a combination of aesthetics and practicality. Using such precious fabric, the uniforms certainly weren't made in a few standard sizes and distributed according to height. Instead, they were custom-made to fit the different body shapes of each Sea Sentinel mage. Gauda had his measurements taken at the old tailor and then picked up his warrant officer's seal. This was a new item. Neither apprentice mages nor sergeant mages had seals. However, upon reaching the rank of warrant officer, one gained certain administrative authority and was thus issued a seal. But since he was only a junior officer mage, the seal was just a basic conch shell, only usable for ordinary documents. Although it was a basic conch shell, its craftsmanship was far from simple. In fact, it was highly technical. While it looked unremarkable, it was equipped with a Sea Sentinel's unique anti-counterfeiting features, ensuring that no outsider could forge and misuse the seal. Finally, there was the file registration and cataloging. Warrant Officer Gauda, your salary will be adjusted to 100 gold sparrow coins per year. Furthermore, when warrant officer mages are on missions, your daily accommodation allowance will be increased to 5 silver dragons. Plus an additional 2 silver dragons for transportation and 2 silver dragons for meals per day. The staff member in charge of managing the files congratulated Gauda with a smile after completing the record keeping. Reaching the rank of warrant officer suddenly made his previously meager salary quite substantial. 100 gold sparrow coins would be equivalent to 100,000 gold sparrow coins per year in his previous life. It might not sound like much, but the key point is that this is a guaranteed salary. What does guaranteed mean? It means that even if you do nothing for a year, this salary will still be paid, essentially free. It's very much in line with the nature of work within the system. Initially, the salary and benefits seem ordinary and not very cost-effective, but the higher you climb, the more desirable it becomes. Although the entire process was smooth, it still took a considerable amount of time, and before he knew it, it was almost lunchtime. Gauda checked the time and, not daring to delay any longer, left the White Tower of the Abyss, hailed a carriage by the roadside, and headed towards Lieutenant Colonel Grayling's residence. Surprisingly, Lieutenant Colonel Grayling's residence was located in the Vandrelin district, not the aristocratic Kensington district. This was somewhat unexpected for Gauda. However, it certainly wasn't because he couldn't afford it. Even though property prices in Kensington were exorbitant, for a Sea Sentinel mage of Lieutenant Colonel Grayling's rank, buying a residence wouldn't be difficult. It was simply a matter of personal preference. Of course, the residence was located in the best part of the Vandrelin district, adjacent to the Yadin River. The banks of the Yadin River stretched on both sides. On the left was the most famous Mage Academy in Byral County, the Vandrelin Academy of Magic. On the right bank were numerous row houses enclosed by ornate iron fences. Judging from this, a residence here might not be cheaper than those in the aristocratic districts. Lieutenant Colonel Grayling's residence was a 3-story building, its exterior painted in classic Dornish red. A triangular pediment adorned the main entrance, and the lintel was carved with acanthus leaf patterns. Above the bronze door knocker was a small Sea Sentinel badge, the only mark on the entire building signifying the owner's status as a Sea Sentinel mage. Gauda dismounted from his carriage at the mansion's gate, identified himself to the waiting servant, and was led inside. "The master is waiting for you in the study, please follow me." A butler in a black uniform stood at the entrance, his voice deep and restrained. Taking over the servant's duties, he led Gauda through the exquisitely carpeted foyer, up the stairs, to the study on the second floor. The study door was already ajar. The butler knocked gently before pushing open the carved wooden door. Inside, Lieutenant Colonel Grayling and Captain Merrick were drinking tea. In addition, There was a beautiful lady in an ivory white taffeta gown and a young man in a well-tailored blue bodysuit in the room. The study's large floor-to-ceiling windows faced the Yardlong River, the setting sun painting its surface golden red. The shimmering light filtered through the lace curtains, casting dappled patterns of light onto the expensive carpet. Petty bourgeoisie. In this setting, the word, which didn't yet exist in the current world, subconsciously popped into Gowda's mind. Lieutenant Colonel Grayling sat in the central seat, while Captain Merrick sat to his left in a slightly lower chair, maintaining a perfectly measured angle of humility. The beautiful lady's chair was at a 45-degree angle to the head of the table, neither overshadowing the head of the table nor obtrusively participating in the conversation. The young man leaned casually against the desk. Judging from their seating arrangement and posture, the woman and the young man's identities were obvious: Lieutenant Colonel Grayling's wife and son. Is the process complete? Lieutenant Colonel Grayling placed a bone china teacup back on the silver tray as God entered, the cup and saucer clinking softly. Complete, God replied, bowing slightly. Please sit, he gestured to a seat nearby. Don't be shy, you're a guest in my household. Let me introduce you, this is my beloved wife, Emily Laurent. After God sat down, Lieutenant Colonel Grayling nodded slightly to the side. Lady Emily maintained a perfectly measured, aloof smile, nodding slightly to Goddard, the curve of her lips precise and elegant. Warrant Officer Goddard, it's a pleasure to meet you. Lieutenant Colonel Grayling then looked at the young man leaning against the desk. This is my son, Theodore Laurent, currently studying at the Vandreren Academy of Magic. You're 4 years younger than him, actually. Before the colonel finished speaking, Theodore straightened up, raising his chin, a subtle smile playing on his lips, his meticulously styled curls falling over his forehead, his eyes revealing an undisguised scrutinizing sharpness. I've long admired Warrant Officer Goddard. After all, it's rare to find someone personally recommended by one's father. Goddard was unconcerned by the subtle hostility Theodore revealed, but rather more interested in his surname. Lieutenant Colonel Grayling's full name should be Grayling Ball, meaning Theodore actually took his mother's surname? That was indeed unusual. Don't be rude. Lieutenant Colonel Grayling seemed displeased with Theodore's words, frowning slightly as he reprimanded him. He then explained to Goddard, Theodore has been studying at the Vandreren Academy of Magic, and his grades are quite good, hence his arrogance. Not just good, but top 3, Theodore corrected earnestly. Goddard thought to himself, that must be 3rd place. Yes, but although Warrant Officer Goddard is younger than you, his abilities far surpass yours. Lieutenant Colonel Grayling's tone carried a hint of slight indulgence, but his words were still primarily admonishing. Warrant Officer Goddard not only advanced to the 2nd ring mage level at 16, but also repeatedly achieved great merit. He even defeated a 2nd ring mage when he was only a 1st ring mage. Such practical combat ability is something that a mage from an academy like you can't compare to. Don't be so arrogant just because he's younger than you, 16-year-old 2nd ring mage. Upon hearing this, Theodore was speechless. He had only just advanced to the 2nd ring level 2 or 3 months ago. Goddard's talent was indeed inferior to his. But he was still somewhat unconvinced by the latter part of the statement, muttering, who said that we academic mages are inferior to your Sea Sentinel mages in actual combat? Before Lieutenant Colonel Grayling could say anything, Lady Emily, who was stirring her tea with a silver teaspoon, paused slightly, her eyes glancing at Gowda's young face. She spoke slowly, her tone carrying a unique composure and nobility. Since you are so unconvinced, Warrant Officer Gowda, if you don't mind, why not do him the honor of having a duel with Theodore before dinner, so he can understand the difference between academic mages and you practical mages, so he won't bury himself in his studies at the Vandreren Academy of Magic all day, achieving a little success and becoming arrogant about the outside world. So this is what happened next. Gowda couldn't help but think to himself. Lieutenant Colonel Grayling's eyes lit up slightly upon hearing his wife's suggestion, seemingly finding it amusing. He added, Theodore only reached the 2nd ring 3 months ago, which is 2 months earlier than Warrant Officer Gowda. In terms of mage rank, they're evenly matched. A spar wouldn't hurt, and it could help me curb that brat's arrogance. Having said that, Gowda couldn't refuse. Besides, it was just a playful spar, nothing serious. So, he immediately nodded in agreement, looking around and asking, but I wonder where would be a suitable place for the spar? Even a 1st ring mage duel, let alone a 2nd ring mage, could easily reduce Lieutenant Colonel Grayling's residence to ruins. I have a dedicated dueling arena in my residence. It's not large, but it should be sufficient for a duel of this level. Lieutenant Colonel Grayling stood up, laughing heartily. Chapter 452 Crushing. The divergence between academics and practitioners exists in every world and every field. The only difference is that, depending on the field, practitioners may have various names, such as the practice school in the field of magic, or the folk school in the field of music. But the name academic remains constant, carrying a rigorous and systematic set of value standards regardless of time or space. The biggest characteristic of the academic school is that it is based on systematic theory and high-end or standardized education, emphasizing academic inheritance and the orthodoxy of schools of thought, and tending to innovate based on the experience of predecessors. This often makes academics have good professionalism and authority in various fields. The disadvantage is that they are prone to over-adherence to tradition, unable to adapt, and becoming mere theorists. Practitioners, on the other hand, are closer to real-world needs and emphasize flexibility. Their skills come from blood and sweat, and although they lack rigorous theoretical support, they can always unleash amazing creativity. The difference in their philosophies is natural, so it is only natural that they dislike each other. Practitioners think that academics are all showy but useless, while academics think that practitioners are all unorthodox. Goethe was able to objectively assess the strengths and weaknesses of both factions, remaining unbiased. However, a significant reason for this was that, although he was now a Sea Sentinel mage, considered a practical fighter by many, he had previously studied at the Cyrus Magic Academy, serving as an academic for a period. More importantly, in his previous life, he had completely followed the academic path, his roots firmly planted. Therefore, Goethe didn't harbor the prejudice often found in practical fighter mages against academic mages. He had no prejudice, but unfortunately, Theodore did. This was understandable. Young people are often impetuous, and naturally, they feel resentful when others say they are inferior. If they are unconvinced, they should have a contest. If they are convinced after the contest, it's all above board, not a big deal. As for the magic arena, for high-ring mages, it's practically second only to the training room in terms of standard equipment. For a lieutenant colonel like Graylin, with his status and such a large residence, having a magic arena was perfectly reasonable. Seeing that Goethe had accepted the challenge, Lieutenant Colonel Graylin led him and Theodore towards the arena in the mansion. Lady Emily and Captain Merrick also rose to follow. They were certainly interested in this spectacle. Lady Emily, needless to say, was her son. Merrick, however, was more interested in God. God had joined the Sea Sentinels less than a year ago and had already achieved considerable merit. From his military record, it was clear that God's combat strength was extremely high. He was a typical powerful battle mage, but few knew the specifics of his strength. Now, to witness a glimpse of this tip of the iceberg, he was naturally quite intrigued. The arena was located in the mansion's basement. As one descended the spiral staircase, the air grew heavier. The glowing magic crystal lamps on the walls prevented the basement from feeling dark and eerie. At the bottom of the stairs, pushing open an iron door, a circular arena suddenly appeared before them. While the arena wasn't like a training room, a common requirement for mages. However, because different mages have similar requirements for the design of the arena, many merchant guilds undertake the construction of arenas, providing complete and mature solutions. Lieutenant Colonel Graylin's arena was built by a specialized merchant guild, consisting of a three-layered structure. The arena, including the floor, surrounding walls, and ceiling, is composed of 3 layers. The outermost layer is a protective layer, made of extraordinary magic-conducting materials. The actual protective layer is the rune array drawn on it, which constitutes the bulk of the arena's construction cost. The middle layer is a stress relief buffer layer, and the innermost layer is a support layer made of ordinary materials. At the center of the arena are several classic spell-testing puppets. Of course, their level is far superior to the spell-testing puppets at Sayre's Academy. They are high-level puppets sufficient for Lieutenant Colonel Graylin to test the strength of spells. Each of these spell-testing puppets is extremely expensive. Lieutenant Colonel Graylin quietly cast a switch spell, activating the switch next to the arena. A rectangular groove suddenly appeared on the floor where the trial puppet stood, taking the puppet inside before returning to its original state. This demonstrates the meticulous design of the entire magic arena. This also illustrates how demand drives the market. As is well known, mages can begin constructing their own mage towers after advancing to the 4th ring. However, building a mage tower is a massive undertaking, requiring resources and money that even 4th ring mages generally cannot afford. Therefore, Most 4th ring mages do not have their own mage towers, and even 5th ring mages cannot all have one. This is because, besides resources and money, building a mage tower requires extremely advanced knowledge and technology. For example, in the Northern Territory, due to lack of knowledge and technology related to mage tower construction, even SYNOPSIS, as the war mother of a race, an invincible 4th ring mage with abundant resources, could not possess her own mage tower. A complete mage tower encompasses numerous functions and craftsmanship. The core and advanced technologies must be mastered by the mage themselves, and used to design their own mage towers. However, many mages don't specifically study and master those peripheral crafts and techniques. Instead, they choose to outsource them, that is, entrust the construction to relevant merchant guilds. The magic arena is one such example. High-level mages often have very high budgets for building mage towers. Therefore, this business is quite profitable, which gradually led to the emergence of many merchant guilds specializing in building related crafts for mages. In Gauda's understanding, it's somewhat similar to a decoration company in his previous life. Without the trial puppets, the magic arena becomes empty. My magic arena was designed as a third-tier magic arena. Under normal circumstances, it could withstand 5 impacts of 3rd-level spells in a short period without being destroyed, so in the upcoming magic duel, Warrant Officer Gauda, feel free to use your skills. Don't worry about the venue, this is Theodore's home. He must be very familiar with the conditions of his own magic arena, so Lieutenant Colonel Graylan specifically explained it to Gauda. Gauda nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Father, we can begin. Theodore couldn't wait. His father was a Sea Sentinel Lieutenant Colonel Mage, while he chose the path of studying at the Vandraren Academy of Magic. Although Lieutenant Colonel Graylan was quite open-minded and didn't say anything, he would occasionally express that it would have been better if he had chosen the Sea Sentinel Mage path. Essentially, as a Sea Sentinel Mage himself, Lieutenant Colonel Graylan somewhat looked down on academic mages. It was a matter of self-interest. Theodore never directly contradicted his father, but the resentment in his heart had been building. Now was his chance to prove himself. He wanted to defeat God and show his father that mages from the academy were absolutely no weaker than Sea Sentinel mages in combat. The student still in the ivory tower was full of passion and confidence. Alright, let's begin. Let's agree beforehand that we'll stop short of a fight. Lieutenant Colonel Graylan nodded in agreement. The two quickly took their positions on the arena, 100 feet apart. This was the standard distance for a duel between mages below the 3rd ring. Of course, in actual combat, things aren't so rigid. Battles can break out from any distance. From this perspective, Theodore has a certain advantage. As an academic mage, his usual combat training follows this standard. Therefore, he's extremely familiar with this kind of standard magical combat and has a set of strategies specifically for this kind of situation. As for God, as a practical mage, he can react quickly and come up with his own strategy from any distance, but compared to Theodore, who has practiced countless simulation problems, he's definitely not quite as good. This is a theoretical difference in strength. However, these theories are only based on the premise that their strengths are roughly equal. As soon as Theodore took his position, he immediately cast Shield at top speed. A flash of magical energy appeared and disappeared, and Shield was activated, a faint, transparent shield already protecting him. A very standard academic mage's move. First, a protective spell, a choice that's never wrong when you don't know the opponent's specific tactics and strength. While it contained some formulas, they were flawless. Gauda's actions, however, were completely different from Theodore's. He charged forward like an arrow, simultaneously flicking his right hand, sending 4 phosphorescent, shimmering darts flying from his fingertips, precisely targeting Theodore's body. This was the most classic first circle evocation spell, Magic Missiles. The original, Magic Missiles, only had 3 missiles. After a second circle mage ascends to higher circles, the number increases to 4. Magic Missiles is a spell that every battle mage possesses. As an outstanding student of the Vandraren Academy of Magic, Theodore naturally mastered this spell and had a thorough understanding of its effects and power. Under normal circumstances, defensive spells of the same level are inherently more powerful than offensive spells. That is, a defensive spell usually requires 2 or more offensive spells of the same level to break. This is why the formula in the Academy's practical training courses states that using defensive spells first is always a safe bet. If God had cast an unfamiliar attack spell, Theodore would have been somewhat uncertain, wondering if his shield spell could withstand it. But seeing it was magic missile, Theodore almost burst out laughing. No wonder, shield, perfectly countered, magic missile. An invisible magical shield appears around you, protecting you, and this spell will completely shield you from any damage caused by magic missile. This was the description of the shield spell's effect. He had encountered the most typical counter relationship among first circle spells. Theodore was overjoyed. Counters aren't omnipotent. Just as water can extinguish fire, a fire strong enough can boil away water. But this problem certainly didn't exist now. Both were second circle mages, both casting spells at the higher level. It was an absolute counter. Encountering such a situation, one can only say that Gata was unlucky and that his so-called practical experience wasn't as outstanding as imagined. Admittedly, in a magical duel, the first spell cast by both players is usually simultaneous, with Gata even slightly faster. What spells each player will cast is somewhat like opening a blind box. However, experienced players would avoid casting magic missile as their first spell. The reason is simple: shield is one of the most classic opening spells. If you choose magic missile as your opening spell, and it encounters shield, wouldn't that be disastrous? Such a basic mistake is something no mage in the Vandrelin Magic Academy would make, yet it happened to this mage, recommended by his father and hailed as the youngest warrant officer in the history of the Sea Sentinels. Is he just all talk and no action? Or is he so used to fighting water beasts that he hasn't reacted to how to fight a mage? Various thoughts flashed through Theodore's mind, but his hands didn't stop moving. Because of the absolute advantage, he chose to remain still, ignoring the 4 magic missiles, and directly cast a spell. This gave him a 1 spell advantage. In a magical duel, the advantage is built up slowly, 1 spell at a time, until it transforms into victory. Thinking this, Theodore rapidly mobilized the magic power in his magic crystal, activating another spell model in his spell array. He chose a first circle evocation spell, Colorful Orb. Having only been a second circle mage for 3 months, Theodore hadn't yet mastered second circle offensive spells. Everyone was like that. If he hadn't mastered second circle spells, then Goddard, who had only been a month old, was certainly even less so. Hence, Lieutenant Colonel Graylinghide said they were evenly matched in terms of mage level. Abundant magic power flashed across the spell model, transforming into powerful magical force, surging from the spell array towards Theodore's palm. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. At that moment, the 4 flashing darts, or magic missiles, struck Theodore squarely. Just as Theodore had anticipated, the invisible, transparent shield absorbed all the energy from the magic missiles. But something unexpected happened. A strange shockwave suddenly arose around his body, carrying astonishing kinetic energy that violently propelled him backward. Under this powerful force, Theodore staggered backward, barely managing to regain his balance and avoid falling. As a result, the half-cast, colorful sphere, naturally failed. In that brief moment, God's next spell was already in effect. The sound of water filled the air. Waves of water appeared out of thin air around Theodore, instantly weaving into a pale blue water net. Fine water chains, like living creatures, wrapped around Theodore's limbs and neck, suddenly tightening inward, binding him tightly. Tidal Net Shield can block spell attacks, but Tidal Net is not an offensive spell, but a control spell, so it provides no protection. Theodore, tightly bound, was suddenly unable to move and instinctively struggled. In God's hand, a blue energy spear crackling with shattered magic and arcs of electricity had appeared. A witchcraft arrow, a lightning attack. However, God didn't shoot the witchcraft arrow at Theodore, but casually tossed it onto the arena floor. The blue lightning instantly exploded, crackling, before being instantly swallowed by the arena's rune array. God stopped, ceasing his spell casting. Theodore, you've lost, Lady Emily's calm voice rang out. Theodore, still struggling, heard his mother's voice, his face stiffened, and finally he gave up, helplessly lowering his proud head. He was just entangled in the water net. If the lightning-infused, witchcraft arrow, had been aimed at him, its power would have been maximized due to the conductivity of the water, something that, shield, spells couldn't withstand. Both were second-ring mages, and he himself had advanced to second ring 2 months earlier, yet Gata had only cast 3 spells in total, and he had already been defeated? From the start to the end of the magical duel, less than 5 seconds had passed. Chapter 453 French Fighting Tournament. The farce was over. Theodore felt utterly defeated. But at the same time, a huge question lingered in his mind. Theodore understood that his swift defeat stemmed from the inexplicable shockwave generated by the first spell, magic missile, cast by God. It was this shockwave that caused the subsequent chain reaction. Moreover, this was the only shockwave he couldn't understand at all. He didn't know where it came from or how it was generated. Even with his extreme curiosity, Theodore wisely refrained from asking. A mage's privacy was paramount. Meanwhile, now that the outcome was decided, God, with a thought, released the restrictions of tidal net. The water chains that had tightly bound Theodore vanished instantly. The decisive move that Theodore couldn't understand was actually quite simple in principle. He hadn't cast magic missile, but magic missile plus additional effect. If all three darts hit the same target, a force field tremor will occur, knocking the target back a short distance. This is an additional effect of magic missile plus after Wind Spirit Shadow's skill point allocation. It was this force field tremor effect, which the original magic missile lacked, that interrupted Theodore's colorful sphere casting, allowing God to quickly end the spell battle. It seems that the victory in this spell battle depended on Wind Spirit Shadow, but the essence was still God's clever use of spells. After all, the additional effect of magic missile plus seems quite ordinary at first glance, not even remotely overpowered. But because magic missile is so classic, this additional effect can be the game changer in many situations. Starting with magic missile against starting with shield is a disaster. But starting with shield against God starting with magic missile plus is a complete reversal. Because of the absolute counter relationship between shield and magic missile, any mage with shield on them will not fear magic missile and will not dodge or evade it, because there is no need. Then, they will be caught off guard like Theodore. Any mage with practical experience will avoid magic missile as their first spell, because shield is one of the most classic opening spells. God understands this, so he does the opposite, choosing to start with magic missile plus, using the variable of magic missile plus to win the magical duel in one fell swoop. It sounds mysterious, but for God, it is actually a very simple logical reasoning, not worth mentioning. Such a victory in a magical duel does not even bring him any joy. I knew your combat power was amazing, but I never thought that Theodore couldn't even last 3 moves against you. On the other side, Lieutenant Colonel Graylan picked up his wife's words, both sighing and praising God. He could tell that Goddard's magic missile was different from others, but he wouldn't ask further. Because of the existence of specialties, the same spell could have countless possibilities among different mages. It wasn't surprising. Are you convinced now? After praising Goddard, Lieutenant Colonel Graylan looked at his son, who was still hanging his head, no longer the confident figure he had been earlier, and asked. It's because I'm not as skilled, Theodore said, his face stiffening slightly, finally gritting his teeth and admitting defeat. If it were a fierce battle where he narrowly lost, he might have made excuses for himself. But with this performance, this gap, there was really no point in struggling or being stubborn. You don't need to be too discouraged. Although the students of your Vandrelin Magic Academy are somewhat behind our Sea Sentinel mages in combat, the gap isn't this large. Warrant Officer Goddard is an exception, Lieutenant Colonel Graylan comforted Theodore, seeing his dejected appearance. Let's move to the banquet hall, it's getting late, Mrs. Emily reminded them at the opportune moment. The battle ended so quickly that it barely took any time and didn't disrupt the banquet's rhythm. The group left the underground fighting arena and arrived at the banquet hall on the first floor. A long ebony table was covered with a tablecloth embroidered with silver thread, and a magic crystal chandelier hung above it, illuminating the entire hall. An ice bucket filled with chilled fine champagne sat in the center of the table. Please sit, Lieutenant Colonel Graylan greeted, taking a seat at the head of the table. Lady Emily sat at the other end of the table, gesturing for the butler to pour the wine. The golden, slightly transparent liquid was poured into exquisite glasses. Each person had 3 silver knives and forks arranged neatly in front of them, a fish knife, a main course knife, and a dessert knife. The dishes were of extremely high quality, with most ingredients sourced from Leeline creatures, including a lizard egg and caviar tart as an appetizer and roasted rock antelope as the main course. The taste, well, wasn't necessarily significantly better than ordinary ingredients. Even the meat of the chamois is somewhat too chewy compared to that of farmed chamois, making it difficult to bite into, but its main appeal is its rarity. This kind of banquet isn't about taste, but about prestige. Halfway through the banquet, Lieutenant Colonel Graylin, seated at the head of the table, put down his wine glass and asked Gouda, "Master Gouda, are you 16 years old this year?" "Yes," Gouda nodded, proactively explaining, "I was born a beggar, so I don't know the exact date of my birth, only the year." He didn't shy away from his background, being quite frank. Lieutenant Colonel Graylin already knew Gouda's origins, so he wasn't surprised. He looked thoughtful, pondered for a moment, and said, "Although it's somewhat inappropriate, I still want to confirm with you whether the specialization you awakened upon advancing to the second ring is also a combat specialization." The word also indicated that Lieutenant Colonel Graylin had already tacitly acknowledged that Gouda's first ring specialization was a combat specialization. With such an illustrious military record before him, how could he have achieved this without a combat specialization? After thinking for a moment, Gouda finally nodded. The true ice bloodline should essentially be considered a special feat, but it does possess extremely strong combat attributes. Calling it a combat feat is somewhat close, but not entirely unrelated. 16 years old, second circle mage, dual combat feats. Lieutenant Colonel Graylin reviewed Gouda's information in his mind and solemnly said to Gouda, "I have something to tell you. Listen first, is it some important mission?" Seeing Lieutenant Colonel Graylin's tone, Gouda knew that what he was about to say was definitely significant, so he immediately straightened his back and sat upright. "Not at all," Lieutenant Colonel Graylin chuckled. "It's actually a good thing. Our dynasty has 13 counties, each with a military mage organization similar to our Sea Sentinels, including our Sea Sentinels. Our dynasty has 13 elite military mage organizations, all directly under the royal family's control. This means we aren't affected by the local nobles in our counties. However, because of this direct royal control, our Sea Sentinel mages' salaries, benefits, and so on are also distributed by the royal family, not from the local authorities. Furthermore, many precious resources, such as the second ring upgrade potion, Green Vine Dew, that you exchanged, were also allocated to us by the royal family. Resources are limited, so competition naturally exists. It's impossible for the royal family to treat everyone equally and distribute all resources equally among our 13 military mage organizations. Because there are always differences in ability among us, it's only natural that those who are more capable receive more resources, but the hierarchy is constantly changing. For example, in recent decades, our Sea Sentinels might have been stronger, while in later decades, the neighboring Rockwind Guards might have been stronger. Resource allocation naturally needs to adapt to these shifts in strength. After careful consideration, a tradition has been formed. Our 13 military mage organizations hold a military mage combat tournament every 10 years. The tournament is divided into 3 groups, from the second to the 4th ring. Each group scores points according to its ranking, and the scores from all 3 groups are added together to obtain a total score. This total score determines the ranking of our 13 military mage organizations for the next 10 years, and then the annual resource allocation is determined based on this ranking. Isn't this just like the arena battles so common in novels from his previous life? So classic. Gouda, upon hearing this, suddenly understood, feeling a surge of frustration. These arena battles usually take place within various academies, such as academy competitions or Deo Palace exchanges. He had already joined the Sea Sentinels, following the institutional route rejected by most protagonists in biographical novels, yet he still couldn't escape these arena battles. However, upon closer reflection, there was some logic to it. After all, in his previous life, his country had an all-army martial arts tournament, so it was reasonable for the military mage organization here to hold a military mage magic duel. From this, you can see that this military mage magic duel tournament is of great importance, Lieutenant Colonel Graylin continued. Gouda nodded silently. This magic duel tournament was no longer just a competition for honor, but a direct competition for interests. Therefore, it would receive more attention than most arena matches. According to the rules of the magic duel tournament, each military mage organization can select up to 2 mages to fight in each group. That is, a military mage force can have a maximum of 2 second ring mages, 2 third ring mages, and 2 fourth ring mages, for a total of 6 people. Speaking of which, you should have guessed what I meant, right? Lieutenant Colonel Graylin suddenly asked. Lieutenant Colonel Graylin wants me to represent the Sea Sentinel mages in the magic duel tournament, Gouda immediately replied. Yes, Lieutenant Colonel Graylin nodded. You've only just advanced to the second ring. Whether in terms of mage rank or spells, you're at a huge disadvantage compared to other second ring mages. The spellfighting tournament is held every 10 years. It's currently Nolan calendar 9658, and there's still a year and a half until the next tournament. Normally, a year and a half won't make a difference, you won't be able to close the gap much, but I have some extra expectations for you. Your mage talent and spellfighting talent are both exceptional. Giving you a year and a half might give me some unexpected surprises. In fact, this spot in the spellfighting tournament isn't something I can decide. After all, the results of the tournament affect the Sea Sentinel's resource allocation for the next 10 years, and it's decided by. Mage Graylin pointed to the ceiling, not saying it directly, but the meaning was clear. He was referring to the highest-ranking mage in the Sea Sentinels. I only have a recommendation, right? Whether you ultimately get this spot depends on your own performance. What I mean is, if you're confident in yourself and have this idea, spend the next year and a half preparing in this direction, and I can recommend you then. What are your thoughts? Lieutenant Colonel Graylin asked. He genuinely wanted to promote Gauda. Ever since he personally recommended Gauda to become the youngest warrant officer mage in the history of the Sea Sentinels, he had largely become tied to Gauda, their interests intertwined. If Gauda performed well, he would also benefit. If Gauda's performance was unsatisfactory, it would inevitably become a reason for others to attack him. I'm very interested. Gauda's answer was undoubtedly affirmative. There are no rewards for the magic duel, but if you achieve a good ranking, we Sea Sentinels will certainly not be stingy with our rewards after the duel. More importantly, if you can get into the top 3 in your group, it will be a huge advantage for you when you join the Light Sentinels, the Vanguard of Justice, and the Silver Dragon Riders in the future, Lieutenant Colonel Graylin added. I understand. I will try my best to prepare. Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Graylin. It's a year and a half from now, you start preparing. I just mentioned it to give you some direction. Okay, let's continue eating. Lieutenant Colonel Graylin raised his glass and laughed heartily. Gauda didn't dwell on it and immediately focused his mind back on the banquet. This attitude made the other 4 subconsciously look at Gauda with higher regard. This showed that Gauda was very confident in himself, so he wouldn't be easily bothered by other matters. And that was indeed the case. A year and a half was indeed too short, especially for a second-ring mage. But for Gauda, it was more than enough. The progress of his cultivation of the Azure Wood longevity scripture was hard to say. But with a true ice bloodline, as long as he wanted, a year and a half would definitely be enough for him to push the true ice secret transmission to the second-ring perfection. As for magic, his speed of mastering magic was beyond the realm of ordinary understanding. After everyone had finished eating and drinking, the servants cleared away the main courses and presented silver hand-washing basins filled with warm water and flower petals for everyone to wash their hands. After washing their hands, the servants brought out an exquisite fruit platter. These fruits were not ordinary, they were fruits grown by magical plants. Although they were all fruits from zero-tier magical trees and possessed no magical effects, their excellent taste was a major advantage. Served in a silver fruit platter and garnished with mint leaves or icing sugar, they were a feast for both the eyes and the palate. This fruit platter was probably worth over a dozen goldfinch coins, quite extravagant. Seeing that everyone had almost finished eating, Lady Emily gracefully rose, nodded to Captain Gauda and Captain Merrick, and then left the table. Gauda and Merrick, seeing this, quickly took their leave from Lieutenant Colonel Graylin. According to aristocratic banquet etiquette, the hostess's departure was the key signal that the banquet was over. Lieutenant Colonel Graylin did not try to stop them, but escorted them to the door and arranged for his private carriage to take them home. Chapter 454 The Wang Mian Family. The bright moonlight spilled onto the mansion's balcony, as if draping it in a hazy veil. Lieutenant Colonel Graylin and Lady Emily sat facing each other, scented candles already lit on the gilded, intricately carved table. The flickering amber light created a relaxed and intimate atmosphere. Madam, you're quite ruthless, using your own son to test this high-ranking mage's skills, Lieutenant Colonel Graylin said, picking up a gold-plated porcelain kettle and pouring Emily a steaming cup of black tea. You drank quite a bit tonight, have some black tea to soothe your nerves. Lady Emily picked up the porcelain cup, took a sip of the hot black tea, and said elegantly, you personally recommended such a commoner mage? How can I be at ease if I don't test his skills? Lieutenant Colonel Graylin also poured himself a cup of black tea, but he took 2 sugar cubes from the sugar bowl beside him and added them to the tea, stirring gently with a silver teaspoon. Besides, Theodore's arrogance has indeed grown day by day in recent years. Giving him a blow is good, so he won't become complacent because of his current small achievements, Mrs. Emily continued. He's just a child, still young. It's normal for him to be a little impetuous. As he gets older, his temperament will stabilize. Lieutenant Colonel Grayling's attitude was quite relaxed, a stark contrast to his stern reprimand earlier. Young. Isn't this Warrant Officer Gouda even younger and more outstanding than Theodore? How come he doesn't have a trace of Theodore's arrogance? A mage's talent is a matter of fate, it can't be forced, but temperament is something you have to cultivate yourself. Emily put down her porcelain cup and said slowly. Even a mage who rose from humble beginnings to become a beggar has this kind of mentality. As a member of the Laurent family, Theodore, if not surpassing them, at least can't be too far behind. Lieutenant Colonel Grayling smiled helplessly, then said indulgently, Madam is right. I'll listen to you, although he is indeed as talented as you say, your actions were still too impulsive. First, talent doesn't necessarily translate into strength. Second, he is, after all, a foreigner. What if he really becomes the second Yaden in the future? Emily's eyes flickered as she thought for a moment before speaking softly. I've considered these things, but I did say it in front of so many people that if he reached the second ring before the age of 20, I would promote him to warrant officer. If I go back on my word, I'll have no face to show my face, he said helplessly to his wife's criticism. Besides, consider it an investment. What you said makes sense, but it's all about looking at the worst-case scenario. If we look at it the other way around, if Gouda achieves something in the future, or even joins the Light Sentinels, then wouldn't my recommendation and promotion today be considered a wise idea? You're dreaming, Emily scoffed. No matter how beautiful your dreams are, they can't compare to yours, madam, Lieutenant Colonel Grayling flattered her. As he spoke, he stood up, stood behind Emily, and gently massaged her shoulders to relax her. At your age, you're still so glib? Lieutenant Colonel Grayling's technique was very skillful. Mrs. Emily comfortably narrowed her eyes and continued. I need to go back to Lugo County at the end of the year. Why are you suddenly going back? Lieutenant Colonel Grayling asked curiously. Miss Liu Ying is 18 years old this year, Mrs. Emily gently reminded her. Lieutenant Colonel Grayling paused for a moment, then sighed. I forgot about that. So many years have passed without me realizing it. The last time I saw Miss Liu Ying was 10 years ago. She was just a little girl then, and now she's almost an adult. An 18th birthday is an extremely important day for all noble ladies, a significant turning point in their lives. After 18, they will undergo a transformation in their social roles. Before 18, noble ladies mostly learn magic, etiquette, and other knowledge and skills within their families, leading relatively isolated lives and lacking much autonomy. But after 18, they reach the legal age of adulthood. They will then have the right to independently sign contracts, manage property, and have their own economic independence. If their father dies, they can directly inherit his estate. Furthermore, they can participate in various social activities and begin to meet potential marriage partners. Therefore, noble families hold grand manor parties for their daughters' 18th birthdays, inviting other nobles and celebrities. This is the most prestigious and wealthiest noble lady in the entire Golden Flower dynasty. It's unimaginable how lively her 18th birthday banquet will be, Lieutenant Colonel Grayling couldn't help but remark. How prestigious was he? He wasn't even qualified to attend. Only his wife, because of her family background in the Laurent family and her past interactions with Miss Flowing Light, was eligible to attend the banquet. Theodore hasn't been back in a long time. Let's take him back to see his grandmother. All right, Lieutenant Colonel Grayling replied, his movements becoming even gentler. Mrs. Emily stopped talking, her eyes slightly narrowed, and began to enjoy her husband's touch. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The horses' hooves pounded across the wide streets of the Vanderin district. The ornate bronze lamp swayed gently on either side of the carriage. Inside the carriage, God and Captain Merrick sat facing each other. He was going back to the Sea Sentinel's quarters, while Captain Merrick was going home, which happened to be in the Vanderin district as well, so it was on the way. The interior of the carriage was exquisitely and comfortably decorated. Such a private carriage was one of the symbols of a nobleman's status, so it naturally had to be magnificent, and the horses pulling it couldn't be inferior either, all possessing the bloodline of Leline creatures. As soon as they got into the car, both remained silent. This silence lasted for several minutes before Captain Merrick finally spoke first. Warrant Officer God, There's another very important reason why Lieutenant Colonel Grayling was willing to recommend you and promote you to warrant officer while you were still in your probationary period. He paused, then continued. He, like you, is also a commoner mage. Lieutenant Colonel Grayling is a commoner. God's eyes widened upon hearing this. It was unexpected. No wonder. Theodore takes Lady Emily's surname. Knowing this, he immediately thought of the surname of Lieutenant Colonel Grayling's son. Yes and no. Captain Merrick naturally understood the underlying meaning in God's words and explained. The Laurent surname is quite prestigious. Even if Lieutenant Colonel Grayling is of noble birth, Theodore might not take the Laurent surname, but he will most likely have another child who will take Lady Emily's surname. What is the Laurent family's background? God asked again. He had been in the Plantagenet dynasty for some time now and had been actively learning about the situation in Byron County. He was no longer the novice he once was and had some knowledge of the upper middle-class nobles in Byron County, but he had never heard of the Laurent family before. You've only been in our Plantagenet dynasty for less than a year, so it's normal that you don't know the Laurent family. Captain Merrick straightened his collar and patiently explained to God. The Laurent family isn't a noble family from Arborough County, but from Luge County. In Luge County, the Laurents are a truly great noble family, because they serve the Wangmian family. Their ancestors were once vassals of the Wangmian family, later being granted noble titles for their merits, thus escaping their vassal relationship. However, even after receiving their titles, the first head of the Laurent family still regarded the Wangmian family as their patriarch and remained loyal to them. Over the years, successive heads of the Laurent family have maintained this relationship with the Wangmian family. The Wangmian family is the most prominent noble family in the Plantagenet dynasty outside the royal family, and under their protection, the Laurent family has become increasingly prominent, Captain Merrick explained to God. Hearing this, God suddenly understood. He hadn't heard of the Laurent family, but he couldn't possibly have been unaware of the Wangmian family. This was a prestigious family that surpassed all the nobles of the Plantagenet dynasty. The first patriarch of the Wangmian family and the first monarch of the Plantagenet dynasty were as close as brothers. The Plantagenet dynasty was founded by the two of them together. One became the monarch, and the other was granted the title of Grand Duke Wangmian, meaning crown of the king, the only Grand Duke title in the entire Plantagenet dynasty, and it was hereditary. The Luge County, which possessed mithril mines and silver dragon birds, was granted to the Wangmian family by the royal family as a fief. Over the years, the Wangmian family has maintained a close relationship with the Plantagenet royal family, and its status has become increasingly noble and stable. The fact that the Laurent family, who are loyal to them, could become great nobles shows just how high the status of the Wangmian family was in the Plantagenet dynasty. How did Lieutenant Colonel Grayling and Lady Emily meet? After learning about Lady Emily's background, God was somewhat curious. One was a sea sentinel mage from Barrow County, and the other was a member of the Laurent family from Luge County. Neither geographical distance nor social status made it possible for them to meet, let alone become husband and wife. It all comes down to the magic fighting tournament, Captain Merrick said with a slight smile. When Lieutenant Colonel Grayling was young, his magic fighting ability was quite formidable. That year, he was selected as one of the two participating mages in our Sea Sentinel Second Ring Mage group for the Military Mage Magic Fighting Tournament, and that year's tournament was held in Luge County. While participating in Luge County, Lieutenant Colonel Grayling unexpectedly met Lady Emily. What happened afterward was like a little girl's favorite gossip story, not for outsiders to know. Speaking of which, Lady Emily marrying Lieutenant Colonel Grayling was definitely a step down for her. Captain Merrick, you're quite bold. Aren't you afraid Lieutenant Colonel Grayling will give you a hard time if he finds out? God scoffed. No need to worry. Lieutenant Colonel Grayling and Lady Emily have a great relationship, so he doesn't mind at all. He's even proud of it. Captain Merrick laughed heartily. God chuckled, silently increasing his positive impression of Lieutenant Colonel Grayling. Generally speaking, people who can calmly accept the difference in status between themselves and their wives and maintain a good relationship with them are usually not bad people. Oh, right. Captain Merrick clapped his hands, remembering something, and added, the next military mage tournament happens to be in Lugo County. You'd better work hard and try to become one of our Sea Sentinels participating mages. He patted Gutta on the shoulder, a mischievous glint in his eyes, and teased, even if you don't get a high ranking, if you really can't, like Lieutenant Colonel Grayling, you could seduce a noble lady from the Laurent family. That would make the trip worthwhile. Lieutenant Colonel Grayling only ranked 10th in his group back then. In competitions, My worst result is second place, and that's only because my handwriting was too messy and the examiner misread it. Gauda pouted, but replied with a smile, no way, then I'd have to seduce a noble lady from the royal crown family to make the trip worthwhile, don't even think about it. Although he knew Gauda was joking, Captain Merrick couldn't help but say, the royal crown family, like the royal family, believes in loyalty and monogamy, so they often have only one son per lineage. This generation of the Wang Mian family is somewhat better off than the royal family. At least they have a crown prince and a young lady, unlike the royal family, which only has one prince. The Wang Mian family and the royal family have always had a close relationship. The young lady of the Wang Mian family even calls the prince brother. In addition, the royal family only has one prince this generation, so the young lady of the Wang Mian family can be said to be extremely favored. She is more than a princess. She is the jewel of the Golden Plantagenet dynasty. She is not someone that ordinary people can seduce. I see, it was just a joke, said casually. Gauda didn't take the noble status of this young lady of the Wang Mian family too seriously. Instead, he was more concerned about Captain Merrick's words about believing in loyalty and fidelity to one's partner. It sounded a bit familiar. I'm home. At this moment, the carriage stopped. Captain Merrick lifted the carriage curtain, bid farewell to Gauda, and interrupted Gauda's reverie. Gauda nodded and said goodbye to Captain Merrick. After he got out of the carriage continued to move, carrying Gauda to the Sea Sentry barracks. Gauda's thoughts naturally shifted to his more pressing concern. The progress of his adaptation, skill, body injury recovery ability increased by 84.8%. He had been conducting social activities all day while concealing his gruesome injuries with disguise. To be honest, he felt he had been a bit too reckless. Of course, other aspects were debatable, but with adaptation, as long as you were willing to persevere, you would reap the rewards. The biggest gain was the significant step forward in adaptation, already a giant leap away from 100% evolution. His injuries had also recovered by 30-40%. With a blessing of comfortable sleep plus, that night, another night's sleep should leave him with 70-80% healed by tomorrow morning, not affecting his second fencing match the following night. Even if it did, it wouldn't matter. In Gauda's view, to push the adaptation progress to 100% as quickly as possible, he couldn't allow himself to be completely unharmed. He needed to inflict new injuries before the old ones were fully healed, thus continuously providing his body with sufficient stimulation. Moreover, he now had a perfectly good reason to roll up. A crucial magic duel tournament awaited him a year and a half later. He was an extremely competitive person, and whenever he participated in a competition, he would definitely aim for first place. The Golden Flower dynasty was so vast, with countless genius mages, that Gauda didn't believe he could be invincible among his peers just because he had Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. He still needed to develop comprehensively. Chapter 455 Primary Healing Body. The victor of this fencing match is once again our mountain swordsman. The announcer's loud and rousing voice, amplified by the brass speakers, spread along the plaster lines of the dome, echoing throughout the enclosed fencing hall. He was met with waves of cheers from the audience. At the very center of the hall, on the ring, Gauda's clothes were soaked in blood, dark red bloodstains winding along the folds and congealing into scabs. His left hand gripped his blood-stained steel sword, the gash between his thumb and forefinger still oozing blood, yet his swaying body remained upright. In contrast, his opponent was kneeling on one knee, though a cut on his shoulder still bled, his overall injuries far less gruesome than Gauda's. Incredible. The mountain swordsman has fought 4 matches in just 6 days, each one exceptionally difficult, leaving him covered in wounds, yet he has won every single one. The announcer's voice trembled. This shows that it wasn't just about inciting the audience's emotions, his own feelings were as shocked as he described. Mountain swordsman is a complete madman. Not only him, but the audience who had witnessed Gauda's performance over the past few days were also stunned. Although they themselves weren't skilled in swordsmanship, their years of watching matches and betting made them theoretical experts. Everyone could see that in Gauda's 4 matches, each opponent was actually a stronger swordsman than him. Yet, with Gauda's seemingly fearless fighting style and his apparent lack of pain, every opponent was defeated without exception. But the price was that each of Gauda's victories came at the cost of countless gruesome wounds. The audience thought his injuries were so horrific that it would take at least half a month for him to recover and reappear in the swordplay hall. But the reality was completely different from their expectations. Except for a 1-day interval between the first and second matches, Mountain swordsmen's matches were played consecutively afterward. It was simply inhuman. They waved their arms wildly, and some even shouted "Mountain." People who come to places like this are all looking for thrills, the thrill of gambling and the thrill of bloodshed. Gowda's performance was extremely effective at stimulating their adrenaline. So, although Mountain is still considered a novice swordsman, he has already begun to have a group of followers in the sword fighting arena. After his victory, Gowda slowly left the arena. Led by a waitress, he went to the manager's office to collect his reward. "Why is it 20 gold coins this time?" Gowda opened the money bag full of gold coin and raised an eyebrow. The fat manager smiled broadly. "Swordsman Mountain, your performance in these few matches has been outstanding, attracting more and more betting chips, so your reward has naturally increased accordingly." In other words, he's promoted. It has to be said that the fat manager is quite good at dealing with people. However, it's not that he has a conscience, it's just that in the swordsman industry, it's a seller market. A swordsman who can compete needs at least 5 years of hard training. In wet fencing, even a minor injury, let alone death, could render a swordsman unable to wield a sword again. A near-death experience might even solidify a swordsman's resolve to never participate in such life-threatening competitions again. Given the difficulty in producing skilled swordsmen and the ease with which they are lost, the fencing club is always short of fighters. Swordsmen like Gowda, whose fighting style is popular, whose participation rate is high, and who seem incredibly resilient and capable of fighting for extended periods, are the cream of the crop. What if they don't quickly improve their treatment and get poached by other fencing clubs? The chubby manager understood this, and Gowda understood it even better, so he readily accepted the compensation. "Your physical injury recovery ability has increased by 93.6%. Gowda assessed his adaptive progress. He was getting closer and closer to 100%. The price he paid was that his injuries hadn't healed for the past 5 days. It was like undergoing daily torture. Ordinary people would probably have a mental breakdown in 1 or 2 days, let alone 5. Only he, with his ninja body, could do this. Besides the rapid progress of adaptive, Gowda also felt that his swordsmanship had improved visibly. Sure enough, actual combat is always the best tool for improving skills. After receiving his reward, he changed into a new set of clothes in the changing room and left the sword hall without lingering. After all, the sword hall was just a small dungeon for him to grind specific experience, and once it was over, he would never come back. However, he did not go straight back to his dormitory to rest. After leaving the sword hall, he used disguise to cover up his visible injuries, hailed a carriage, and headed towards the White Tower of the Abyss. Since his promotion to warrant officer, his privileges had greatly increased, allowing him to enter the second floor of the Mage Tower and browse more books for free. He treasured this opportunity and had been going to the White Tower of the Abyss whenever he had free time these past few days. Entering the library on the second floor of the Mage Tower, Gowda first selected the books he planned to read that day, then took out his water bottle, which contained ordinary drinking water. But it would soon become extraordinary. A faint light suddenly burst forth from Gowda's palm as it touched the bottle, releasing a gentle magical energy that flowed from his palm onto the bottle and then into the open spout. Under the influx of magical energy, fine ripples appeared on the surface of the water. The clear water began to churn, its color gradually changing from transparent to a rich amber, and fine fluorescent patterns appeared on the surface. Universal elixir. Choose an interesting effect related to health, happiness, and joy for a bottle of water, creating an elixir. Gowda chose the elixir effect, super memory, and added the additional characteristic of aftertaste, which could consume mana to extend the super memory elixir effect to 2 hours. The super memory elixir was complete. Gowda raised the bottle and drank it all in one gulp without hesitation. A tangy aroma of citrus and pine needles, tinged with a faint metallic scent, wafted into his nostrils. The elixir tasted as cool as mint. After swallowing, the coolness surged upwards, flooding his mind. Gowda felt a throbbing in his temples, his mind becoming incredibly clear. This indicated he had entered a state of hypermemory, his memory greatly enhanced, capable of instantly memorizing text, maps, or biological features. Not daring to waste time, Gowda opened the book at hand and entered a state of deep reading. Using the universal elixir didn't burden him much, but the hypermemory state was extremely taxing on his stamina. Gowda had already tested his limits. He could maintain a hypermemory state for about 2 hours a day before his mind would exhaust itself. 2 hours later, with a throbbing head, Gouda left the Sea Abyss White Tower and returned to the Vandarin district. After having dinner at the Sea Sentinel's communal canteen, he finally felt somewhat better. Then he returned to his dormitory for his daily training. After these days of effort, the remaining medicinal power of the dragon bird blood fungus in his body had been almost completely refined and absorbed. Therefore, today, shortly after circulating the Azure Wood longevity scripture, a brand new pattern materialized and condensed on his jade crystal. The 61st pattern. His cultivation progress was still rapid. Unfortunately, it was only a temporary illusion. Without the medicinal power of the dragon bird blood fungus, he would have to rely on himself to slowly grind his progress from there. It's hard to go from luxury to frugality. Having experienced a feeling of rapid progress after taking drugs, Gouda was really not used to having to grind his progress honestly again. Not to mention, he also had the primary Azure Ember body, so he was not afraid of the side effects of the drug poisoning accumulated in his body. With his condition, it would be against all reason not to take drugs diligently. Gouda took out his savings and counted them. His balance, after deducting odds, was 2,152 golden bird flower coins. No doubt, buy the potions. But high-quality potions that can quickly boost a second circle mage's training progress are hard to find on the market without proper channels. Potions shops rarely sell such good stuff openly. Even if they do, it's limited to attract customers. What you usually buy in potion shops are mana potions, which can improve training efficiency to a certain extent, but only to a limited degree. However, this is no longer a problem for Gouda. If he can't buy good stuff in Dorne, he'll go to Auckland. After the title conferment ceremony, with his title of Honorary Mage of Auckland, he'll have plenty of people delivering good training-enhancing potions to his door. The title conferment ceremony is on the 15th, and it's the 8th now. I need to arrive in Auckland at least a day early to avoid any unexpected delays. That means I should arrive in Auckland on the 14th and try to push my body's recovery ability to 100% before then, Gouda mentally calculated, confirming his short-term goal. There's still a little over a week left, which should be enough. After finishing his calculations, Gouda got up, went to his study, took out paper and pen, and began to write furiously. Well, perhaps copying would be a more accurate description. He was reciting from memory the contents of the books he had just memorized using the super memory elixir. A thick stack of handwritten notes had already piled up on the table. He didn't produce knowledge, he was merely a transporter of knowledge. The North, or rather, Phoenix at present, lacked many things. But what it lacked most was books, or rather, knowledge. The primitive Xianbing tribe simply didn't have the ability or the idea to establish a library. Since Gouda established a Ministry of Education, the importance of knowledge had begun to take root in people's hearts. Sunifa had also gradually realized this, so she had long ago begun to use the money obtained from selling North resources through her fleet to buy books, in order to establish Phoenix's library. But in this world of knowledge monopoly, the books that could be bought with money were, frankly, mostly miscellaneous books. Not entirely useless, but certainly not worth spending too much time studying at the moment. So this task still had to be left to Gouda. His method was simple, one word, transport. Using his privileges and the super memory elixir, he extensively perused the Sea Sentinel's library, then copied it down from memory, intending to pack it all up and take it back to the North. After writing for a short while, his wrists began to ache. This was because his hand had been severely injured in today's fencing match, the web between his thumb and forefinger splitting open. Gouda didn't push himself, he immediately stopped, pondered for a moment, and then an idea flashed through his mind. The next moment, he took out a quill pen, activated the spell model, and cast Mage Hand Plus. Two ghostly hands appeared, each holding a quill pen, and began writing rapidly. Writing is an extremely delicate craft, an ordinary mage hand certainly couldn't perform such a task. However, Gouda's Mage Hand Plus, enhanced by Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, could not only control two mage hands simultaneously but also perform complex actions, just like his own hands. Writing was naturally no problem. This doubled his copying speed. Gouda couldn't help but slap his thigh. What about all that painstaking handwriting he'd done these past few days? Did it count as diligence? For the next few days, Gouda continued his diligent visits to the Sword Club and the Sea Sentinel's library. At the Sword Club, Gouda's recovery from his injuries progressed steadily, without encountering any significant hurdles, unlike other adaptation processes that stagnated later and required stronger stimuli. Perhaps this was because the body's self-healing mechanism and environmental adaptation mechanism were fundamentally different. In harsh environments, through the intervention of adaptation, the body quickly adapts to these harsh conditions and is no longer harmed. However, injuries from fencing competitions leave the damage lingering. For the body, it's as if it hasn't adapted yet, thus constantly triggering adaptation. The exact principle was unclear, but for Gouda, it was a good thing, so he readily accepted. After the fencing competition on the 13th of the sunlit moon, Gouda, covered in injuries, received his payment and, unusually, didn't ask the sword club manager to schedule another competition for him the next day, instead declaring that he needed to rest for a while. The reason was simple: evolution was imminent. Your body's injury recovery ability has increased by 99.5% to 99.6%. Gouda left the sword hall and went straight to the Walmart magic supply store. He went up to the second floor and quietly waited for the final moment to arrive. He didn't have to wait long. A loud boom resounded in his mind. This was the sound of a barrier within his body collapsing. Your body's injury recovery ability has increased by 100%. Damaged flesh and bones are regenerating at an astonishing speed. A warm, spring-like power instantly flowed throughout Gouda's body. The scenery before him now shimmered with a soft halo, and vitality spread and grew within him like vines. Deep within his body, another extremely stubborn chain snapped in response, and then some kind of power was released, taking root wildly. A series of messages burst forth from the depths of his consciousness. Your body is constantly being tempered through continuous pain repair, and its ability to heal various wounds is gradually improving, adapting and evolving into a primary healing body. Upon evolving into a rudimentary healing form, you will possess exceptional wound repair abilities, rapidly healing most physical injuries, sword wounds, blunt force injuries, etc. Simultaneously, your recovery success rate against low-level spell damage and persistent damage, bleeding, infection, etc., will significantly increase, and the duration of movement restriction after injury will be drastically reduced. Through repeated wound repair processes, your bodily functions will be deeply optimized, gaining denser bones and stronger muscles. Bone density will increase by 46.4%, and muscle strength will increase by 46.4%, enabling you to withstand higher intensity external impacts. Due to your extensive experience in combating pain, your senses will become exceptionally acute to trauma, allowing you to accurately perceive potential injuries to yourself or others based on subtle tingling sensations, tearing sounds, and other cues. Your blood contains special power that can accelerate the wound healing speed of others by 46.4% and, to some extent, inhibit wound infection. Chapter 456 Return to Auckland. Forged in Fire. After nearly 2 weeks of torment and tempering, he finally achieved the primary healing body. Looking at the last attribute of the primary healing body, Gouda noticed, your blood contains special power, which can increase the healing speed of others' wounds by 46.4% and can inhibit wound infection to a certain extent. Previously, when he evolved the primary Azure Ember body, his blood already possessed the attribute of can dispel ordinary poisonous insects and has a slight detoxifying effect, and now, with the added healing effect, he wondered. If he continued to develop and add more attributes, would it eventually become the blood of a celestial being, curing all diseases? The thought flashed through his mind, and Gouda slowly exhaled. Finally, it was temporarily over. Of course, this was just the beginning. Whether he continued to strive for the intermediate healing body, or explored a new track, there was much potential. However, Gouda needed to pause the development of adaptive, for now. Today was the 13th, and in 2 days, the title conferment ceremony for the Auckland Honorary Mage would take place. He was already preparing to depart for Auckland City early tomorrow morning. Under the effect of primary healing body, Gouda could clearly feel every wound on his body slightly itchy, his flesh wriggling and healing. This recovery speed, compared to before his evolution, wasn't just a 0.1% difference, but a several-fold increase. The difference between evolved and unevolved was simply too great. But this wasn't enough. He was about to attend a grand ceremony, and wearing disguise wasn't an option. So Gouda immediately activated his spell model, casting healing on himself. Not content with that, he also used Divine Berry Plus to conjure a handful of jewel-like sweet berries and popped them into his mouth. Before going to sleep that night, he would cast Comfortable Sleep Plus, combining it with the effect of primary healing body. With his four-pronged approach, he expected to wake up in peak condition the next day. During his daily practice that evening, God's luck was exceptional. He successfully constructed the spell model for blindness deafness. At this point, the number of spells in his second circle spellbook reached 9. To master so many second ring spells, it generally takes at least 3 or 4 years. In a sense, although he had only been a second ring spell holder for less than 2 months, he had already moved beyond the initial stage. The next day, as expected, God's injuries had mostly healed. The wounds had scabbed over and were slightly itchy. These scabs, after falling off, would leave a faint mark, distinctly different from his normal skin tone. However, as a man, he naturally didn't care about this. He tidied himself up a bit. Besides money, he didn't need to bring anything else, since he wasn't going on a mission but merely to participate in a title conferment ceremony. For such a formal occasion, his attire should be somewhat appropriate. God hesitated for a moment, then finally chose to wear the Sea Sentinel warrant officer uniform that had just been delivered a few days prior. Compared to his previous sergeant uniform, the warrant officer uniform was made of a higher-grade water-patterned fabric, and the style had also changed somewhat. First, he donned a deep blue, high-collared robe with silver buttons. The tailoring was exquisite. With a subtle whalebone brace at the back waist that accentuated his tall, mast-like figure. The structured cut at the shoulders allowed for freedom of movement. While more fitted, it also maintained elasticity, ensuring it wouldn't hinder daily activities. Morning light streamed through the window, illuminating the robe and causing it to shimmer with a subtle phosphorescence, like the surging tides under moonlight. This was one of the characteristics of water-patterned fabric. Furthermore, water-patterned fabric was considered a superior material. Clothing made from it not only offered some protection against magical attacks but also wouldn't leak water, allowing the mage to move freely in water even without removing the garment. Additionally, 5 silver stars were added to the cuffs in a fan shape, and a silver triple ring insignia adorned the chest, the central ring featuring an embossed Sea Sentinel badge. These were all to indicate his rank. Wearing this outfit and standing before the mirror, one could clearly feel a significant change in his overall demeanor and spirit. No wonder so many people have a thing for uniforms. This time, without the whirlwind interference, there was no need to travel by land or water to Auckland. Goddess spent 2 goldfinch coins and 4 silver dragon coins on an airship ticket and chose the air route. In less than 3 hours, the airship had already landed at the airship base in Auckland. Wearing his Sea Sentinel uniform, Goddess was able to leave through the fast lane, avoiding the hassle of queuing. However, as soon as he stepped out of the airship base, he noticed that many people waiting to pick him up were staring at him with strange looks. This made Gauda frown slightly. Although his uniform was eye-catching, it shouldn't be this strange, right? Soon, he understood the source of these strange looks. Walking a few more steps, in the spacious base square, which was also where carriages picked up passengers, Gauda found that a group of people were waiting there. As soon as they saw him come out, they greeted him with enthusiastic smiles, clearly having been waiting for him. Moreover, many of these people were dressed in impeccably tailored everyday clothes made of high-quality fabrics, with the women dressed in extremely elegant attire. Their presence and prestige were undeniably impressive. The problem was, at a glance, he didn't recognize most of them. Only a few at the very front looked somewhat familiar. Perhaps they were mages from the same ship he'd been on when they set out for the wind elemental subdimension. While Gauda was still pondering this, the group approached. The man at the front, who appeared to be of the highest status and wore a tailcoat-like garment made of dark purple velvet, smiled and said, "Master Gaode, I am Adrian Leon. We heard you were arriving in Auckland by airship today, so we came together to pick you up. Last time we went to the wind elemental second plane, our ship was capsized by wind elemental creatures. If it weren't for your rescue, we would have been in serious trouble. However, the disaster hadn't subsided then, and we were busy with disaster relief upon our return. By the time we finished and wanted to thank you, you had already returned to the Sea Sentinels. Hearing you were coming today, we came here early to wait for you." Looking at these smiling and welcoming faces, Gaode finally realized that these were all people he had pulled from the water. Because of the Sea Sentinel's uniform, he had been assigned to Noble Mage's ship, and thus had rescued many Noble Mages after the ship capsized. However, he hadn't thought much of it and had basically forgotten about them afterward, never expecting these people to feel any gratitude towards him. Firstly, he hadn't gone to save people with that intention in mind. Secondly, Preconceived notions led him to believe that noblemen rarely showed gratitude and were more driven by self-interest. While he was pondering this, several other noble mages, clearly of distinguished lineage, stepped forward to introduce themselves. "I am Eleanor," said a woman in a pale yellow taffeta dress with puffy mutton sleeves trimmed with lace, exuding exceptional elegance. Beside her, a younger woman in a high-waisted navy blue velvet dress spoke softly, "Isoline Winsorton." After the introductions, Adrian spoke again, "Mage God, we've prepared a banquet to welcome you. Would you be able to attend?" Unable to refuse such hospitality, and indeed having nothing urgent to attend to, God didn't hesitate, nodding slightly after a moment's thought. They'd already taken the initiative to show goodwill and sincerity. He was going to be an honorary mage of Auckland, essentially forging a connection with the region. Maintaining good relations with these local bigwigs was never a bad thing. In the square, a luxurious carriage was already prepared. Adrian led Gata into one of the carriages adorned with the Adrian family crest. With a clatter of hooves, the carriage started moving. The wheels rolled over the granite-paved street, making a steady sound. Sitting inside the carriage, Gata's thoughts drifted aimlessly for a while. This was a gathering of rich kids. He'd never participated in one in his 20-odd years in his previous life, but in this world, he was experiencing it. What would it be like? Would it be like in novels and movies, extravagant and decadent, with a bunch of scantily clad dancers? If they really pulled that stunt, how could he refuse without offending them? Soon, the carriage stopped. Upon getting out of the car, Gata found it wasn't the kind of entertainment venue he'd imagined, but rather a typical red brick, pointed roof tower. The domed windows complemented the ivy-covered exterior, and above the main entrance, a stone wreath bore the inscription "Knowledge is Power" in magical script. Adrian gestured, "This is where we hold our spell salon. When we have time, we discuss academic topics and exchange ideas here." A servant at the door opened the carved oak doors to the sides. Adrian led the group inside as he spoke. Stepping into the building, the foyer was filled with a mixed sense of leather, ink, and beeswax. Walnut bookshelves reached the ceiling, but there were no ladders for accessing the books. For mages, these were useless. A mage could easily reach the books on the top shelf. The shelves were neatly arranged with gilded spines, many marked with silk bookmarks, and rare parchment scrolls and manuscripts were displayed in glass cases nearby. The scene was truly eye-opening for Gauda. A long table in the center of the hall was set with an exquisite tea set, the aroma of black tea wafting from the bone china teaware. Scones and small cakes covered in icing were arranged on a silver tray. There wasn't a single servant, let alone a maid. Where were the dancers in their sheer gowns? Where was the lavish smell of wine? Where were the beautiful maids in their maid outfits? Gauda fell into deep thought. This was completely different from the stereotypical image of a rich kids gathering. It was more like a meeting of highly educated individuals. "Please, everyone, have a seat." As Adrian's words fell, the 12 noble mages present skillfully took their seats, clearly not first-time attendees. Adrian then led Gauda to a seat. "Mage Gauda, I must once again formally thank you for your help after the shipwreck. Since we were all on the same ship, we are comrades in arms." "This is what I should do. You don't need to be so polite," Gauda said with a smile. "These are two different things," Adrian said seriously, not taking advantage of Gauda's politeness. "If you encounter any trouble or need anything in Auckland, just let us know. This is Eleanor, her family is a Viscount family, and their businesses involve many potions. This is Isoline Winsorton, also from a Viscount family, her family owns mines." Adrian introduced the backgrounds of all the noble mages present. "As for my family, we're involved in the gold trade, nothing else, just some money and fairly good intelligence." Finally, he formally introduced himself. They were all local rich guys, at least from baronial families, and more than half were third circle mages, the less fortunate being seasoned second circle mages. "Warrant Lieutenant God, how old are you?" Adrian asked after the introductions. "Almost 17, not yet 17, warrant officer rank, second ring mage." "How are we supposed to feel? No wonder you're about to be awarded the title of honorary mage of Auckland." Adrian patted Gauda on the shoulder and exclaimed. It was clear that his claim of having good intelligence was not an exaggeration. A round of pleasantries followed. Although they hadn't interacted much before, everyone was very enthusiastic. Firstly, this group already knew each other and had a good relationship. Although Gauda was a stranger, the life-saving grace made it easy for him to integrate. Secondly, Gauda was young and promising. Even without the life-saving grace, He was qualified to fit into this circle. This resulted in an exceptionally harmonious atmosphere. However, since he didn't know these people well before, Gauda mostly remained silent, only responding briefly when called upon, focusing on listening rather than speaking. Last month I found an ancient book at the market, discussing the ancient mage's understanding of spells. I read some of it, and although most of the concepts are outdated, 2 points were quite interesting and inspiring. Let me tell you about them. Speaking of new discoveries, I discovered that if we apply the theory of water diversion to cast, water flow impact, recently, the instructors at the Vandarin Magic Academy found a type of glowing moss. It doesn't contain any magic, it's just an ordinary plant, but it can resonate with light elemental spells. Have you heard about it, really? Is that true? Last week I condensed the final rune of my mana crystal, and now I'm preparing to advance to the 3rd ring, so fast. Congratulations. Ha, you've surpassed Massimo. I'm currently crafting a wand, and I'm missing some materials, a high-quality fire crystal block, and something you can keep an eye out for. As Gauda listened, he noticed that this gathering of rich and powerful second-generation heirs was a bit too serious. Their conversation revolved entirely around knowledge exchange, sharing of magical experiences, resource gathering, and cultivation progress. Were these really such hard-working and ambitious rich kids? Surprised as he was, it made sense upon reflection. The circle of rich kids was actually quite extreme, divided into 2 types. One type was the stereotypical rich kid, those who lived a life of leisure and extravagance. The other type was the elite rich kid. These individuals were actually more ambitious, more hardworking, and more outstanding than the average person. The noble mages who had traveled on the same warship as Gauda were all of a considerable level, naturally belonging to the latter category. Listening to their discussion, a thought flashed through Gauda's mind. He abandoned his reserve and spoke up. If any of you have any information about the 3 elemental magical plants, the Rock Ridge Giant Oak, the Azis Feather Whistle Tree, and the Angmar Flame Spell Tree, please keep an eye out for them for me. Chapter 457 Unexpected Gains and Unknown Dangers. Gauda still vividly remembered Flora's mention of the 4 elemental magical plants used to cultivate a 3rd-tier magical tree. This was crucial to the complete inheritance of the Northern Mage's Azure Wood longevity scripture, and its importance was paramount, placing it at the forefront of the Northern Territory's development. However, although these 4 elemental magical plants were only 2nd tier in themselves, their unique attributes meant they only appeared in extreme elemental environments, making them incredibly difficult to find. Buying them on the market was virtually impossible. Gauda had been somewhat at a loss, but this gathering gave him hope. The attendees were all mages, and all came from prominent noble families in Auckland. Their family businesses spanned various fields, giving them access to people and things unavailable to others. If these people were willing to help him find information about these 3 elemental magical plants, finding information about 1 or 2 of them shouldn't be a problem, even if it meant finding all 3 he needed immediately. Sure enough, after a brief silence, a noble mage spoke up. As for the Feather Whistle Tree, I did hear some news about it recently. Gauda's eyes lit up at this, looking at the noble mage who had spoken. Everyone else followed suit. Why don't you just say what you want to say? Why keep us in suspense? Adrian snapped irritably. Clearly, he was the leader in this circle, and since he had spoken, the noble mage immediately explained sheepishly, I didn't mean to keep you in suspense, it's just that the source of this news is Black Sails City. Black Sails City, the mages present, including Gauda, frowned upon hearing this name, as if it were some unpleasant place. And indeed it was. The Sword Sea, the western sea of the Golden Flower Dynasty, leads upstream to the Northern Territory. Sailing downstream leads to the Radiant Sea, and via the Radiant Sea, one can reach the continent of Terra. However, if one chooses to sail west, there is no continent to land on. To the west of the Sword Sea lies only an endless expanse of water, its boundaries still unexplored, and no continent yet discovered. However, numerous scattered islands have been found along the way, mostly uninhabited and desolate, largely inhabited by creatures of the ley lines. Notably, about 1,500 kilometers west of Thornport lies an archipelago known as the Blue Flame Islands. The Blue Flame Islands boast a pleasant and habitable environment, rich in resources. Because of its considerable distance from Biro County, the waters surrounding the Blue Flame Islands are no longer under the control of the Golden Flower Dynasty. Since its founding, the Golden Flower Dynasty has adhered to a policy of non-expansion and non-aggression. Therefore, the Blue Flame Islands, located west of Biro County, became an unclaimed territory, gradually developing into a large port city, Black Sails. Black Sails is a gathering place for sea monster hunters, dock gangs, local inhabitants, smugglers, criminals, and itinerant merchants from all over the world. For various reasons, they were ostracized by the land-based nations and had no choice but to sail out to sea, arriving here from all directions to settle. Here, there is no law. For those fleeing trial, debt, and persecution, Black Sail City is a place where they can be reborn, because no one cares about your past. The price, however, is that it is also an extremely dangerous place. You might find yourself on the harbor the day after arriving in Black Sail City, your purse empty and your throat bleeding. While fraught with danger, it is also brimming with opportunity. Because there are no traditional laws and regulations, there is no trade oversight, making Black Sail City a notorious black market trading place. Whether it's treasures and stolen goods of dubious origin, magical formulas strictly prohibited by the land-based nations, even taboo necromancy, or evil potions, anything can be bought here as long as you're willing to pay. 7 days before the dark moon each year is the Nightfall Festival in Black Sail City. During the Nightfall Festival, Black Sail City holds a grand auction. Most of the auction items are determined months in advance and listed. My family received a list, and if I remember correctly, it includes saplings of the Azis feather whistle tree, the noble mage explained. As for why his family received a list, although he didn't say so, everyone understood, it meant his family had some shady dealings and connections with forces in Black Sail City, most likely involving smuggling. However, such things are best left unsaid, and no one dared to bring it up. That won't do. Black Sail City is too chaotic. Even if you have the money to buy something, you might not be able to bring it back. And if you lose money, you might even lose your life there, Adrian immediately said. Black Sail City is unlike any other place. Murder and robbery are commonplace in that region. On land, especially within the territory of the Golden Flower Dynasty, while murder and robbery might occur, the existence of laws and the dynasty's oversight made such acts extremely risky and uncommon. At least in most cases, there was no need to worry about such matters. Thank you for informing me. Gata was somewhat conflicted, but regardless of whether he ultimately attended the auction, he still expressed his gratitude. You're welcome, the noble mage simply waved his hand. Mage Gauda, we will keep an eye out for news about these 3 magical plants. Once we discover anything, we will send someone to inform you immediately, Adrian said earnestly. Then I'll trouble everyone. It's no trouble at all, just a small matter. Exactly, and everyone in the room responded enthusiastically, but no one dared to ask Gata why he was searching for these 3 elemental magical plants. A mage's privacy was not to be pried into. This was an unspoken rule among all mages. After chatting for a while, a servant finally approached. However, it wasn't a beautiful maid in a maid's outfit, but a male servant in a black tailcoat. He covered his mouth with his right hand, bent down, and whispered something to Adrian. Then, Adrian gracefully rose, slightly raising his left hand, and beckoned to everyone. It's almost time, let's go eat together. Everyone rose and followed Adrian to the dining room. In the center of the dining room was a long table, with dozens of silver candlesticks neatly arranged on both sides, and the magic crystal lamps in the ceiling casting a flowing net of light. On the long table was an incredibly large white porcelain plate, its rim inlaid with gold, almost covering the entire table. It was the first time Gata had seen tableware of this size, and before he could even be surprised, he knew its purpose. 7 or 8 male servants carried in a huge, roasted, and fragrant creature on a massive iron rack. It was something resembling a cow, but twice the size of an ordinary yellow cow, its skin an enticing golden color, sprinkled with a secret blend of spices. The servants carefully placed the whole roasted ox on a white porcelain plate, then took out exquisite silver cutlery and knives, arranging them neatly before everyone. Adrian walked to the head of the long table and sat down, and the others also chose their seats. The empty seat was reserved for Gord. Adrian skillfully picked up the main course knife and fork, and following aristocratic meat-cutting etiquette, began from the rib section, precisely slicing several paper-thin slices of meat. The servants immediately stepped forward, collecting the slices on silver trays, and then distributing them to the guests one by one. Gord was the first to receive a tray. Each slice of meat on the tray had been cut evenly by Adrian, with a perfect balance of fat and lean, and the surface still bore the perfect charred marks from the roasting process. He picked up the main course knife and fork, speared a slice of meat, and put it in his mouth. The first sensation was the firm, springy texture of the meat, accompanied by the charred aroma of roasting. Immediately following, a subtle electric current sensation spread across the tip of the tongue, slightly stimulating but not unpleasant, instead bringing a strange sensory experience, somewhat similar to a numbing and spicy sensation. Then, the aromas of various spices exploded in the mouth, mingling with the rich, meaty flavor of the meat itself, creating an astonishingly complex and layered flavor. Seeing God's slightly dilated pupils, Adrian smiled. This dish is called Thunder How roast. It uses a second-tier leeline creature, the Thunder How, as the main ingredient, carefully roasted for a day and infused with many spices. The Thunder How is a rare leeline creature with an exceptionally good taste. Obtaining even one isn't easy. Ha! It's only to welcome Mage Gata that Adrian went to such lengths to prepare such a fine dish. Normally, it's just us, we don't get this kind of treatment, Aileen chuckled. Indeed, we also benefited from Master Gaod's generosity. This Thunder How roasted meat not only tastes excellent, but its flesh contains a weak electric current. Eating it can relax the muscles and restore energy, everyone echoed, and the atmosphere of the banquet became increasingly warm and harmonious. It was at this moment that Gaod could feel the rich second-generation aura emanating from these noble mages. The exchange meeting just now was far too formal. With good meat, there was naturally good wine. The male servants brought up rich, mellow champagne with fine bubbles and poured it into the stemmed glasses in front of everyone. After a hearty meal, Adrian naturally arranged superior accommodations for Gaod, but after thinking about it, he chose to decline. Seeing Gaod's refusal, the other party did not insist, and could be said to have made things difficult for Gaod at all. However, after the banquet, Adrian stopped Gaod, who was about to leave with the others. I know that Master Gaod runs a magical materials shop in Dorne, but business hasn't been very good. He seems to focus more on buying tree seeds, Adrian asked, getting straight to the point in response to Gaod's question. This wasn't exactly a secret. Not only was Adrian's family in the gold trade and well-informed, but even ordinary nobles could easily find out about this with a little effort, so Gaod didn't feel offended. For Gaod, only the Harland shipyard was his major privacy, something that couldn't be discovered. He hadn't intended to hide the Walmart magical materials shop, it was an open business. Therefore, he nodded slightly and said, "That's right, that's good." Adrian smiled with satisfaction after receiving confirmation. He clapped his hands, and immediately a male servant entered carrying an exquisite brocade bag. "What's this?" Gaod asked, puzzled. Adrian personally untied the bag, revealing neatly arranged transparent crystal jars inside, about 60 or 70 bottles at a glance. Each jar contained a small handful of oil and a magic tree seed. "These are magic tree seeds I had my family specially collect recently. Most are level 0 or 1, and there are about 7 or 8 level 2 seeds as well. These things aren't worth much money, it just takes some time and effort to collect them. The main thing is that you like them. It's a small token of my appreciation, and I hope you won't refuse it. Consider it a small repayment for your help back then," Adrian said gently, bowing slightly. Both Walmart's main business of magic material stores and Gauda's recent request clearly showed Gauda's special fondness for magic tree seeds. Adrian's main strategy was to cater to his interests. Gauda looked at Adrian. The latter's eyes were sincere and earnest. After a moment of silence, Gauda accepted the brocade bag and sincerely thanked him. "Thank you for your trouble, I'm glad you like them, Mage Gauda." Adrian smiled. Inside the luxurious carriage arranged by Adrian, Gauda rummaged through the crystal jar in the bag, his mood exceptionally good. He hadn't expected such an unexpected delight while attending the title conferment ceremony. Yugathera's growth had already progressed rapidly under the stimulation of the spirit spring dew tree seeds. With these magical tree seeds added, once planted, its advancement to the 3rd tier was imminent. Once Yugathera advanced, he would rise along with it. Therefore, he truly couldn't refuse this gift. The atmosphere of today's gathering of noble mages had also broadened his horizons. The ambition and effort of these noble scions shattered his preconceived notions about noble children. However, the logic was easy to understand. For ordinary people, in the face of a rigid class system, effort was essentially useless. Recognizing this reality, choosing to lie down was understandable. But for nobles, effort would yield results. Under this strong positive feedback incentive, ambition seemed equally reasonable. However, this didn't necessarily mean anything. It's simply because this is a circle, and people in it only play together if they mutually respect each other. Those extravagant, arrogant noble youths certainly exist, and there are quite a few, but they won't appear in Adrian's circle. Another unexpected surprise today was the news about the Azys feather whistle tree. However, Gauda hasn't yet decided whether to attend the auction. The Azys feather whistle tree is very important to the north, but Black Sail City is indeed too dangerous. For a second ring mage like him to go to such a place, he could very well be devoured without a trace. There's no need to take that risk. However, it's not entirely without a solution. Because he still has external aid he can ask for. The shipping route between Valor Bay and Lagos City has been preliminarily opened. He can have Phoenix send several high-ring mages to Lagos City on merchant ships, and then they can go to Black Sail City with him to attend the auction. This would greatly increase the safety factor. He just doesn't know if he can make it in time. After all, it's already the 14th of the sunlit moon, and there's only a month and a half until the dark moon. Just as Gauda was pondering, a sudden chill inexplicably rose up his spine, instantly snapping him back to reality. What was going on? With his intermediate level ice protection body, how could he feel cold in this place? The next instant, Gauda quickly realized it wasn't cold, but danger. This was the ninja body's ability to predict impending disaster and suffering with a low probability. Chapter 458 Murder Vine. The last time he felt this chill run down his spine was when he was ambushed by Ryan during the expedition to the Snowfield Guardians headquarters. Would this time be disaster or suffering? It didn't matter. Because there was no essential difference. Gauda's heart pounded in his chest, an instinctive physiological reaction to sensing danger. He knew he had to react promptly to this premonition. Although Gauda didn't know what the impending disaster or suffering would be like, based on his previous experience, there was no doubt that he couldn't stay in this carriage any longer and had to change his course. Without any hesitation, he lifted the curtain, not forgetting to grab the bag of demonic tree seeds, and leaped down from the carriage. The driver hadn't even reacted when he saw Gauda suddenly get out of the carriage. He was about to ask a question, but no sound came out. Because a damp, sweet-smelling smell suddenly filled the air, as if rotting seaweed mixed with the smell of rust. The moment Gauda landed after being freed from the carriage, a strange scraping sound came from the bottom of the carriage, like countless shells rubbing against metal. Then, the wooden planks of the carriage groaned under the weight. On the carriage walls, spiderweb-like white mycelium spread at a visible speed, and wherever it passed, the wood quickly decayed into grayish-white powder. These mycelium, like greedy silver snakes, frantically devoured everything. The white mycelium spread extremely quickly, also enveloping the coachman. The coachman had no chance to struggle, not even to show a look of terror, and was instantly drained of his blood. As his blood was drained, his skin quickly withered and wrinkled, his muscles atrophied, and in an instant, he became a desiccated corpse. The horse beside him neighed in terror, its hooves thrashing wildly, but to no avail. Several black vines emerged, coiling around the horse's body like snakes. The horse's neighing instantly weakened, quickly withered, and finally collapsed to the ground, leaving only a wrinkled skin. Gauda looked more closely and saw many vines sprouting from the cracks in the floor where the carriage had been. These vines, dripping with viscous sap, writhed and thrashed like venomous snakes. Killer Vine. Gauda's pupils constricted as he recognized the monster's origin. Killer Vine is a carnivorous plant, or perhaps a lealine creature? Its true form is a plant, extremely dangerous, growing stronger by binding and absorbing nutrients from living beings. They are not native to the magic-based plane, but rather originate from the lealine plane. While killer vines can kill, they lack intelligence and reason, violently lashing out at any passing creature, regardless of its size, whether it notices them, or whether it poses a fatal threat. Therefore, they are more like plants than living beings. However, there is no strict definition for its classification. Calling it a plant or a lealine creature is reasonable. A mature killer vine includes a main vine and many branches. These branches are covered with clusters of spiky tentacles, each tipped with a sucker-like mouthpart, which it uses to extract nutrients from living organisms. After absorbing enough nutrients, the killer vine will produce small berries resembling wild strawberries, but these berries are unpalatable and bitter. However, some theories suggest that the taste of the berries depends on the type of nutrients the killer vine absorbs, with the most ferocious vines rumored to produce the most delicious fruit. Various pieces of information about the killer vine flashed through Gouda's mind in an instant. Of course, his thinking speed was extremely fast, so there wasn't even a moment's delay. The next moment, the thick vine of the killer vine shot towards Gouda like an arrow. The vine whistled through the air, its purple sap spraying onto the ground, corroding the stone slab with charred marks. The killer vine's rank is not fixed, mainly depending on its age and the amount of nutrients it absorbs during its growth, ranging from the weakest first rank to the fourth rank. The moment he stepped out of the carriage, Gouda activated his Mandora's Eye. Using Insight, he precisely judged the movement speed of the suddenly appearing killer vine and made a preliminary conclusion about its rank based on that speed. It was definitely above rank 2, reaching rank 3. As for its specific stage, early, middle, or late, the Mandora's Eye couldn't make an accurate analysis yet. More information was needed to build a more precise data model. Gouda, who had just entered the second ring of rank 3 killer vines, dared not be negligent in the slightest. In fact, even without the Mandora's Eye, he had already raised his vigilance to the highest level. The ability to trigger the ninja body's disaster and pain prediction function meant this killer vine couldn't be just rank 2. Gouda's thoughts raced. Ripples appeared faintly around him, and after a pause equivalent to drawing a sword, the chilling north wind appeared in Gouda's hand. Equipment sharing. For a second ring mage, the only way to survive, or even turn the tables, against a third-tier killer vine, at least under the current circumstances, is to rely on superior-tier external objects and methods. The only superior-tier items he currently possesses, besides the combination of the Storm Soul's possession and key manipulation techniques, are the true ice magic weapon, North Wind. This once 7th-tier extraordinary equipment, even though its power has weakened over time, still possesses power above the 4th tier and the physical form of a 7th tier extraordinary weapon. Against the attacks of a 3rd tier Leeline creature, his defensive spells would shatter like glass. Therefore, there is only one method: offense. Head-on confrontation. While the killer vine is powerful, it has a fatal weakness. It lacks intelligence and only instinctively lashes out at surrounding creatures, regardless of whether they pose a fatal threat. Any normal creature would know to avoid the penetrating chill of North Wind. But the killer vine does not. Its thick vines charge straight forward. Gouda didn't hold back either. A powerful surge of magic emanated from his right hand, which gripped the sword, flowing through his palm onto the North Wind blade, causing its azure edge to flash with magical light. He activated the spell, Heavy Blade Plus. With the spell's enhancement, the momentum and density of North Wind were amplified. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the sound of the vines was like a high-pitched bowstring being plucked. Gouda, however, simply shifted his body slightly at the perfect moment, dodging the vine's thrust. For the killing vine, the vines were its hands, exceptionally agile. So normally, dodging was useless. It would immediately return to continue its coiling attack. After all, it was a hand, not an arrow. But in that instant of shifting his body, a swordlight had already transformed into a straight line, slicing diagonally down. The blade made direct contact with the killing vine's resilient vines. It didn't sever them directly. But Gouda remained completely calm. The power of North Wind lies not on the sharpness of its blade, but in its ice. As a true ice magic weapon, besides its inherent level 7 sturdiness, it also possesses level 4 freezing damage and level 5 cold effects. At the first ring, Gouda couldn't unleash much of North Wind's power. Now, as a second ring mage, with his mana quality further enhanced, he can finally let North Wind show its initial brilliance. For the first time, Gouda felt incredibly powerful. He recklessly poured his mana into North Wind. The 61 patterns on the emerald mana crystal began to fade rapidly. The power of this sword strike even exceeded Gouda's own imagination. Crack! The purple sap on the vine's surface was instantly frozen into sharp ice cones, and countless tiny ice cracks spread wildly from the point of contact, extending towards the killer vine's body. The killer vine's resilience was beyond imagination. Even with the blade piercing its body and releasing extreme cold, it still writhed wildly with its powerful vitality, attempting to shred the blade. However, North Wind, as a former 7th tier extraordinary equipment, possessed a level 7 fortification effect. What is level 7 fortification? It means that only spells of 7th ring power or higher could damage North Wind. The mere killer vine naturally lacked this ability. The ice layer continued to spread rapidly, but during this process, Gauda felt a noticeable but not particularly strong resistance. Forced by this resistance, North Wind suddenly emitted a powerful suction force, drawing 30% of the mana from his jade crystal in one go, instantly dimming nearly 20 patterns. In return, a wisp of azure swordlight shone on the North Wind blade. Crack, 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 crack. The resistance was instantly dissipated. The ice layer began to grow wildly at a visible speed, freezing the air in its path. The thorns on the vines froze into crystals, and the purple sap from the sucker-like mouthparts turned into icicles. In the blink of an eye, the ice layer had already extended to the main trunk of the killer vine, and then rapidly spread along the trunk to the entire vine. At the right moment, under the effect of the long-activated Mandora's Eye of Insight, a complete model had been established by observing the energy flow of the killer vine's recent confrontation with the North Wind, and a precise result was fed back to Gauda. Early Stage 3, this was the stage of the killer vine before him. Among plants like the killer vine, this stage was neither high nor low, but for Gauda, it should actually be considered something that could kill him. But that was only should be. On the completely frozen surface of the killer vine, ice crystals continued to spread like a spider web, and those vines that had once swung wildly were now translucent ice sculptures. The entire killer vine emitted a crack sound as if countless mirrors were shattering simultaneously. On the main trunk, fine cracks began to appear in the ice layer, trapping the purple sap within and forming eerie ice patterns. Suddenly, the fine crack spread rapidly, and at the same time, a huge crack appeared in the ice layer on the main trunk of the killer vine, extending from the bottom to the top, causing the entire killer vine to shake violently. With a loud bang, the killer vine ice sculpture shattered completely, countless ice shards mixed with fragments of purple sap flying in all directions, like ice blades, carving deep marks on the ground. Fortunately, the buildings on both sides of the street seemed to have been severely damaged by the whirlwind and had not yet been repaired, so there was no one around and no one was injured. Gauda saw a new entry for Killer Vine in Feng Lingyu Ying's origin column, and then slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, his tense heart relaxing slightly. But only slightly. He was currently in Auckland City, and in a place like this, how could a Killer Vine, which had no intelligence, was difficult to move, and had no ability to hide, appear out of nowhere? Without a doubt, it was definitely man-made, with a mastermind behind it all. Since there was a mastermind, eliminating the Killer Vine didn't mean the matter was over. The mastermind might have a backup plan, and while his sword strike just now appeared incredibly powerful, it also consumed an astonishing amount of energy, draining half of the mana stored in his magic crystal. Danger could reappear at any moment, and with less than half his mana remaining, Gauda felt extremely insecure. He warily scanned his surroundings, wary of any lurking dangers. Ultimately, everything remained calm, and no further incidents occurred. Perhaps the mastermind's methods were limited to this, or perhaps the mastermind believed that taking down Gauda with a third-tier Killer Vine was a sure thing and hadn't prepared any backup plans. In any case, after a brief moment of calm, figures flashed across the street. Using the far-sightedness of Mandora's Eye, Gauda recognized them as the guardian mages of Auckland City. They had noticed the commotion and were already on their way. Seeing this, Gauda's thoughts stirred slightly, and ripples spread again. The next moment, the northern wind in his hand had disappeared. What's going on? There were 7 guard mages who rushed over, forming a squad. Although the leader's mage level was unclear, according to convention, he should be a third circle mage. As soon as the leading mage arrived at the scene, seeing Gauda in his warrant officer C sentinel uniform and the messy scene, he was slightly startled and asked in an extremely polite tone, "I am Gauda. I was invited to attend tomorrow's Auckland Honorary Mage title conferment ceremony. I don't know what happened, but I was attacked by a killing vine on the way." Gauda pointed to the killing vine corpse broken into pieces and briefly explained the whole story. "You saw it too, that's it. Speaking of which, how could such a dangerous plant appear in the city of Auckland?" he asked knowingly. "It shouldn't be like this." Upon hearing Gauda's identity and learning the details of the incident, the leading mage's face darkened. Gauda, who was about to be conferred the title of Honorary Mage, was attacked by killing vines within the city. This was a serious incident. The appearance of the killing vines was most likely man-made, the leading mage said, not giving a definitive answer, and bowed to Gauda, saying, "Mage Gauda, I'm sorry to have startled you. We will report the situation immediately and give you an answer as soon as possible." Gauda didn't make things difficult for them. "Then I'll trouble you. These evidence may need to be left to us for now, the leading mage said, pointing to the fragmented remains of the killing vines. No problem. After receiving a positive reply, the leading mage led his men to clean up the scene. Could you send someone to the Leon family to explain the situation? Gata added. He was fine, but the coachman and the horse containing the bloodline of a ley line creature were dead, so he definitely needed to explain the situation to Adrian. The guard mages readily agreed and quickly sent someone to inform their colleagues. Soon, more than a dozen guard mages arrived and began to deal with the scene. Seeing he couldn't intervene, Gata took his leave. His mood was somewhat heavy. He was certain the killing vine attack was no accident, but a meticulously planned one. The fact that the attackers used a third-tier killing vine right off the bat demonstrated the meticulousness of their methods and tactics. Killing vine has no intelligence, so there was no possibility of them exposing the mastermind, but a third-tier killing vine, even without intelligence, would have been an easy task to kill him, who had just advanced to the second ring. It was a near-perfect method. Although he ultimately managed to thwart the attack without serious injury, the mastermind remained, and they could strike again. This time, the third-tier killing vine failed. Next time, they would definitely use even more ruthless methods. There's no such thing as guarding against a thief for 1,000 days. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 459, The Art of Prophecy. Who is the mastermind behind this? This was the question Gauda had been pondering since the attack. To be honest, after carefully reviewing his experiences since arriving in the Plantagenet dynasty, he realized there wasn't anyone he truly hated. The nobles in Lagos City, because of the water beast incident, certainly disliked him and had a grudge against him, and would definitely seize any opportunity to trip him up. But to go to such lengths and risk so much, crossing cities just to take his life, seemed excessive. The Burns family also had a grudge against him, but it didn't warrant this level of hostility either. Of course, some things are beyond reason. Because human nature often cannot be measured by common sense. Soon, Gauda stopped thinking about it. Often, attacks aren't driven by hatred, but rather by conflicting interests. Whether it was his performance as a sea sentinel or the title of Honorary Mage of Auckland that he was about to obtain, it was possible that he had unwittingly created a significant conflict of interest with certain people. This conflict led them to take risks. And in reality, it was very likely that he and the mastermind behind this were complete strangers. Therefore, it's difficult to arrive at the answer simply by guessing the mastermind from one's own social circle. The only thing to do now is to see if the mages in Auckland can make any progress in their tracking. Also, from now on, they need to be more careful about concealing their movements. The Sea Sentinel uniform has been too effective in Byrne County, so most of the time when out on missions, God wears it casually to avoid unnecessary trouble. He might not be able to do that anymore. He'll have to be more discreet, like the protagonist in a traditional novel, wearing fine clothes in the dark. Although he had just experienced a dangerous attack, and danger still lingered, God quickly calmed himself down. The fact that the attacker chose the killing vine and launched the attack on an empty street indicated that the mastermind still had many concerns and wasn't completely insane. At least in the height of the storm following the failed attack, it was unlikely they would strike again. Especially not in the bustling city of Auckland. Therefore, God decided to remain calm. He first booked a standard suite at a hotel in the most bustling area of downtown Auckland, carefully storing the magic tree seed Adrian had given him. Thanks to the omen of ninja body, he had ample time to react, preventing the seed from being harmed. Then, he went to a nearby magic supply shop. He hadn't collected all the materials needed for the 2-second circle spell potions, Calm Mind, and Bear's Resilience, in Dorne. Now that he was in Auckland, he naturally wanted to gather them. Dorne was the most prosperous city in Byrne County. However, magic supplies were highly regional, not just determined by the city's prosperity. For example, many ice elemental materials were nowhere to be found in the bustling city of Dorne, but were commonplace in the less developed Phoenix. This time, things went exceptionally smoothly. After visiting 5 or 6 magic supply shops, he had collected all the materials he needed. Aside from having to buy materials at the marked price in large magical material shops, in smaller shops, Gauda still used Perceive Emotion Plus to to bargain, saving him dozens of goldfinch coins. The final cost was less than 300 goldfinch coins. This immediately eased Gauda's slightly depressed mood caused by the killer vine attack. Returning to the inn with the purchased materials, he brewed 2 spell potions in one batch and began his daily training in spell model construction. He believed that true strength came from within. Rather than hoping Auckland would quickly find the mastermind, he felt that improving his own strength was a more prudent approach. In the conference room in the center of Auckland, the atmosphere was solemn. Seated at the head of the table was Count Roland, the Lord of Auckland. He looked at everyone present and slowly began, Master Geode, who came to participate in tomorrow's honorary mage title conferment ceremony, was attacked today within our Auckland city limits by a level 3 early stage killing vine, a level 3 early stage killing vine, within the city limits. Theodore, the Auckland chief mage who shared the same name as Lieutenant Colonel Grayland's son, suddenly raised his head, his eyes narrowing. Who dares to be so audacious? One of the chief mage's major duties was to guard Auckland. The appearance of such a ferocious creature within the city limits was a provocation. With his knowledge, he could instantly tell that this was no accident. The killing vine couldn't have infiltrated Auckland city limits silently, it could only have been placed there intentionally. We can't know for now. The killing vine has no intelligence. Even if it were still alive, let alone completely dead, we couldn't glean much information from it, Earl Roland said. And Master Geode, how is he now? Is his injury serious? Chief Theodore frowned, pressing for an answer. It's not serious, Earl Roland shrugged. To be honest, he was genuinely shocked by his subordinate's report, and even after some time, he still found it too exaggerated. Because he wasn't injured at all. By the time our guardian mages arrived, the killing vine had already been killed by Mage Geode. Killed by Mage Geode? That's a level 3 early stage killing vine. Are you sure? Chief Theodore naturally knew Geode's past achievements, who was about to become an honorary mage of Auckland. He knew that Geode's combat power was astonishing, having already defeated a level 2 mage when he was a first-ring mage. He also knew that Geode had successfully advanced to the second ring at the age of 16 half a month ago. But this was a level 3 killing vine. His question was both to confirm whether the killing vine was killed by Geode and to confirm whether the killing vine was truly level 3. Yes, I'm sure we couldn't possibly be wrong about the level of this killing vine, Earl Roland affirmed. At this moment, not only Chief Theodore, but everyone present exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with astonishment. They were all prominent figures in Auckland, all with high-level mages and immense self-confidence, considering themselves among the best of their rank. Yet, upon entering the second ring, they slew a killing vine at the early 3rd tier. Who among them dared claim they could achieve such a feat at their current mage level? Was this the youngest warrant officer mage in the history of the Sea Sentinels? Many initially thought the title was unremarkable. Gauda's acquisition of this title was primarily due to the remarkable effectiveness of his phantom spirit during the expedition to the second dimension. However, this wasn't based on his actual strength, nor was it evident. It was simply that his phantom spirit was exceptionally strange, and the circumstances at the time were unfortunate, making it somewhat of a stroke of luck. Furthermore, the title of warrant officer wasn't particularly high or low. Youngest in history sounded impressive, but for these important figures, the qualifier warrant officer significantly diminished their prestige. It was like the emergence of the strongest middle school student in basketball history. This title was incredibly intimidating to middle school and even high school students of the same grade, but for professional basketball players, it was nothing to worry about. They were simply not in the same league. However, now that they knew Gauda's latest record, they dared not underestimate him anymore. The killer vine indeed lacked intelligence, making it one of the weakest of the 3rd-tier creatures. But even weak, it was still a 3rd-tier creature. Gauda, on the other hand, was a rookie second-ring mage who had only been promoted for less than a month. With such a huge level difference, how did Gauda manage to turn the tables? Moreover, according to the guarding mage, Gauda didn't even have any injuries. Not just a victory, but a complete victory? How can his combat power be so strong? Someone in the audience finally couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, a mixture of question and praise. According to the guardian mage, the killing vine died from the extreme cold damage. That extreme cold is beyond the capabilities of second circle magic. It must be a result of his specialization when he advanced to second circle. Earl Roland made the most reasonable judgment, then shifted the focus. The point now isn't to marvel at Mage Geode's achievements, but to figure out how to find the mastermind behind the killing vine attack, ambushing Mage Geode, whom I personally invited, in Auckland is a serious overstepping of boundaries and a provocation against our government. If we don't find the mastermind and give Mage Geode an explanation as soon as possible, what will become of Auckland's reputation? Earl Rowland's expression was serious, emphasizing that this matter was not just about Geode, but about the reputation of the entire city of Auckland. But it's a killing vine. There's no way to get any information from it. The person behind it must have known this before using the killing vine to attack, a mage said helplessly. The others nodded in agreement. Compared to other Leeline creatures of the same level, the killer vine has almost no advantages. Its combat strength is at the bottom of its level, and it cannot distinguish friend from foe, mindlessly attacking any creature within its range. It also lacks combat intelligence and will not flee even if it succeeds. However, its lack of intelligence ensures that it will never reveal information about the mastermind behind the scenes. Therefore, finding the real culprit is extremely difficult. The only way is to rely on the prophecy spell. Chief Theodore pondered for a moment before slowly offering his opinion. Prophecy, that's a good idea, but it seems that no one among our Auckland mages knows this spell. Earl Rowland's expression brightened slightly upon hearing this, then he thought of this matter. Although prophecy is only a fourth circle spell, it is an extremely rare spell. More importantly, one of the main ingredients required for its potion is even rarer than its spell recipe. The difficulty of constructing its spell model is also among the highest of fourth circle spells. These factors combined result in very few people mastering the prophecy spell. I know a mage who possesses the art of divination. I'll try to see if I can ask him for help, Chief Theodore said slowly. He had clearly prepared for this suggestion. Then I'll trouble you, Mage Theodore, Earl Rowland quickly replied. Goddard, of course, was unaware that Auckland would take his attack so seriously, holding such a high-level discussion. He had already temporarily put the attack behind him, focusing on his own affairs. The night passed quickly, and the day of the title conferment ceremony arrived. After washing up and putting on his crisp Sea Sentinel warrant officer uniform, he had breakfast at the inn. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Auckland officials who had been waiting for him. Mage Goddard, we are sent by Earl Rowland to take you to the title conferment ceremony. Please follow me. The carriage is waiting. The leading official stepped forward, his slicked back hair and silver chain badge bearing the Auckland emblem. Looking up, Goddard saw a three-horse carriage adorned with a gold leaf parked on the road. The ceremony for bestowing the title of Honorary Mage of Auckland was of extremely high caliber. A week earlier, Earl Rowland had already issued a proclamation, informing the entire city of Goddard's name and achievements, which were posted in the City Hall Square and at the entrance of the City Hall. A messenger was dispatched to ring the bell and read the proclamation. The main venue for the title conferment ceremony was chosen in the City Hall Square. The City Hall Square could accommodate 4,000 to 5,000 spectators. Goddard himself was reluctant to be so ostentatious and to appear in front of so many people. However, Auckland had just been hit by Cyclone Mage, suffering heavy losses, and the death toll in nearby villages and towns was also extremely high, leaving people somewhat uneasy. Under these circumstances, holding a grand title conferment ceremony for Goddard, who had performed outstandingly in disaster relief and expeditions to the secondary plane, was a good way to boost morale, and naturally, it had to be a grand affair. This is a common practice. Just like in Goddard's previous life, when a major disaster occurred, the authorities would publicly commemorate the heroes who distinguished themselves or made sacrifices, bestowing upon them extremely high honors. The ones who needed this honor most were not the heroes themselves, but the authorities. The sudden emergence of heroes always brought immense encouragement to the people during a disaster. Goddard understood this, and therefore cooperated fully. After confirming that the title conferment ceremony would be held today, and that Goddard would attend to receive the title, the personnel in Auckland had already begun preparations. The venue decorations were extremely formal. The city square had been transformed into a sea of red and gold. Red velvet carpets were laid from the steps to the platform, and the fountains at the edge of the square no longer sprayed plain water today, but rather mixed with blessed potions. The list of invitees was also filled with dignitaries. Besides the confirmed attendance of Earl Rowland, the city lord, and Theodore, the chief mage of Auckland. Many hereditary nobles and archmages from the Auckland region had received gold-embossed invitations 3 days prior. In addition, all Auckland residents are welcome to attend the ceremony. Of course, Space is limited, so it's first come, first served. Those who arrive later will not get a seat and will not be able to see anything. Chapter 460 The Final Reward. The clock tower beside the City Hall Square had already begun to chime. The sound was melodious and solemn, unlike the usual rhythmic chimes of the morning, proclaiming the special significance of this day. A crowd had already gathered in the square. The front row was reserved for nobles, while a separate area behind them belonged to the commoners. On the east side of the City Hall Square, a ceremonial guard of honor, dressed in black velvet uniforms trimmed with silver, stood in neat rows. They carried flags embroidered with the coat of arms of Auckland, which fluttered in the breeze. At the head of the procession were 6 men in brocade robes embroidered with dancing musical notes. Each held an ivory horn. The lead man raised his hand, and a subtle magical fluctuation began to flow, ripples spreading through the air. The 6 men together pressed the horns to their lips. Instantly, a melodious and stern tune burst forth from the horns. Wherever the sound waves passed, the commoners present felt a surge of heat rise in their hearts, their spirits lifted, as if they had taken some kind of stimulant. Of course, the power of music itself was not so strong. These people weren't chasing after celebrities. The main reason was that this wasn't just simple music, it contained the power of magic, motivation boost. These ordinary people, naturally, couldn't escape the spell, and under its buff, their emotions soared. The carriage carrying Gauda had already arrived at the entrance to the city square. On each side of the carriage stood 4 attendants in red uniforms, wielding silver halberds whose tips gleamed faintly, neatly arranged around the carriage to protect Gauda, who was about to be conferred his title. The 6 men in the magic band were still playing their carefully arranged music. The stirring melody transformed into tangible sound waves that spread in all directions. As the music reached its climax, the accompanying ceremonial officer guided Gauda down from the carriage. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he slowly stepped onto the aisle covered with a red velvet carpet. Along both sides of the passage stood 2 rows of young girls dressed in white cotton dresses, wearing flower wreaths and white ribbons symbolizing the purity of spring in their hair. Following Gauda's footsteps, they gently scattered flower petals from silver trays onto the red velvet carpet. At the end of the passage was a high platform. On the platform, Earl Roland, dressed in a jewel-encrusted robe, stood shoulder to shoulder with the chief mage, Theodore. They were presiding over the title conferment ceremony. It could be said that neither the scale nor the formality of the ceremony was perfunctory, it truly promoted Gauda as a hero of Auckland. As Gauda stepped onto the steps, light and shadow began to appear above the platform. This was a special mage using magic to depict the various thrilling scenes during the conquest of the Wind Elemental secondary plane. These included the expansion of the Wind Network, the ferocious appearance of the Wind Elemental Dragon, magic crystal cannons soaring into the sky, numerous high-level mages attacking the Wind Network simultaneously, Wind Elemental creatures swarming out, tornadoes filing the sky, seawater overflowing, warships capsizing, and other perilous scenes. As the light and shadow shifted, the audience gasped involuntarily, completely captivated. The final scene showed Gauda appearing. A phantom spirit flashing from his body and suddenly rushing towards the Wind Dragon in the Wind Network. Of course, the actual scene was not like this, rather, the Storm Soul, like a thief, snipped into the secondary plane while the higher ring mage was confronting the Wind Elemental Dragon. But, for promotion, a moderate amount of embellishment is important. Those who know. When Gauda fully ascended the platform, the scene stopped changing, froze, and displayed a huge full-body portrait of Gauda. Earl Roland accepted the parchment scroll from the Master of Ceremonies, cleared his throat, and read the citation into the specially designed amplified alchemical machine. Gentlemen, today we gather in this solemn place to honor a hero who, with fearless courage and extraordinary wisdom, turned the tide of battle. In the darkest hour of the battle, at the critical moment, the Mage Geode displayed extraordinary courage and self-sacrifice, painfully offering his own phantom spirit. The light of victory shines upon the sea. The disaster has brought immense damage to Auckland, but the shadow of destruction has dissipated, and our homes have been protected. Auckland will soon rise from its wounds and become stronger. The selfless dedication and courageous decision made by the Mage Geode in this disaster will forever be engraved in Auckland's Hall of Honor. In the name of all the citizens of Auckland, we hereby confer upon Mr. Geode the title of Honorary Mage, granting him the privileges of nobility. May this title bear witness to his heroic deeds. Count Roland's voice, transmitted through the alchemical device, reverberated throughout every corner of the city square. As his last words fell, the mages, already prepared, moved their hands rapidly, magical fluctuations surging forth. The next moment, blinding beams of light shot into the sky, then exploded outwards, transforming into multicolored orbs of light. Red like burning flames, blue like the deep ocean, green like a vibrant jungle, orange like the dawn's first rays. The orbs trailed bright trails, streaking across the sky like shooting stars before slowly dissipating, the entire process lasting several seconds. Fireworks spell. Meanwhile, the mage musicians, carrying horns, played a new, cheerful march. A meticulously dressed ceremonial officer ascended the platform, carrying an exquisite box. Count Roland opened the box and took out a pure gold medal, its center inlaid with a sapphire. In the mage realm, all gems are extraordinary. They possess exceptional magical conductivity for different elements, far surpassing mere ornamental objects in value. This particular sapphire, flawlessly blue, testifies to its exceptional purity. Cut using the classic rose cut, it is surrounded by a layer of gilded patterns, exquisitely beautiful. Most importantly, a layer of magical runes is engraved on its surface. Gauda recognized it at a glance as a high-level composite magic storage rune, its primary function being the storage of magical energy. Count Roland personally pinned the medal to Gauda's chest. A salvo of cannon fire erupted. Simultaneously, petals rained down like a waterfall. The entire plaza was instantly filled with enthusiastic cheers. Master Gauda, this Medal of Honor was crafted using a third-tier aquamarine and handcrafted by Auckland's top alchemist. It utilizes his renowned and masterful tidal circuit technique. Capable of holding the full mana equivalent to a late-stage second ring mage at their peak, when you face mana depletion, simply recite the incantation to activate the Medal of Honor. The tidal power will then surge like receding waves, rapidly replenishing your mana crystal. However, the mana within will only last a month before it begins to deplete, requiring you to replenish it frequently, Earl Roland explained softly to Gauda. In short, it's essentially a rapid mana regeneration item. That is to say, it's both a medal representing the title of Auckland's honorary mage and an extraordinary accessory. The mana regeneration technique is an extremely profound area of alchemy. Many study it, but very few achieve mastery, and even fewer excel at it. Because the realm of energy, whether in the supernatural or technological worlds, is cutting-edge technology. The flow and storage of energy inevitably involves significant losses, and overcoming or minimizing these losses is undoubtedly extremely difficult. For example, even using third-tier mana-conducting materials and a top-tier alchemist, this third-tier honor badge can only restore mana to a second circle mage. And this is already considered a significant achievement. If an alchemist less skilled in this art were to replace the core material, aquamarine, with a third-tier material with weaker mana-conducting properties, the same third-tier supernatural accessory would likely only be able to store the mana of a mid-second circle mage. With the cannon salutes ending, the public aspect of the title conferment ceremony concluded. The citizens gathered in the city square began to leave one after another. But for Gauda, the real title conferment ceremony was just beginning. After the ceremony, the commoners dispersed and returned home, while the nobles also left in their palanquins, not to go home, but to attend a second ceremony. The protagonist was still God, who had just been conferred the title of Honorary Mage of Auckland. However, the venue had been moved from the City Hall Square to a manor owned by Earl Roland. The manor gates were open. Laurel branches, symbols of honor, were entwined around the gilded door knockers. A gift from the Windsorting family, a jar of azure cloud mist weighing 1 pound, presented by Azalian Windsorting. In the hall, as the master of ceremonies' resounding voice rang out, a noble woman in a light blue silk dress stepped forward and gracefully curtsied to God. A servant behind her carried an exquisite silver jar. Having met and dined together just yesterday, God was quite familiar with Azalian Windsorting and returned the courtesy. Jade Pool Cloud Mist is a precious tea from the Central Plains continent, said to grow in a magically rich, mist-shrouded jade pool. The mist nourishes the tea trees, causing them to sprout the most tender buds. The tea leaves are curled and covered in fine hairs, their surface shimmering with a soft halo, as if enveloped in mist. When brewed, the tea soup is a clear, emerald green, like pool water, exuding a fresh mountain aroma and a faint medicinal fragrance, with an excellent taste. However, these are secondary. The true value of Jade Pool Cloud Mist lies in its ability to temporarily enhance the drinker's mental strength, clearing their mind and improving a mage's cultivation efficiency and the success rate of spell model construction. According to the classification of the Nolan continent, Jade Pool Cloud Mist belongs to the 3rd-tier magical plant category. However, in the Central Plains continent, it is more commonly called Spirit Tea. The moon is always brighter abroad. This saying applies to both worlds. To highlight the rarity of Jade Pool Cloud Mist and increase its value, merchants have adopted the name Spirit Tea, thus making it a 3rd-tier Spirit Tea. Although they were somewhat acquainted, the two didn't reminisce. After presenting their gifts, Isalia and Winsorton stepped aside. There were many others queuing to give gifts. A gift from the Beaumont family, 10 Tier 3 shining fluorites, presented by Eleanor Beaumont. Another young woman with pearl hair ornament stepped forward. Behind her, a servant carried a velvet cushion upon which 10 fist-sized minerals were neatly arranged, their surfaces shimmering with a soft, pale purple light, like fireflies gathered together. A gift from the Lockwood family, 5 bottles of oak potion, presented by Lucius Lockwood. A young man dressed in dark gray robes stepped forward, followed by a servant carrying an oak box. He waved his hand, and the servants opened the box, revealing 5 clear glass vials filled with a pale blue liquid. Oak potion, a Tier 3 healing potion, can be used both externally and internally. Compared to the healing spell, which only treats external injuries, oak potion has a much wider range of healing capabilities, showing significant healing effects on various elemental damage caused by spells. A gift from the Peveril family, a pair of Tier 3 mermaid tears. God watched as one noble family after another presented their gifts in the hall. The Master of Ceremonies, arranged by Earl Rowland, called out the names of the gift givers and their presents to ensure that this outsider wouldn't be unaware of the value of the gifts or the origins of the givers. All the gift givers were young masters and ladies of noble families, as God was ultimately too young, his mage level insufficient, making him a junior. As the saying goes, when kings meet kings, it's most appropriate and polite to send someone of similar age to deliver the gifts. All the gifts, from ores to magical plants to magical potions, were basically at the Tier 3 level. The gifts themselves were quite valuable, even somewhat excessive. After all, it was just a congratulatory gift, not a request for Gouda to do anything. In fact, the reason Gouda received such a high-level congratulatory gift was thanks to his attack yesterday. Originally, the gifts prepared by the various nobles were only 2nd-tier items, just a token gesture. Gouda was called an honorary mage, but he was still just a junior mage, and from humble beginnings with no background, so it wasn't worth their spending. However, after yesterday's attack on the Killing Vine, these nobles, with their influence in Auckland, quickly received the relevant details. A 16-year-old second circle mage was already a top-tier mage talent that couldn't be underestimated, yet he also possessed the heaven-defying ability to kill a 3rd-tier Killing Vine. His talent was already heaven-defying, his combat power was even more heaven-defying, and he had no background. If they didn't befriend such a mage now, when would they? Therefore, almost all the nobles, upon learning this news, immediately changed their congratulatory gifts, raising the level a notch, which resulted in today's grand occasion where the gifts were mostly 3rd-tier treasures. A gift from the Leon family, 1 3rd-tier magic tree seed, Starmus Oak, presented by Adrian Leon. Adrian strode forward. The Leon family was naturally indispensable at such an occasion. He had indeed given God a gift yesterday, a bag of low-tier magic tree seeds, perfectly suited to God's tastes. However, that gift was merely Adrian's personal offering, a token of gratitude for God's help when the ship capsized. Today's gift, however, represented the Leon family, and the meaning was entirely different. But what they shared was that both were catering to the recipient's preferences. After yesterday, Adrian was certain that, though he didn't know why, God had an extreme fondness for magic tree seeds. So, when his father wanted to elevate the gift's level, he decisively suggested a magic tree seed. Sure enough, he noticed God's eyes light up immediately upon hearing Starmus Oak. Chapter 461 The Staff and the Manor. Starmus Oak, as a 3rd-tier magical tree, differs from fruit-bearing magical trees in that it doesn't produce any fruits with extraordinary effects. Its extraordinary nature lies in the trunk's exceptional magical conductivity, making it a superior material, extremely suitable for crafting staves. The Starmus Oak stave is a relatively well-known staff among 3rd-tier staves, highly suitable for mages practicing nature-based magic. Staffs are standard magical weapons for traditional spellcasting mages. They can concentrate and amplify the caster's magical power to a certain extent. For example, the most famous third-tier staff, the Fireblast staff, is so famous because it can synergize with a classic third-tier evocation spell, Fireball, significantly increasing the explosion range and damage of the fireball. Thanks to the formidable reputation of Fireball, and its unshakable position among third-circle spells, the Fireblast staff has become a long-standing classic third-tier staff. Furthermore, staves often simplify the casting process, improving spell success rate, stability, and hit rate. During spellcasting, the flow of mana needs to remain stable. The slightest carelessness or interference can lead to spellcasting failure. This is why Gauda highly values the spellcaster's body. The spellcaster's body grants him the ability to focus intently on spellcasting, an ability requiring long-term training and a certain talent to cultivate, which he essentially acquired for free. The staff, on the other hand, helps the caster better guide mana, acting as a stabilizer for its flow, making spellcasting more stable. Furthermore, after mastering the use of a staff, it becomes somewhat like an archer's bow, with spells as arrows, allowing for more accurate and farther shots. Finally, after acquiring a staff, a mage can select a certain number of spells from their spell library and store them within it. At crucial moments, a simple wave of the staff can quickly unleash the corresponding spell, essentially acting as a strategic spell reserve. The number and level of spells that can be stored depend on the quality of the staff. Because of these extremely practical functions, the staff has continuously evolved, gradually achieving its current status. However, the crafting of staves is extremely demanding. Stave forging is a cutting-edge technique within the field of alchemy, requiring alchemists to be proficient in various processes such as alchemical materials science and magic storage. Furthermore, advanced craftsmanship often requires high-end materials to support it, so most staves start at Tier 3. Tier 3 staves are usable by first-ring mages, but the question is, can they afford them? Most cannot. This is why, despite staves being standard magical weapons, mages were rarely seen wielding them before. However, from the second ring onwards, more mages wielding staves gradually increase. For a first-ring mage to jump 2 ranks to buy a Tier 3 stave is both unaffordable and a waste of their talent. But for second-ring mages, a Tier 3 magical weapon is something that well-off mages can afford if they grit their teeth and save for decades. Moreover, nowadays, at least many gold shops within the Golden Flower Dynasty offer stave loans. The so-called staff loan, as the name suggests, is a loan provided to mages specifically for purchasing staves. Of course, the term loan doesn't exist here. They call this pledge. Mortgaging magical items, precious materials, or even future magical services to borrow funds specifically for purchasing a stave. Given all this, Starmus oak, as the raw material for staves, is naturally extremely valuable. Correspondingly, valuable trees are often difficult to cultivate, but for God, or rather, for Flora, this has never been a problem. At Adrian Leon's signal, the servant behind him stepped forward and opened a sandalwood box inlaid with silver vine patterns in front of God. With a click, the gilded clasp popped open, and the velvet lining inside slowly rose, revealing the treasures within. In a palm-sized crystal glass bottle was a small handful of deep purple special soil, its surface covered with fine silver mycelium. In the center of the soil, a fist-sized tree seed lay quietly. The seed was irregularly oval, covered with a layer of mottled moss, and shimmered with a mother-of-pearl-like silvery purple luster. "Thank you," Gauda said, accepting the gift with great satisfaction. "I'm glad you like it, Mage Gauda," Adrian smiled. By this time, the gift-giving ceremony of the various noble families was almost over. Basically, every respectable noble in Auckland had sent a gift. After all, Gauda might not remember what gifts were given, but he would remember if someone didn't. The nobles weren't short of money, so there was no need to be impolite. According to noble etiquette, after the gift-giving ceremony, the next steps usually involved a banquet and social interaction. However, Gauda was not a local and had no property or assets in Auckland, so there was no need to insist on hosting a banquet. Therefore, after the gifts were presented and everyone offered their congratulations again, Gauda said a few polite words of thanks, and they gradually left, leaving only a table full of gifts. Master Gauda, seeing that most of the guests had left, the Master of Ceremonies, arranged by Earl Roland, stepped forward and took a parchment scroll tied with gold thread from his robes, handing it to Gauda. "This is a congratulatory gift from Earl Roland and Chief Theodore," His tone was respectful. A congratulatory gift? Gauda looked at the parchment scroll, slightly taken aback. The edges of the scroll were slightly yellowed, adorned with delicate gold foil patterns, clearly indicating its age. "It's the deed to this estate," the Master of Ceremonies explained, unrolling the scroll and showing Gauda the deed. "The Earl said that you have been granted the title of Honorary Mage of Auckland. Even if you are from Auckland, how can you not own a property there? It's inappropriate to have to stay in a hotel every time you come here." The Master of Ceremonies smiled as he relayed Earl Roland's words. "Therefore, after discussing it with Chief Theodore, he gifted this estate to you as a congratulatory gift." The Master of Ceremonies' tone was calm, but the content was anything but. "This is incredibly generous. Those large estates located in prime locations, with beautiful scenery, complete facilities, and attached large tracts of high-quality farmland or private beaches directly by the sea, each cost over 100,000 gold coins. The estate gifted by Earl Roland is naturally not so extravagant. It's not large, consisting of only a few main residences and outbuildings, as well as a medium-sized garden, and its location is somewhat remote. But it is still an estate, and not far from the sea. Standing at the highest point of the estate's buildings, one can see the sea, making it a true seaside estate. Therefore, its value is close to 10,000 gold coins. A congratulatory gift of 10,000 gold coins. Is this the generosity of Earl Roland and Chief Theodore? This is yesterday's update. I was too tired to finish writing and went to sleep. I should update again later. Chapter 462 Roland's Past. Isn't this gift a bit too expensive? Gauda hesitated for a moment, not immediately accepting the land deed. The gifts from other noble families rarely exceeded 1,500 gold coins, so Gauda could accept them without hesitation. However, this manor was clearly too valuable as a gift. There's no such thing as a free lunch. The excessively expensive gift made Gauda hesitate. It seemed Earl Roland had given prior instructions. Facing Gauda's question, the Master of Ceremonies was unsurprised and slowly said, "The Earl means that the attack on Mage Gauda yesterday is most likely related to him. This manor is both a gift and compensation for Mage Gauda, related to the Earl." Gauda frowned, puzzled. "Mage Gauda? The Earl also instructed me to explain the specifics to you properly," the Master of Ceremonies continued. "What is your relationship with Earl Roland?" Earl Roland could entrust such a matter to a Master of Ceremonies. Clearly, this Master of Ceremonies was no ordinary person. "Master Gauda, you can call me Butler Howard. I am the head butler of the Earl's mansion, and I have served the Earl for over 40 years. Butler Howard naturally understood Gauda's doubts and immediately revealed his identity. Upon hearing this, Gauda's suspicions vanished. Butlers, in essence, are somewhat like the chief eunuchs around an emperor. Because they attend to all aspects of their master's daily life, they inevitably know many things about their master. Therefore, they are often the master's confidants, and the master's level of trust in them may even exceed that of their bedmate. "Butler Howard, please speak." Gauda immediately indicated that he was attentive. Butler Howard pondered for a moment, organized his thoughts, and continued, "Master Gauda, you, as an outsider, may not know, but in our Auckland, this matter is known to all the nobles. The Earl is not actually a direct descendant of the family." Upon hearing this, Gauda couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. In the Plantagenet dynasty, or rather, in most countries on the Nolan continent, noble titles are largely hereditary, following primogeniture. This means that the family title, main territories, and property are primarily inherited by the eldest son born to the principal wife. The eldest son not only inherits the title but also controls the core power and resources of the family, ensuring the continuation of the family's status and wealth. Of course, being the eldest son is not simply about being the eldest child. The condition of being born to the principal wife is also extremely important, that is, being of direct blood. If there is no eldest son, some noble families will practice primogeniture, but this is relatively rare and prone to controversy. More often, the title is inherited by a close male relative within the family, such as a second son or nephew. Therefore, in this situation, the fact that the Earl of Roland, who is not of direct blood, ultimately inherits the family title suggests that this short sentence likely contains a dramatic and complex story of love, hate, and intrigue, at least the thickness of the Count of Monte Cristo. That late autumn, the eldest son of the Roland family, and the only direct descendant of the Roland family, young Master Ruau Roland, sailed to the central continent with the family's merchant caravan. No one expected that upon reaching the central continent, the caravan would encounter the Holy Empire's army landing there, Butler Howard said, seemingly recalling the events of that year, a sigh escaping his lips. The entire caravan, along with news of young Master Ruao, vanished without a trace. Everyone believed that young Master Ruao and the caravan had met with misfortune, brutally slaughtered by the Holy Empire's army. The old Earl naturally refused to accept this fact, but at that time, the Holy Empire's army was expanding its territory on the central continent, waging a great war, and the situation was chaotic. The old Earl could only send scattered men across the sea to search for them, but all to no avail. 4 years passed like this. The old Earl was already advanced in years, and this incident further aggravated him. Butler Howard paused here, not stating explicitly, but the meaning was clear. Young Master Rova was the only direct descendant of the Roland family at the time, so before his death, the old Count had no choice but to pass the title to his nephew, Simon Roland, who became the Count. The Count was the most talented person in the family at the time, and his magical talent was also extraordinary, which is why the old Count chose him to inherit the title. After inheriting the title, the Count did not disappoint the old Count's trust. He didn't necessarily make the Roland family stronger, but at least he preserved the family business. What happened next? Gouda asked. Butler Howard couldn't help but sigh. If things had continued like this, it wouldn't have been so bad. But 20 years after the Earl inherited the title, young Master Ruova actually returned. Young Master Ruova did indeed encounter an attack from the Holy Empire's army back then, and he was powerless to resist. However, thanks to the full protection of the family's mages, he managed to escape. At that time, the central continent was engulfed in war and chaos. The original ports were either occupied by the Holy Empire or destroyed in the war. Trade between the Nolan continent and the central continent almost completely ceased. Under these circumstances, he naturally couldn't contact the family alone and could only wander around the central continent, avoiding the war. It wasn't until the Holy Empire's army was stalled and the situation on the central continent gradually stabilized that he found an opportunity to return to the Golden Flower dynasty by ship. But by then, more than 20 years had passed since he disappeared, and everything had changed. After young Master Ruova returned, the first thing he did was to ask the Earl to return the title to him. The Earl was naturally unwilling, so young Master Roland made a huge scene. Because the matter escalated, and given the considerable power of young Master Roland's mother's family, the Earl had no choice but to allocate a significant portion of the family's assets to young Master Roland to appease his discontent. But clearly, the matter won't end there. Gouda nodded silently. Earl Roland inherited his title legitimately from the old Earl, with impeccable procedures and legal compliance. He had also performed admirably after inheriting the title. How could he simply return and relinquish everything? Only a saint could do that. For Roland, the Roland family was rightfully his. He had suffered such misfortune on the central continent, and after much effort, he finally returned to his homeland. Only to find his father deceased and the family belonging to someone else. How could he accept this? Moreover, according to the law, he was the rightful heir to the Roland family. In his eyes, Earl Roland was a thief. To be honest, both sides have their reasons, and it's hard to say who's right and who's wrong. It mainly depends on where you're positioned. Then there's the ongoing power struggle that continues to this day. The Earl has held the title for many years, and logically, young Master Ruova shouldn't be able to fight against the powerful. However, the Earl has his reservations and doesn't want to go too far. While young Master Ruova may not be able to fight against the powerful, he's certainly been secretly sabotaging the Earl in various ways, and he has indeed been doing so consistently. Regarding the attack on Mage, Chief Theodore specifically invited his friend to use prophecy to question the mastermind behind it, all to give you an explanation. Based on the prophecy's response and the Earl's subsequent investigation, the mastermind is most likely connected to young Master Ruova. Chapter 463 Layout and Plan. In a direct confrontation, Rova Roland would certainly be no match for Count Roland. However, Rova Roland harbored resentment, so he frequently annoyed Count Roland. He was certain that as long as he didn't go too far, Count Roland wouldn't openly escalate the conflict. This was the prevailing atmosphere within the Plantagenet dynasty. In an environment that revered classical honor, if Count Roland, as the de facto rightful heir to the Roland family, were treated too harshly, it would inevitably become a pretext for nobles with conflicting interests to attack him. Rova Roland skillfully maintained this balance, hovering just short of the mark, always managing to make Count Roland uncomfortable without risking his reputation to harm him. Essentially, he was picking on the weak. And Gouda became that weak target for Rover Roland. On the surface, there seemed to be nothing wrong. Gouda was, after all, just a grassroots mage. Even if the killing vine had killed him, no powerful family would have stood up for him. Yet, he had been personally invited by Earl Roland to attend the title conferment ceremony. To die the day before the ceremony would be a huge blow to Earl Roland's reputation, enough to humiliate him. But Gouda fell into deep thought. Was this Earl Roland's intelligence lapse? He was now the youngest warrant officer mage in the Sea Sentinels, his rank already at the sergeant level. If he died in Auckland, wouldn't the Sea Sentinels investigate? Even Earl Roland would be held accountable. Could Earl Roland bear the consequences? Unless Earl Roland's intelligence lapse was so severe that he didn't know he had been promoted to warrant officer, his audacity could barely be explained. Or was he absolutely certain his methods were flawless, that even the Sea Sentinels couldn't trace him? It's highly unlikely that a single prophecy spell could bring so many things to light without even needing the Sea Sentinels' intervention. This is extremely illogical. Thinking about it this way, Gouda felt that his attack might not be a simple case of being caught in the crossfire. The Earl is very sorry about the attack on Mage Gouda, but he may not be able to give you a satisfactory explanation for the time being. Therefore, please accept this manner, Howard the butler said sincerely after explaining everything. Gouda remained silent for a moment, not answering directly, but simply reaching out to accept the sheepskin deed. Howard the butler looked relieved. He didn't care what Gouda thought of Earl Roland, as long as Gouda didn't dwell on the matter, his mission was complete. By the way, Mage Gouda, the Earl also asked me to give you this, Howard the butler said, taking out a bag from his pocket. Gouda took it, opened the bag, and found it contained a dozen or so berries that looked like wild blackberries. These are the fruits of that killer vine, the most valuable part of the vine, the essence of the flesh and blood it devoured throughout its life. The guardian mage wanted to take them back as evidence, but now they're no longer needed. These fruits are naturally yours, after all, you're the one who dealt with the killer vine, because Gouda's method of slaying the killer vine was the extreme chill of the north wind. These dozen or so fruits were all intact. Alright, Gouda accepted them without the slightest hesitation. After the butler Howard left, Gouda sat down in the large hall of his now own manor and carefully checked the gifts from the various nobles in the city. Most of the gifts were worth between 500 and 1,000 gold coin. Gouda understood, of course, that the reason the nobles of Auckland were so generous was essentially because of the strength and potential he had demonstrated. Therefore, the timing of his advancement to the second ring was truly perfect. If he hadn't advanced to the second ring just before the title conferment ceremony, but instead arrived at the first ring mage level, the congratulatory gifts he would have received would definitely have been a level lower, dropping from the third tier to the second. That's a huge difference. Third tier items, whether potions, extraordinary materials, or anything else, are nearly 5 times more valuable than second tier items. Furthermore, if he hadn't already advanced to the second ring mage and encountered this third tier killer vine, the outcome would likely have been very different. However, he probably wouldn't have been able to kill the third tier killer vine, but wouldn't have lost his life. Because he has bowing, which allows him to fly. Killer vines don't have anti-air attack capabilities, so Gouda only needs to take to the air to escape their attack range. This is one of the important reasons why killer vines are considered the lowest tier of third-tier creatures. Unless in the sea, third-tier creatures without anti-air attack capabilities are nothing more than toys in front of mages who have mastered the flight spell. Accepting the land deed signifies that Goddard is willing to give Count Roland face and accept the Count's offer, but it doesn't mean Goddard is letting the matter drop. After counting the gifts, Goddard smiled with satisfaction. Receiving a large sum of gifts is one thing, but these gifts also have another important meaning for Goddard. They can help him legally launder money. Because he cannot reveal the existence of the North, his public resume is simply that of a talented grassroots mage. Under these circumstances, much of his wealth cannot be exposed. Once he displays assets far exceeding what he can control, it is very likely to trigger another background check by the Sea Sentinels, and he certainly cannot reasonably explain the source of his wealth. It is precisely because of this consideration that he needs to have Dr. Danica as the public legal representative at the Harland shipyard in Lagos, allowing him to disappear without a trace. But this cannot continue indefinitely. For now, he can manage the acquisition of properties in this way. But he couldn't possibly entrust others with all his daily expenses, like renting a training room or purchasing materials for spells and potions, could he? With this wave of gifts, everything would be much easier. People would only know he received a lot of gifts. Whether he used them himself or resold them for golden bird coins was hard to trace. Any large expenses in the future could be explained away with these gifts. Looks like I really should go to Black Sails City. After going over the money laundering plan in his mind, Goddess suddenly realized he had another reason to go to Black Sails City. Black Sails City was essentially a large black market, and the Sea Sentinels couldn't possibly have access there. So, a trip to Black Sails City would allow him to launder many resources obtained from the north. If anyone investigated later, or if it came to a political review, he could simply say it was an unexpected gain from Black Sails City. Whether others believe him or not, he had a way to go, and wouldn't be stuck like he was now, unable to bring himself to do anything and feeling stifled. Furthermore, we can leverage the status of the honorary Mage of Auckland to relocate a branch of the Harland shipyard to Auckland, and then move the shipping routes there as well, gradually turning the original factory in Lagos into an empty shell. Gotta flip through the parchment booklet, also given to him by Butler Howard, which detailed the rights of the honorary Mage of Auckland, and made another decision. The local nobles in Lagos were extremely unfriendly to him. If he had the opportunity to move the Harland shipyard, he would definitely do it. Although the honorary Mage of Auckland didn't have the title of noble, he enjoyed many rights equivalent to nobles in Auckland. These included various privileges in business. Gotta alone could use tariff reductions, exclusive trading licenses, judicial immunity and dispute resolution, and the right of first refusal for land. Once the Harland shipyard was moved there, he could become its backer. Moreover, in the Plantagenet dynasty, there were countless examples of merchants and nobles cooperating in business to obtain these privileges and backers. Merchants contribute money and effort, while nobles contribute their social status and influence, essentially investing in the company using their names. This way, they can gradually and legitimately link Harland shipyard to themselves. After all, they can't hide the truth forever. As Harland shipyard grows stronger with its direct route to the north, it will inevitably attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. In this situation, trying to completely sever ties with Harland shipyard is unrealistic. A simple example, if Harland shipyard faces targeting and difficulties, can Gowda remain indifferent? Once he intervenes, his relationship with Harland shipyard will be exposed. After all, if there were no connection, why would he bother to get involved? Rather than waiting to be passively exposed later, it's better to proactively connect himself with Harland shipyard now. Draft a fake contract, declaring a cooperative relationship with Harland shipyard and acquiring a portion of its shares. With this in mind, Gotta quickly clarified his plans. It has to be said that the title of honorary Mage of Auckland was a huge help to him. In fact, God was already planning to make Auckland his main city in Byrne County. In Auckland, he already had his own manor, many noble scions who had been kind to him and were friendly to him, and a status and power equivalent to that of a nobleman. It was practically his home turf, except for the somewhat annoying Rover Roland. The title conferment ceremony had ended, but God did not immediately return to Darwin. He had accumulated enough military merits and had no worries about ranking, so he did not need to rush back to accept missions. He simply chose to wait in Auckland for the astral teleportation to complete its charging. Although the progress was already halfway complete, the remaining progress would still take 21 days. God naturally could not be idle during such a long period. Putting aside the daily affairs for the time being, what he was most concerned about at the moment was the development of the adaptive feat. This was something that would yield results as long as he worked hard and put in the effort. He had only suffered for 2 weeks in Dorne and had already obtained a basic healing body. This strong positive feedback triggered both Gotta's latent hardcore and hamster bloodlines, making him eager to immediately grind out more. A bunch of entries. He sorted out his thoughts. Regarding adaptive force, there were currently 2 directions to pursue. One was adapting to resistances to various elements, such as fire and lightning, which could directly enhance his combat power and solidify his publicly claimed combat expertise. The other was developing in various practical directions, such as a basic healing body or a magic ninja body. While these didn't directly increase combat power, they were extremely practical and endlessly beneficial. The first direction actually required the cooperation of extreme external environments. Of course, One could also choose to use elemental magic to attack oneself to trigger adaptive force, but the degree was difficult to control. Magic was not like swords, as extraordinary power, its power was too great. A mage was ultimately just a mortal, a typical glass cannon, easily shattered upon contact. Without corresponding protective spells, an attack with an attribute different from that of elementalized body could easily kill Gouda, a second circle mage. Therefore, Gouda wouldn't dare to do that until his adaptive progress was improved. Extreme external environments are hard to find, and while artificial extreme environments can be created, it's obviously not an easy task. Gouda thought for a moment and realized that the most practical approach was to continue improving the 36% increase in water flow sensitivity and 61% increase in oxygen uptake attributes. Firstly, it was simple, diving into the sea would simultaneously improve both attributes. Secondly, it was practical. As a sea sentinel mage, he constantly fought various aquatic beasts in the water, improving his swimming skills, which indirectly increased his combat power. Gouda was always a man of action. Once he made up his mind, he immediately began to act. Fortunately, the manor given to him by Earl Roland wasn't far from the sea, only a 10-minute drive from the beach. Tie a stone to himself and jumped into the sea, using its weight to sink deeper into the ocean. This was because the deeper the water, the more turbulent the currents and the thinner the oxygen, creating a more extreme environment. This extreme environment allowed Gouda's adaptive feat to progress faster. For the next 2 weeks, he continued this calm and unchanging practice. It's worth noting that the temperature in the deep sea was extremely low, not as frigid as the north, and certainly not uncomfortable for Gouda, but it was an excellent environment for awakening his Zhanbing bloodline. This also caused Gouda's progress in the Zhanbing secret manual, which had plummeted after leaving the north and arriving in the Golden Flower dynasty, to begin rebounding, steadily progressing towards the second-tier apprentice level. Sensitivity to water currents increased by 41%, 52%, 63%. Oxygen uptake increased by 63%, 71%, 79%, 89%. With this extremely regular practice and continuous progress, 21 days quickly passed. Sensitivity to water flow increased by 89%. Oxygen uptake increased by 96%. Both sets of attributes are still some distance from 100%, but Gouda still chose to end his seclusion. Since the astral charging was complete, he needed to hurry back to the north to arrange various matters concerning his trip to Black Sail City. There was plenty of time to improve, adaptive, but the Black Sail City's Day of Remembrance auction wouldn't wait for him. If he missed it, he'd have to wait until next year. And whether the Azis Feather Whistle Tree seed would even be auctioned next year was anyone's guess. Chapter 464. The third tier is imminent. Gouda had already gathered most of the supplies to bring back to the north. Everything was ready except for the final step. As soon as the astral teleport was fully charged, he didn't waste a moment. Carrying the gathered supplies, he quietly and without warning left the manor and boarded the airship back to Dorne. The reason he needed to return to Dorne first was that the books he had copied from the Sea Sentinel's library using the hyper-memory elixir were still stored in the Sea Sentinel's dormitory. Because of the preciousness and immense value of knowledge, copying books was actually forbidden in this world, considered an extremely serious act of theft. Having committed this theoretically illegal act, Gouda, for safety's sake, naturally couldn't have someone else deliver these books to Oakland. He had to personally return to Dorne to bring them back to the north. These books filled an entire large sack. Without the heavy burden spell, he might not have been able to carry them on his back. Immediately, Gouda activated the astral teleport, and his figure quickly disappeared from the Sea Sentinel's dormitory. The first thing Gouda did upon returning to the north was still to observe the state of the sacred tree. This had become an essential action for Gouda, akin to closing the door upon returning home. Yagath Shira rank, second tier magical planned, 3,260, 5,568 months, growth bonus coefficient, 8.30 astral teleportation, 0/45 days, enlightenment, 0/0 lifespan, 216,704 years, territory opening, land transformation, 100 acres height, 22 feet land magic concentration. 77-140, basic spiritual land. Every beginning is difficult. Since the construction of Flora Forest gradually got on track, Yagath Shira's lifespan officially entered its second year. Compared to when it was first planted, its growth rate and the speed of transforming spiritual land had undergone a qualitative leap. On one hand, the more spiritual lands Yugathshira transformed, the more trees could be planted, thus increasing its advancement speed. And the faster the advancement speed, the faster it opened up its territory, a virtuous cycle. Thanks to Adrian's skillful catering to his tastes, God brought back a large number of magical tree species this time: 1 Tier 3 Starmus Oak, 7 Tier 2 magical tree species, 28 Tier 1 magical tree species, and 29 Tier 0 magical tree species. It wouldn't be easy for all of these magical tree species to survive, as their growth requirements varied. Fortunately, each magical tree species came with a small handful of native soil. This was actually standard practice when selling magical tree species, to allow buyers to prepare suitable nutrient solutions based on the native soil for artificial cultivation. This was the standard way to cultivate magical plants in the field of magical plant science. Analyzing the characteristics of native soil and preparing appropriate nutrient solutions based on those characteristics was an extremely advanced skill and knowledge in the field of magical plant science. Of course, in front of Flora, the world's most skilled magical plant master, this step was completely skipped. Analyzing native soil characteristics and preparing nutrient solutions were simply foreign concepts to Flora. She plays with metaphysics, directly creating all things from a single handful of native soil and her mother key of all earth ability to create the native habitat for the magical tree seeds. There are too many types of magical trees, resulting in low repetition rates. This is especially true in the flora forest, where magical trees are not yet widespread. Therefore, the magical tree seeds that Gao brought back this time are all new species for the flora forest. This means these seeds can all benefit from the first wave of rewards for unlocking the new encyclopedia. A new Tier 3 magical tree seed can increase Yugathshira's growth progress by approximately 600 months. Tier 2 magical tree seeds increase it by 130 months. Tier 1 magical tree seeds increase it by 28 months. Gao roughly calculates that if all of these magical tree seeds survive and sprout, they can bring Yugathshira nearly 2,500 months of growth progress. Currently, Yugathshira is only 2,308 months away from advancing to Tier 3. In other words, this will directly help Yugathshira advance to Tier 3 magical plant status. As Gao's sacred relic, Yugathshira's advancement will undoubtedly bring him tremendous benefits. Furthermore, after advancing to the 3rd tier, Yugathshira will likely gain some new abilities. Even disregarding these, Yugathshira's advancement will further increase the charging speed of astral teleportation. This is even more important to Gao than awakening new abilities, as the current 45-day astral teleportation is far from sufficient. The 3-month interval between the Golden Flower Kingdom and the North is too restrictive and urgently needs to be shortened. After assessing Yugathshira's condition, Gao also checked the astral fox egg he had fostered. Nearly 2 more months have passed, and a large portion of the blue representing water element on the astral fox egg's surface has transformed into the multicolored hues representing astral energy. Once Yugathshira completes its advancement, this transformation will inevitably accelerate further as Yugathshira grows stronger, increasing its rate of absorbing astral energy. Gao did not linger in the flora forest for long. About 15 minutes later, escorted by Elder Gain, he hurriedly headed towards Phoenix. He had returned with a purpose: to attend the Black Sails Cities and Virtues auction. Time was tight, and he couldn't afford to waste any. Therefore, he didn't dare rest even for a moment during his journey, returning to Phoenix in just 1 day. Upon his return, God immediately sought out Sunifa to explain his needs. He mainly wanted Sunifa to identify which 4th Circle Mage in Phoenix was the most available, or rather, the least useful, to accompany him to Black Sails City. After all, there were only 4 4th Circle Mages even in Phoenix, and they weren't easily summoned. There should be 5 now. Sunifa immediately corrected God's mistake. Another one broke through to the 4th Circle. It's Quentin, Sunifa explained. God raised an eyebrow slightly. The details weren't complicated. Basically, after completing his proposed small-scale tribe recruitment plan, Quentin offered to stay in Phoenix and contribute his strength. The Snowfield Guardian's doctrine was to protect the Snowfield, and Quentin had always adhered to this classical doctrine, remaining true to his original aspiration even now that the Snowfield Guardians had perished. In the past year, he had witnessed firsthand the changes Phoenix's development had brought to the Snowfield, and the improved lives of those previously impoverished tribes after joining Phoenix. Quentin gradually realized that compared to the ace people he could protect while wandering the snowfield, joining Phoenix and building Phoenix could protect far more and more directly the people of the North. Faced with Quentin's request, Sunnifa didn't care about his past and decisively recruited him. Firstly, she was powerful and unafraid of Quentin's ulterior motives. Secondly, Quentin's performance over the past year had earned Sunnifa some trust. Furthermore, Phoenix had always pursued a path of integration. For example, Catherine, who had once been a saintess of the Snowfield Guardians, was now doing well in the sheriff's department. After officially joining Phoenix, Sunnifa assigned him two main tasks. One was to lead the tribe's hunters on hunts, essentially making him a hunter leader. The other was to explore the Northern Territory and complete the resource map of the North. From a free time perspective, Quentin actually had the most time, because although his work was significant, it wasn't urgent, and he could leave. However, this involved protecting God's safety, and Sunnifa couldn't trust Quentin, as an outsider, to be alone with God. Therefore, after careful consideration, Sunnifa ultimately chose Lanvin, a fourth circle mage who, like Catherine, was a deputy director of the sheriff's department. Before God killed Donald, Lanvin had always been a staunch supporter of Sunnifa, a conservative, and his loyalty was beyond question. With a Black Sail City's selection temporarily settled, God and Sunnifa made another important agreement, the distribution of the demon tree seeds he had brought back. In Phoenix today, the Azure Wood Longevity Scripture holds a position essentially equivalent to the True Ice Secret Transmission, the cultivation method for Iceborn mages to awaken their bloodline. The ultimate achievement of the True Ice Secret Transmission depends on the strength of one's own Iceborn bloodline. The achievements of the Azure Wood Longevity Scripture, however, rely to a certain extent on the sacred artifact used for forming a bond. Bloodline is difficult to change, it's a matter of destiny. The existence of the sacred artifact for forming a bond provides Iceborn mages with limited innate bloodline strength with an opportunity to change their fate. Because of the popularity of the Azure Wood Longevity Scripture, the demand for Northern Demon Tree seeds is unprecedented. However, the problem is that the North has always been a land of scarce plants. Demon trees are already rare in other regions, let alone suitable demon tree seeds for forming bonds. Therefore, Phoenix currently relies primarily on Geode and the nascent cross-sea shipping route to acquire high-level demon tree seeds, or rather, more than 80% in the former. This is because most of the funds obtained from the cross-sea route are invested in shipyard expansion and purchasing materials needed for the construction of the North. Furthermore, given that the shipping route involved the Northern Territory, the entire transaction was conducted with extreme caution to avoid exposure and attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Naturally, the results in acquiring the magic tree seeds were less than satisfactory. However, once the shipyard was moved to Auckland, God's status as an honorary mage in Auckland would allow him to act more freely. Given the importance and rarity of magic tree seeds, how to allocate high-level seeds was undoubtedly a profound art. The last time Gauda brought back the Spirit Spring Dew tree seed, he bestowed it upon Elder Gain, who had diligently guarded the Flora Forest. Logically, the next turn should have been for the fourth circle elder of this Hending tribe, but the Starmus Oak seed he brought back this time was only of the third rank. For a fourth circle mage, this rank of magic tree seed was clearly insufficient. So, after much deliberation, Gauda decided to hold an auction-like event. Starmus Oak seeds would be released within the city hall, and mages interested in choosing them as their bond artifacts could register to participate in the bidding for half a day. After registration closed, all city hall officials would vote on the participants' contributions to Phoenix. The one with the most votes, representing the greatest contribution to Phoenix, would gain the right to form a bond with the Starmus Oak seed. Gauda's elaborate scheme was intended to show all city hall officials that hard work would be rewarded. After all, Phoenix was currently a very underdeveloped public ownership system. Even with their tireless work, these city hall officials rarely received material compensation. When everyone was struggling to feed themselves, they certainly didn't care about such things. But once the food problem was solved, it would be difficult to ensure they would continue to work diligently without financial reward. Of course, Phoenix is developing rapidly and there is still much room for advancement. Most people are still ambitious and wouldn't stoop to cheating or shirking their duties. But that alone is certainly not enough. This bidding for the magic tree seed is an experiment by Gauda to motivate all the mid-level personnel in Phoenix's current political system. As a mage wielding extraordinary power, Gauda knows perfectly well that for most people, a promotion in rank is far less enticing than an advancement in mage level. The latter provides a much stronger driving force. In the north, besides Ice Marrow, which can improve bloodline levels, the only things that can excite mages now are magic tree seeds. Basically, every Iceborn mage with ambition wants to form a bond with a high-level magic tree seed. After all, it concerns their achievements in the Azure Wood longevity scripture. If this experiment is successful, this format will continue. Of course, the method should be changed. The voting system is too subjective. As soon as the news was announced, the number of people applying to bid practically wore down the office doorstep. Gauda glanced at the list. Although there were many, they were mostly mid-level officials. Department heads and even the lowest-ranking officials hadn't applied. This was expected. Third-tier magic tree seeds were simply out of reach for both the higher-ups and the lower-level officials. After the list was made public and a round of voting took place, the winner was a deputy inspector from the Ministry of Agriculture in charge of Flora's abundant farm. While most of the bidders were disappointed, no one complained. In terms of contribution, which department in Phoenix could compare to the Ministry of Agriculture? In fact, many had already guessed that the winner would be from the Ministry of Agriculture. However, even after the result was finalized, a small group still harbored resentment. Platform determines everything. Officials from the Ministry of Agriculture naturally had an advantage in terms of contribution. How could officials from other departments compete with them in this bidding process? Gauda noticed their disappointment. There's no good way to achieve absolute fairness right now. As for the remaining low-tier magic tree seeds, aside from the second-tier seeds which interested Iceborn mages can choose themselves, the first-tier and zero-tier seeds can simply be planted directly. There's no need for clan members to form bonds with them. Since Flora developed the Eternal Frost Oak, magic tree seeds below the second tier are no longer rare. Just wait a bit, and sooner or later, everyone will be allocated an Eternal Frost Oak seed. Chapter 465 Crystal Marrow Brainworm. Once the issue of allocating the magic tree seeds was resolved, God shamelessly approached Flora, the Minister of Agriculture and head of the Forestry Office of Phoenix. The task of planting trees could only be entrusted to Flora. No one else could handle it. Fortunately, Flora was always enthusiastic about tree planting, a pure, unadulterated enthusiasm that lessened God's guilt about exploiting child labor, and for the sake of the magic tree seeds, Flora, who had initially harbored resentment towards God, immediately beamed with joy. Flora was like that, very easy to please. With the magic tree seed matter settled, God turned to Elsa. Since the beginning of the year, he had set two important tasks for the Ministry of Education. One was the full implementation of compulsory education, including the construction of new schools, teacher training, the recording of teaching resources, video lessons, and ensuring enrollment rates. This was the Ministry of Education's most important task at present, and the cornerstone of Phoenix's development. Another project is the Northern Cultural Heritage Preservation and Expansion Project, a special undertaking based on this global context. This involves a comprehensive review of all books and archives in Phoenix, the protective cataloging of all knowledge, and the large-scale acquisition of books and archives from overseas. This project is also known as the Great Library Project by Gaode. Undoubtedly, the Great Library Project will be a long-term endeavor, similar to the proverb it takes 10 years to grow a tree, but 100 years to cultivate a person, and one generation plants the trees, another enjoys the shade. Its significance lies in organizing the lineage and history of the Northern Iceborn mages since their inception, preventing the Northern heritage from being lost or interrupted over time. Just like Anivia, which exists in Gaode's bloodline, it is highly likely a piece of history lost over time. It aims to re-examine the records of the Iceborn mages and the Northern civilization to form a systematic and standardized framework. The Northern civilization is one of the oldest civilizations in the world, perhaps even the oldest. This is a unique historical and cultural foundation belonging to the North. Perhaps these things seem somewhat abstract at first glance, and the practical use may not be immediately apparent. But Gauda, born into a country with a long cultural heritage, understands all too well that historical and cultural foundations are crucial for the long-term development of a region or even a nation. They are the spirit, the soul, the root, and the source of identity for a region or nation. This involves cataloging and organizing knowledge, discovering useful information, and incorporating it into the future education system. Finally, after the Great Library Project achieves initial success, it aims to weaken and eliminate the world's severe knowledge monopoly. Knowledge can be paid for, but it should not be monopolized, much less become a tool of a fixed class. For this project, the Ministry of Education, and indeed Phoenix, or rather the North, will invest a great deal of time, energy, wealth, and manpower. But all this investment is necessary, because it is a foundational project. Unlike the grand projects of the Ministry of Construction and the Ministry of Agriculture, the Northern Knowledge Preservation and Expansion Project has attracted almost no attention. The entire project's progress has been remarkably low-key. Apart from those truly involved, outsiders know almost nothing about it. And in reality, the number of people actually involved is not large. This is a project with a high barrier to entry, requiring a certain level of wisdom and cultivation to extract useful information from a large amount of fragmented and unsystematic text and oral traditions, and then organize it into a coherent system. The history of the North is incredibly long. This longness has led to the loss of many fragmented pieces of their knowledge. But this longness has also created many treasures, waiting for patient treasure hunters to unearth them. As the Deputy Minister of Education, Elsa naturally became the person in charge of this great undertaking. Clearly, after working for more than half a year, Elsa may not fully understand the magnitude of this project, but she certainly has a deep understanding of its tediousness and complexity. Furthermore, as the steward of the City Hall and also its head of office, Elsa was already overwhelmed. With such a meticulous and tedious project added to her burden, when Geode came to her, Elsa was somewhat resentful, making Geode quite embarrassed. However, he still shamelessly handed over the pile of books he had copied from the Sea Sentinel library to Elsa. Elsa casually picked up a book, flipped through a few pages, her brow furrowing and then relaxing several times. The furrowing was due to the somewhat ugly handwriting of Gaudi. Gaudi had been taught to read by the sorcerer Seda. For Seda, literacy education for apprentices was clearly just about getting it done. There were no other requirements. Therefore, the whole process was somewhat like cramming, emphasizing practicality and being very utilitarian. Under this educational philosophy and method, Gaudi learned to recognize and write characters hastily, but naturally, his handwriting was far from beautiful. Elsa, on the other hand, received an elite royal education, and she instinctively disliked such ugly handwriting. The relaxation came because Elsa discovered that the knowledge recorded in these books was extremely valuable and useful, far superior to the miscellaneous books Sunifa had purchased through the shipping routes. Where did these books come from? Elsa put down the book in her hand, temporarily putting aside her resentment, and asked curiously. Such valuable knowledge, especially a handwritten copy, seemed suspiciously dubious. Gauda didn't hide anything, readily explaining what he had done. After listening to Gauda, Elsa paused, then sighed, exclaiming, "Your Highness, you really are unconventional." For the King of the North to personally undertake such a task was more than just unconventional. In Elsa's traditional understanding, it was simply unthinkable. Given the current situation in the North, it's natural to contribute what one can, Gauda said, not finding anything wrong with it. According to your initial statement, Your Highness, in the future, most of this knowledge and these texts will be open to the people of the North. Elsa hesitated, then asked for further confirmation. Most knowledge not involving the extraordinary will be freely available to all citizens of the North. Knowledge related to the extraordinary will be housed in the Academy Library and will be free for students. All Northern mages will have to pay for access, of course, after the monetary system is established, Gauda explained his initial plan. Elsa remained silent for a long time, lost in thought, before finally saying with deep emotion, "Neither universal compulsory education nor free access to knowledge are things I've never even considered. It's also an extremely grand and difficult project." So, Gauda patted Elsa's shoulder heavily, speaking earnestly, "Minister Elsa, the task is arduous and the road ahead is long. We don't have enough manpower." Elsa glanced at Gauda expressionlessly, then slowly said, "Oh." Gauda was momentarily speechless. Knowledgeable talent was the most scarce resource in the North. The shortage of teachers was already unsustainable in the short term, and now they had to spare some people to organize, summarize, and transcribe books. It was truly a case of trying to cook without ingredients. Gauda naturally understood the difficulties, but the project had to be done. So, after much deliberation, he decided on the task, shifting the burden to Elsa. Elsa was always a quiet person, even if it seemed unreasonable, she silently accepted the task. Gauda, feeling guilty, then became the one who shirked responsibility. Who would have thought that after working for half a year, Elsa would actually learn to raise difficulties? Let's persevere for a while longer, until the first batch of people in compulsory education graduate, which should be able to barely solve part of the manpower shortage, Gouda replied somewhat awkwardly. Elsa remained silent, only staring intently at Gouda. Until Gouda could no longer withstand this burning gaze and chose to surrender. Alright, I know that distant water can't quench immediate thirst, I'll think of another way. Seeing this, Elsa's lips curled up slightly, revealing a rare mischievous expression, and then she smiled and said, Your Highness, take a look at this first. She slightly raised her chin, and the light flowed across her delicate skin, outlining the graceful curve of her swan neck. Gouda's eyes lit up slightly. Of course, not because of Elsa's slender neck. Elsa's fingertips lightly flicked, taking out an item from deep inside her collar. It was a necklace adorned with gemstones. The main body of the necklace was made of mithril and thorny vines forged from refined gold, forming a complex six-petaled flower-shaped base. Elsa removed the necklace, placed it in her palm, and showed it to God. What is this? God asked, looking at Elsa. He knew it was a necklace, but it was clearly more than that. Elsa silently opened the intricate base made of mithril and adamantite. God noticed that the open-work base frame was engraved with miniature, constantly shifting chains of runes. The base opened, revealing the gem. It was a sophisticated, multifaceted crystal clear, with shimmering points of light flowing within like a galaxy. Along with the soft glow emitted by the crystal, the surrounding space emitted faint, static-like arcane fluctuations. The whole piece exuded a mysterious and sophisticated aura. God activated his Mandora's eye, glanced at it briefly, and was astonished to discover that the crystal had a staggering 100 facets. According to gemological grading, a gem with 100 facets is called the Imperial Cut, the pinnacle of gem craftsmanship. What truly astonished Gouda was the crystal's perfectly natural facets. Seemingly not the work of craftsmanship, but rather as if it were born that way. A naturally formed, multifaceted crystal. Just thinking about it was breathtaking. But clearly, even the most stunning and precious crystal was irrelevant to their current topic. So Gouda looked at Elsa, waiting for her explanation. The Heart of Weston, Elsa smiled slightly, giving the necklace its name. It's the national treasure of our Weston Duchy, an extremely special and extraordinary object, and the most important reason why I, even after fleeing to the Golden Flower Dynasty, still face relentless pursuit. Gouda's heart stirred slightly. Before Gouda could ask further, Elsa had already begun her explanation with remarkable self-awareness. Of course, Heart of Weston is the name we gave it. Its essence is actually the brain crystal of the crystal bone worm. Crystal bone worm. Gouda immediately searched his memory for relevant information, but unfortunately, he found nothing. This is an extremely special existence. It is a gigantic, semi-transparent, segmented worm-like creature, typically ranging from 10 to 100 meters in length. Its skin is not fleshy, but covered with a tough, crystalline chitinous shell, appearing pale blue, light purple, or milky white. The interior of the crystallized brain worm is filled with flowing, shimmering energy streams and fine, spiderweb-like crystalline filaments. Its head lacks prominent eyes or mouth parts. Instead, it possesses a complex crystal cluster structure, the brain crystal, which it uses to perceive the surrounding energy and vibrations. This is an extremely rare creature, existing only near the deepest, oldest energy nodes of a plane or near unstable rifts at plane intersections. They are pure information and energy symbionts. The crystallized brain worm can absorb and store information from its environment through its brain crystal, and can create offspring worms using abundant energy. These offspring worms can share the information within the crystallized brain worm's brain crystal, if the crystallized brain worm so desires. In most cases, the crystallized brain worm is extremely inert, lying dormant like a giant crystal sculpture. When it senses an insurmountable threat, it chooses to self-destruct its brain crystal. Its brain crystal is the culmination of its life's absorption, processing, and storage of information. With age, the brain crystal becomes increasingly pure, complex, and enormous, containing a geometrically increasing amount of information. Once it self-destructs, the resulting energy shock can destroy any powerful enemy. Therefore, this is a creature that, while lacking offensive capabilities, is almost universally feared. Moreover, the crystal brain worm theoretically has no lifespan limit. Therefore, theoretically, obtaining its brain crystal is virtually impossible. Then, Gouda asked in surprise, where did the crystal brain worm's brain crystal in Elsa's hand come from? I don't know the specifics, but our ancestors discovered a crystal brain worm that shouldn't have died naturally, and obtained this pure brain crystal from its corpse. Finally, using this brain crystal as raw material, they created the Weston Duchy's heirloom, the Heart of Weston. What is it used for? Gotta asked curiously. Elsa had told so many stories, the final product should be worthy of them. Elsa smiled slightly. Your Highness, please look. She held the Heart of Weston in her hand and poured her magic into it. The next moment, one of the 100 faces of the Heart of Weston suddenly flashed with light, expanding into a soft, fan-shaped light screen that enveloped the handwritten books that Geode had brought back. Under the cover of that fan-shaped light screen, strange, shimmering energy streams floated up from the books, flowing continuously into the Heart of Weston like water. The entire process probably took less than 10 seconds. Elsa stopped pouring her magic, and the light emanating from the Heart of Weston immediately dimmed. Your Highness, all the information in these books has been stored in the Heart of Weston. Under God's astonished gaze, Elsa said, simply place the Heart of Weston near the target material, give it energy, and activate it. It can then rapidly acquire information from the object's carrier, including books, scrolls, letters, stone inscriptions, maps, blueprints, and even runes on certain magical items. As long as the information is visible, after acquiring this information, it will be instantly analyzed and permanently stored in the Heart of Weston as an energy flow. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 466, The Heart of the North. God stared wide-eyed at the Heart of Weston in Elsa's hand. He was astonished by its miraculous effects, but also by a realization. This Heart of Weston, could it be? God hesitated, looking at Elsa with a questioning gaze. Elsa understood his question and calmly nodded, saying, Yes, Your Highness. All the knowledge passed down in the Duchy of Weston over the past 1300 years is stored within this Heart of Weston. From spell formulas and spellcasting systems to the analysis of leeline creatures, knowledge of extraordinary fields like potion making, alchemy, and runic writing, and the knowledge and techniques related to mage tower construction, to the art of governance and warfare, blueprints and construction techniques for various projects within the duchy, as well as knowledge in art, agriculture, commerce, and many other fields. All of it is stored in this Heart of Weston. Even though God had somewhat anticipated this upon seeing the Heart of Weston, his mind still began to buzz after receiving confirmation. Knowledge is power. Perhaps one's personal level is insufficient to fully grasp the profound meaning of this statement. However, the idea that knowledge is wealth resonates deeply with people at all levels of this world. In this world of knowledge monopoly, even disregarding the magical abilities of the Heart of Westminster itself, the knowledge stored within it alone is of terrifying, incalculable value. To exaggerate, if we disregard the symbolic meaning of the North Wind and let God choose, he would undoubtedly choose the Heart of Westminster over the North Wind. No wonder you were prepared to cross the sea to a place like Terra, God remarked, suddenly realizing something. He had assumed that the Principality of Avoga's relentless pursuit was more out of the ruler's caution, a desire to eliminate the threat completely. Terra, however, was a completely unfamiliar continent to Elsa, and due to the Holy Empire's expedition, it was already in a state of war preparedness, a highly unstable place where war could break out at any moment. In this situation, Elsa's choice to flee to the continent of Terra seemed unwise, almost desperate. Now it appears that it wasn't that the ruler of the Avoga Duchy was overly cautious, nor that Elsa was unwise. Rather, it was because the knowledge stored in the Heart of Weston was of immense value, something the ruler of the Avoga Duchy desperately wanted. Without the Heart of Weston, their spoils from the destruction of the Weston Duchy would be reduced by at least a third, if not half. Elsa also clearly understood that as long as the Heart of Weston was with her, the ruler of the Avoga Duchy would pursue her relentlessly, even to the ends of the earth, hence her decision to flee to another continent. Such a precious item, and you just show it to me like this? God's expression turned serious, his tone becoming earnest. He understood the implications of Elsa's actions and naturally needed to adopt a respectful attitude. The Duchy of Weston no longer exists, and the idea of restoring it is simply unrealistic. I've been serving as the director of Phoenix's office and deputy minister of education for nearly a year now, and Anna is also studying runes with His Highness, Elsa stated calmly. In that case, What's the point of me clinging to the heart of Weston? The heart of Weston ceased beating the moment the Duchy of Weston fell, she said softly. But the North is now thriving, a place where everything flourishes. I wish to transform the heart of Weston into the heart of the North, providing a powerful force for its growth. This is truly important to the North. God stood up, speaking solemnly and formally to Elsa. The North will forever remember your contributions to its development. Elsa pursed her lips, saying casually, no need for that. Consider it a token of gratitude for your protection of me and Anna. Neither of them were prone to sentimentality, so after this brief exchange, they quickly returned to discussing serious matters. What are the limitations of the scanning capabilities of the heart of the North? Gotta asked with concern. Powerful abilities always come with strict limitations. This is an immutable law. Your Highness, it's now called the heart of the North. Elsa corrected him first, then explained, one limitation is that scanning consumes mana. The larger the amount of information, the more mana it requires. Another limitation is that it cannot scan purely mental information, and scanning encrypted or magically protected information will also fail. Finally, the information scanned must be in a symbolic language that the heart of the North can understand, otherwise, it will only store graphics rather than meaning. Elsa thought for a moment, then added, currently, the languages that the heart of the North can understand are limited to common tongue and standard magical script. Therefore, all Aesir books in the North must first be manually translated into common tongue before scanning. God frowned upon hearing this. How do we solve its compatibility problem? It's about increasing the meanings of the text it can understand. Compatibility problem. Elsa pondered God's words for a moment. Although the term was somewhat obscure, for some reason, she felt it was very precise. She immediately put it into practice. The core of solving the compatibility problem is to establish a mapping relationship with the existing knowledge framework of the heart of the North, that is, the common language framework. The method we've researched is to find an intelligent being who is proficient in both AES and common language, either voluntarily or under duress. We link their spirit to the heart of the North, and through the learning ability inherent in their brain crystals, they can compare the knowledge frameworks to master the new language system. The drawback is that this intelligent being will most likely become demented as a result. So, it's about using intelligent beings as consumables. Gotta instantly understood the harsh reality behind the official language. Furthermore, the language habits and even knowledge errors of the individual with a flawed intelligence will be inherited by the heart of the North. For example, if it perceives the Ace language's ice as the common language's fire, then the heart of the North will also inherit this perception. To reduce the probability of such errors, we can only find multiple intelligent beings to map onto, using a sufficient number to reduce knowledge errors. Another point to note is that for every additional language system added, the heart of the North's energy consumption will increase by 50%. Currently, the heart of the North's daily energy consumption, without access, is manageable by me alone, but with more access, the energy consumption increase from adding a language system becomes a terrifying number. How can we access the information stored in the heart of the North? Gotta asked curiously. Storage must be retrieval, otherwise it's meaningless. There are two ways to access the heart of the North. The first method is to directly contact the heart of the North, concentrate your mind, and establish a mental link with it. This will allow you to connect to the knowledge base stored within the heart of the North. In your consciousness, you can freely browse the information stored in the heart of the North's knowledge base. However, although this is done in your consciousness, it's essentially closer to reading with your eyes, so the reading speed will be vastly different from your usual reading speed. This method is relatively cumbersome. The truly powerful aspect of the heart of the North, and what sets it apart from ordinary libraries, is that you only need to express the knowledge you need and then consume a certain amount of mental energy. It will automatically search the knowledge base, retrieving documents, paragraphs, images, and other information related to the knowledge you need, clearly presenting them in your mental vision. However, this method also has a drawback. It can only retrieve information that the heart of the North can understand. For example, books written in the Ace language exist only as graphics in the heart of the North's knowledge base, not as text, so even if it's related to the knowledge you need, the heart of the North can't access it because it can't understand the language of Ace. Wow, isn't this just an extraordinary version of a search engine? Gotta was shocked. However, because of the heart of the North's preciousness, it's obviously impossible for too many people to directly access it. Fortunately, It has a second way to access it. Elsa took out a semi-transparent ring engraved with specific runes from her bosom and showed it to Gouda. "What's this?" Gouda examined the ring. "A key," Elsa said. "As I told His Highness before, the crystal brain worm can create offspring worms using abundant energy. These offspring worms can share the information within the crystal brain worm's brain crystal, as long as the crystal brain worm is willing. Therefore, the Heart of the North, created using the crystal brain worm's brain crystal as its core material, also possesses similar abilities. Simply place a certain amount of pure elemental materials around the Heart of the North, and infuse it with mana. The Heart of the North will automatically absorb and consume these materials, generating a key. The key's form isn't fixed. It can be a crystal token flashing with a corresponding elemental light, or a sphere of light corresponding to the elemental attribute. It's entirely up to preference. However, based on our experience and practical observations, generating a portable ring is undoubtedly the most convenient and inconspicuous option. Through the Heart of the North, you can freely set the access permissions for this key. Then, the key holder, by concentrating their mind, can establish a mental link with the Heart of the North through the key, thereby accessing the Heart of the North's knowledge base. Similar to the mechanism of the worm sharing information within the brain crystal of the crystalline brain worm, of course, this second method has limitations. One is that the materials required are quite valuable, and the other is that each additional key increases the Heart of the North's daily energy consumption. Finally, and most fatally, the key's access range is limited to the vicinity of the Heart of the North. Once outside this range, access is impossible. "Have you tested this range?" Gouda asked, frowning. "Yes, but the actual range isn't fixed. The essence of access is that the Heart of the North emits what we call arcane information waves. If we continuously supply magic to the Heart of the North, the range of these arcane information waves will expand. Of course, the expanded range is extremely limited. Normally, in silent conditions, the range is about 100 meters. Gouda now fully understood the mechanism of the Heart of the North. It's essentially a single node, local storage, close-range contact scanning mobile library or local database, accessible locally, but with a rather small data coverage area. Scientifically speaking, it should be called the Northern Data Center. However, a data center is also a heart, so calling it the Heart of the North is fitting. Some thoughts inappropriately flashed through Gouda's mind. "Can I try it?" Gouda regained his composure and said seriously, "Of course, Your Highness, this ring was specially prepared for you. It allows you to access all the knowledge in the Heart of the North." Elsa laughed. God took the ring, cleared his mind, and concentrated. A moment later, he entered a shimmering space, countless particles of light cascading over him like a galaxy. These suspended points of light transformed into the phantoms of books and scrolls, occasionally shimmering with faint light from fragments of text and afterimages. Just as God was marveling at the coolness of the transition animation, a circular library constructed of translucent crystal slowly emerged in the void. The bookshelves soared into the clouds, each shelf floating with parchment scrolls gleaming with a ghostly blue light, the gilded emblems on the spines shifting and changing with God's gaze. God tentatively approached a bookshelf, chose the shelf labeled Herbalism, took out a parchment scroll, unwrapped it, and began to read. Large swaths of text appeared in his mental vision. A table of herbal remedies for disinfecting well water in the commoner's district. God casually glanced at it twice, then decided not to look any further. There was no need for him to put it back. With just a thought, the parchment in his hand instantly disintegrated, turning into countless specks of light and stardust, forming a stream of starlight that surged towards the bookshelf, reassembling back into the parchment. Pretty convenient, Gouda remarked, then began trying the second method. Second circle spell recipe, God stated his request. The moment the thought crossed his mind, dozens of beams of light shot out from the massive, neatly arranged bookshelves, swift as arrows, before abruptly stopping in front of God. These were dozens of parchment scrolls. God casually grabbed one and opened it. Dark sight, alteration, second ring, touch a willing creature and grant it the ability to see in the dark. For the duration of the spell, the creature will have dark sight of 60 feet. Spell potions, yes, each parchment scroll contained the recipe for a second ring spell. These were all the second ring spell recipes that the Duchy of Westminster had stored up over the years. This was what God desperately needed right now. And not just these. A thought struck God. Runic knowledge. The next moment, Hundreds more beams of light shot out from the bookshelf, transforming into parchment scrolls that landed in front of Gaudi. Since Elsa was still waiting, after briefly experiencing the wonders of the Heart of the North, Gaudi chose to disconnect and exit the vast knowledge base. The value of this one, Heart of the North, is more than 5 winter's hammers, Gaudi sincerely remarked to Elsa. Chapter 467 Ice Jade Fruit. Gaudi's words were not an exaggeration at all. Elsa's offering of the Heart of the North was tantamount to donating a third of the Western Duchy's wealth to the North. And it didn't stop there. To put it more poetically, the Heart of the North was more than just an extraordinary object, it was the spark that ignited the frozen North, the driving force behind its rapid development. This was because the knowledge stored within the Heart of the North was absolutely essential for the North at that moment. First, there were spell recipes and runic knowledge, which were precisely the kinds of knowledge Gaudi desperately needed. With the support of the Heart of the North's knowledge base, he no longer had to spend all his hard-earned military merits exchanging for spell recipes, and then repeatedly weigh his options and make painful choices before the merit exchange list. From now on, he could, like most Sea Sentinel mages, use his military merits to exchange for truly scarce resources that greatly benefited his mage level. And it wasn't just second-ring spell recipes. As a duchy, Zydian's mage level, while far inferior to behemoths like the Golden Flower Dynasty, where even a mere 4th-ring mage could stand out, boasts an extremely complete and comprehensive lineage from magic tricks to 4th-ring spells. Of course, compared to the spell recipes possessed by the Sea Sentinels, Zydian's spell heritage is certainly lacking, especially in rare spells. Expanding the spell library will inevitably require spending military merits to acquire them. However, the majority of spell recipes it covers already save Gaod a considerable amount of military merits. Furthermore, there's rune knowledge. This includes basic rune diagrams for levels 2, 3, and even 4, as well as rune construction design diagrams treasured by the Zydian Duchy, all invaluable to Gaod at his current level. His rune crafting level had already reached 7 when he was a first-ring mage, equivalent to a second-tier rune constructor. After advancing to the second circle mage, with his rapidly increasing mental strength and Gaud's unwavering and diligent practice, his rune crafting level reached 9. This meant he could draw 9 basic runes on standard-size lacquer paper. It's worth noting that a third-tier rune architect's rune crafting level is only 10. In other words, in terms of rune crafting level alone, he was already incredibly close to a third-tier rune architect. After that, both the mental strength breakthrough brought by reaching the mid-second circle mage level and the feedback from Yugathira's advancement to the third tier made it a certainty that Gaud's rune crafting level would reach that of a third-tier rune architect. Furthermore, with the 6 laws of Hoshi, and given his calculation abilities, he only needed to master the mainstream second and third tier basic runes, and then refer to the existing rune architecture designs in the Western Kingdom, learning the underlying principles. Gaud was even confident that, like Hoshi, he could create a third-tier rune architecture at his second circle mage level. This is only its value to him personally. The strategic value of the Heart of the North to the entire Northern Territory is immeasurable. The knowledge base stored within the Heart of the North is enough to build the foundation of the Ministry of Education in a single day. A skilled cook cannot cook without rice. The Northern Territory's Iceborne mage system has long meant that all mage knowledge in the North relies on bloodline inheritance. Bloodline determines everything, rendering learning and effort futile. Gaud has always wanted to change this situation and implement basic compulsory mage education in the Northern Territory, something unprecedented in the entire mage plane. However, this requires excellent teaching facilities, qualified teachers, a sound educational management system, and resource support. The first 3 can be addressed, but the last point, resources, is the biggest problem. The most troubling and crucial issue is the scarcity of knowledge. This makes Gaud's vision seem like building the Tower of Babel on frozen ground. Now, all of that has been resolved. While the mage knowledge of the Western Kingdom isn't perfect, it's more than sufficient for basic compulsory mage education. Furthermore, the blueprints for various Western Duchy projects and even city construction stored in the Heart of the North are also extremely crucial knowledge for the North, which is currently undergoing a major construction boom, helping it avoid many detours. These are just some of the things Gaud has thought of. There are certainly many more he hasn't considered. After all, the knowledge base of a duchy can provide Phoenix, which is developing from almost nothing, with assistance covering all aspects and fields. Finally, The knowledge base of the Heart of the North also stores knowledge and technology related to the construction of Mage towers. Mage tower construction has always been extremely advanced knowledge, so advanced that Gata hadn't even seen it on the Sea Sentinel's merit exchange list. He wondered what position he would need to reach in the Golden Flower dynasty to access such knowledge. But now, the North finally possesses some related knowledge. Although the Western Duchy's level of magic is relatively backward in terms of the technology and knowledge related to Mage tower construction, and is insignificant in the eyes of top-tier Mage forces, for the North, this is a breakthrough from nothing. The people of the North are not lacking in wisdom. With a basic knowledge of Mage tower construction, they could certainly develop their own unique Mage tower craftsmanship based on their understanding and ingenuity. Creating something from nothing is always far more difficult than perfecting something. Your Highness, I'll entrust these 5 Winter's hammers to you, Elsa said, handing the Heart of the North to Goddard with a smile. The daily mana consumption of its power is affecting my cultivation progress. Although she hadn't spent a particularly long time with Goddard, Elsa understood his personality and philosophy perfectly. She knew that in Goddard's hands, the value of knowledge would be maximized. Goddard didn't stand on ceremony and solemnly accepted the Heart of the North. Approximately how many materials are needed to make a key? He asked again. Actually, the cost of creating an access key isn't high. The materials needed for one key cost about 50 gold coins, Elsa reminded him. The key is that each additional key increases the magic power consumed by the Heart of the North. This magic power consumption is continuous and uninterrupted. It either requires a mage to supply it constantly, or it needs to be powered by magic crystals. Once this power supply stops, the knowledge stored in the Heart of the North's knowledge base will begin to suffer irreversible loss or damage. Therefore, try to prevent the Heart of the North from falling into a state of energy depletion. The cost of this is enormous. It's like adding new users increases the server load, and then the traffic and power consumption increase simultaneously. Gata instantly understood the principle. The only difference is that a power outage doesn't cause the data stored on the server to be lost or damaged. Gata didn't let go of Elsa. Instead, he pulled her straight to Sunifa's office. Their purpose, naturally, was still related to the Heart of the North. God could not fathom the emotional journey Elsa had gone through, nor what had moved her to finally offer up the Heart of the North. In any case, Sunifa was still unaware of the Heart of the North's existence. Therefore, after God explained his purpose and detailed the Heart of the North, even the composed Sunifa couldn't help but show surprise. Seeing Sunifa's astonished expression, God felt a slight satisfaction before returning the topic to the main point. The Heart of the North requires meticulous protection. It is both incredibly precious and extremely important. Furthermore, it needs a sufficient supply of magic power to maintain its daily operation. Having mages channel magic power to the Heart of the North is both a waste of human resources and prone to accidents. As for magic crystals, the North currently lacks sufficient reserves. Therefore, my idea is to establish a power supplying array within the core spiritual ground where the Ice Jade Phoenix tree resides, specifically to power the Heart of the North. Simultaneously, the Ice Jade Phoenix tree will also provide uninterrupted protection for the Heart of the North. Hearing Gauda's words, Elsa's eyes lit up. Gauda's idea was undoubtedly brilliant. The core spiritual ground where the Ice Jade Phoenix tree resides is a 5th-tier spiritual ground, and it is slowly transforming into a 6th-tier spiritual ground under the 6th-tier Ice Jade Phoenix tree's ability to gather magic power. Therefore, although the magic concentration there hasn't been measured with a dedicated magic concentration meter, it certainly feels like it exceeds 50,000. This level of magic concentration is more than enough to supply the daily needs of the Heart of the North. However, Elsa was still somewhat worried and hesitated. Won't it affect the Ice Jade Phoenix tree? The Heart of the North is precious, but the Ice Jade Phoenix tree, as the guardian tree of Phoenix, is equally important. As a 6th-tier magic tree, residing in a 5th-tier spiritual land is already somewhat unfair to it, almost halting its growth. Now, it has to divert some of its magic power to the Heart of the North. As long as we don't mass-produce keys, the magic power consumed by the Heart of the North will have almost no impact on the Ice Jade Phoenix tree. Let's leave it like this for now. Later, after Yugathira's rank is upgraded, we can move the Heart of the North to the Flora Forest. At that time, we can increase the number of users accessing it by a large margin. God's thinking was exceptionally clear. Yugathera's special ability is to modify spiritual lands. It itself doesn't have much need for magic concentration. Unlike the Ice Jade Wutong, which thrives on the concentration of magic energy in its environment. The growth of Yugathera primarily relies on the essence of vegetation within its surroundings. After hearing what God said, Elsa and Sunifa exchanged a glance, both finding it reasonable, and without further hesitation, nodded in unison. Let's do it this way. Without further ado, after reaching a consensus, God immediately began to act. Elsa first took the Heart of the North to the core spiritual land, while God and Sunifa prepared the materials for drawing the rune array. The magic transmission array was a very basic rune array, not complex, and the required materials were not demanding. After a brief search of the warehouse, God gathered the materials and then rushed to the core spiritual land. After a simple survey and setting up the locations, he immediately began setting up the rune array. In fact, the principle of the so-called magic transmission array was extremely simple, consisting of only two modules. One was the magic gathering module, which used basic runes such as magic gathering, storage, and spirit locking to draw more efficient composite runes, achieving the convergence of magic energy within the rune array area. One is the magic transmission module, with the Heart of the North at its center. Then, a monitoring composite rune is added to the two rune modules. Once the energy within the Heart of the North reaches a set threshold, the monitoring composite rune is triggered, transferring the magic stored in the magic gathering module into the magic transmission module. Through the rune network, this magic continuously flows into the Heart of the North, replenishing its magic consumption. Runic arts are the most profound and difficult discipline in the field of transcendental science, but for Gauda, a rune constructor, drawing rune arrays is far simpler than creating rune constructs. After all, the former only requires achieving simple functions in an almost unlimited space, while the latter requires combining and coordinating multiple rune arrays within an extremely limited area to achieve extremely complex rune effects. Therefore, from the design to the implementation of this rune array, Gauda succeeded on his first attempt. Watching the dense magical power gradually accumulate within the runic array, transforming into a magical rainbow that precisely surged towards the Heart of the North, Gauda breathed a sigh of relief. At least for the time being, he wouldn't have to worry about the Heart of the North losing its power. Besides the three of us, we need to select a few trustworthy individuals to be responsible for expanding the Heart of the North's knowledge base, Gauda added. The scanning task certainly couldn't be handled by Elsa personally, she was too busy. With S. Jade Wutong guarding it, there was no need to worry too much about the Heart of the North's safety for the time being, so there was no need to completely hide it away. However, wealth shouldn't be flaunted, and ultimately, too many people should know about the Heart of the North. Okay, Sunifa readily agreed. This matter would naturally be her responsibility. She was most familiar with the people of Phoenix and had an exceptional ability to manage personnel. Gauda felt at ease entrusting it to her. After thoroughly arranging matters concerning the Heart of the North, Gauda finally had the leisure to notice some changes in the Ice Jade Phoenix tree. When the Ice Jade Phoenix tree advanced to the 6th tier magical plant, it sprouted 3 new flower stamens. According to Sunifa at the time, these 3 stamens could eventually condense into ice jade fruits. Consuming 1 ice jade fruit would increase a mage's liquid mana for ice attribute cultivation by 30 drops. At the time, Gauda didn't think much of it. Because the ice jade fruit could only increase liquid mana for ice attribute cultivation, and his cultivation method was the Azure Wood Longevity Scripture, the ice jade fruit was clearly useless to him. Who would have thought that just a year later, he would awaken the True Ice bloodline, and concurrently cultivate the True Ice secret technique. Thus, the ice jade fruit would be useful to him. However, under normal circumstances, the ice jade fruit ripens only once every 30 years. However, after Flora communicated with the Ice Jade Phoenix tree, she understood that they only needed to wait 251 days for the Ice Jade Phoenix tree to stabilize. Then, they could accelerate the growth of the Ice Jade fruit by grinding fire elemental magical materials into powder, mixing it with water, and spraying it onto its flower stamens. Sunifa did just that. Therefore, the 3 flower stamens had already borne fruit. However, the fruits were still very small, with a harsh color transition and a dull surface, lacking the luster of mature fruit. What age are they equivalent to now? Gauda's heart stirred. 15 years, Sunifa said. The ripening method isn't difficult, The main problem is that fire elemental magical materials are relatively rare in the north. That made sense. Gotta thought for a moment and said, next time I come back, I'll see if I can bring some fire elemental magical materials back. In the outside world, fire elemental magical materials are much easier to find. The reason for his sudden enthusiasm was that Gotta realized he could use the ice jade fruit to quickly skip the mage apprentice stage of the true ice secret transmission, and fully awaken the true ice bloodline, thus preparing for the magic duel competition a year later. Chapter 468 Fourth Order Mandora's Eye. The ice jade fruit is still some time away from fully ripening. However, Phoenix's ice marrow for this year is already ripe. Ice marrow is the best treasure for God to enhance Mandora's demon eye. When he was hailed as the new king last year, Phoenix's ice marrow had already been allocated and used at the beginning of the year, so not much was left for him. Normally, the speed at which an iceborn mage condenses ice marrow depends on their mage level. That is, a mage at the early stage of the first ring needs a year to condense 1 drop of first-tier ice marrow, a mage at the middle stage of the first ring needs half a year, and a mage at the late stage of the first ring only needs 4 months. Other levels follow the same pattern. Under these circumstances, the True Ice Clan submits the ice marrow they condensed at year once a year. Of course, not all of it is submitted. For example, an iceborn mage at the early stage of the first ring only needs to submit 1 drop of first-tier ice marrow every 2 years. Iceborn mages at the middle and late stages of the first ring submit 1 drop of first-tier ice marrow every year, and keep the rest for themselves. Iceborn mages of other levels follow the same submission method. This is essentially like paying a tax, albeit at a rather high rate. However, it's a tribal tradition, practiced for many years, and all the iceborn mages are used to it and don't find anything wrong with it. Furthermore, the ice marrow handed over doesn't go directly into the War Mother's pocket. The War Mother redistributes the ice marrow to the tribe members based on their contributions and the tribe's actual situation, helping them strengthen their bloodline and break through their mage levels. It's important to note that any tribe member who misses an ice marrow submission and fails to make up for it on time will permanently lose the right to receive ice marrow, along with their children. For the sake of benefit, tribe members will submit their ice marrow on time. Of course, even so, due to the limited supply, only a small number have the opportunity to receive the tribe's allocated ice marrow to improve their bloodline level. This is why the implementation of the Azure Wood Longevity Scripture has been so smooth and rapid. Compared to the unattainable ice marrow, cultivating the Azure Wood Longevity Scripture and breaking through to mage level through one's own efforts seems significantly more practical. Furthermore, bloodline talent and mage talent are not interconnected. A lower bloodline strength doesn't necessarily mean a weaker mage talent. There's no strong correlation between the two. Phoenix has been expanding this year, with new tribes and new iceborn mages joining. Considering that these new members couldn't possibly hand over ice marrow immediately upon joining Phoenix, the morale would plummet. Therefore, at the beginning of the year, SYNOPSIS decided to postpone the ice marrow submission date by 6 months, from the beginning of the year to the end of June. This gave the new members of Phoenix time to adapt and was also a benefit for the True Ice Clan. After all, in the north, ice marrow is the most readily available currency. Reducing the ice marrow production by 6 months is equivalent to giving them a 6-month tax exemption. After the ice marrow was collected this year, SYNOPSIS had already drafted the specific distribution list, waiting for Geode's review and signature. Furthermore, knowing that Geode needed ice marrow, SYNOPSIS specifically reserved 72 drops of Tier 3 ice marrow for him when distributing it this year. As for Tier 4 ice marrow, Phoenix's total annual output is only 7 drops. Even adding Quentin's output, that's only 10 drops. Based on the remittance ratio, a total of 4 drops of Tier 4 ice marrow can be collected annually. Together 72 drops of Tier 4 ice marrow would take at least 18 years. Unless the number of 4th Circle mages in Phoenix can be significantly increased in a short period, this time frame is fixed. Although far from enough, SYNOPSIS still retained all the Tier 4 ice marrow collected this year to accumulate for Geode. Geode, upon receiving this news, was naturally overjoyed. With 72 drops of Tier 3 ice marrow gathered, his Mandora's Eye could advance another level. Gotta first checked off the list of ice marrow allocations drafted by SYNOPSIS without even glancing at it. Given his complete trust in SYNOPSIS, there was no need to waste time on such matters. Then, he eagerly took the 72 drops of 3rd-tier ice marrow from the ice crystal bottle, left the city hall, and returned to his palace to begin his closed-door breakthrough. This so-called closed-door cultivation actually involved dripping the third-tier ice marrow into his left eye one by one, allowing the Mandora's eye to absorb the pure ice elemental power contained within. Based on past experience, absorbing one drop of second-tier ice marrow took about 2 minutes. One drop of third-tier ice marrow contained 5 to 6 times the ice elemental power of second-tier ice marrow, so absorbing all of it would take at most 10 minutes. The total absorption time for all 72 drops of ice marrow would not exceed 12 hours. Therefore, Gata was not worried about missing the Anling Festival auction and confidently began his Mandora's eye advancement. He opened the ice crystal bottle, and the cool ice marrow slid into his left eye the instant he tilted his head back. A surge of powerful ice elemental energy erupted instantly in his left eye, transforming into a cascade of ghostly blue light, like a burst of cold flame beneath his eye. Then, strange golden blue runes, representing the Mandora's eye, suddenly appeared, greedily absorbing the rich ice elemental energy released by the ice marrow. Although invisible, Gata could clearly feel that the runes grew brighter with each wisp of ice elemental energy they absorbed. The skin around his eye socket also began to glow with a faint icy blue. Soon, the ice elemental energy of a drop of third-tier ice marrow was completely absorbed by the Mandora's eye. Just as Gata had predicted, it took 10 minutes to absorb a drop of third-tier ice marrow. Sensing the power of the Mandora's eye, he patiently and tirelessly dripped drop after drop of third-tier ice marrow into his left eye. As this process continued, fine ice patterns began to appear at the edge of his vision, somewhat resembling the special effects of releasing skills in certain FPS games from his previous life. Soon, half a day had passed. Gata's Mandora's eye advancement progress had reached 71 out of 72, just one step away from final advancement. Without hesitation, he took out the last drop of third-tier ice marrow and dripped it into his left eye. As the rich ice elemental energy seeped into the Mandora's eye, Gata's whole body trembled. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. This was the moment of qualitative change. Blue flames began to rise from his entire left eye, the color exactly the same as the blue flame in the center of a gas stove. This blue flame slowly spread out like clear seawater, rippling gently like waves. Within his pupil, the runes formed by interwoven gold and blue lines began to spin rapidly. The speed of the runes' rotation continued to increase, soon breaking through the limit. In the process of rapid rotation, the interwoven gold and blue lines twisted and reorganized like liquid metal. It gradually became blurred, the specific patterns indistinguishable, transforming into a sphere of light. This sphere of light was also slowly shrinking, but its light became increasingly dazzling. Finally, the sphere of light collapsed into a singularity the size of a pinhead, completely disappearing into the deepest part of his pupil. The further enhancement of the Mandora's eye was actually heading towards a return to simplicity. The previously mysterious runes had instead been upgraded to inconspicuous little singularities. Now, even if Gata fully activated the Mandora's eye, his left eye would show almost no change compared to its normal state. Only by getting extremely close could one notice a very fine, deep, icy blue line at the location of the singularity in the pupil, as if a special rift leading to the abyss had opened deep within the pupil. But even if one noticed it, one wouldn't think it was caused by the activation of extraordinary abilities, it would be seen more as a normal pupil pattern. The appearance and effects became simpler, but the advancement was real. His Mandora's eye had successfully advanced to the 4th tier. Gata carefully sensed the changes produced by the 4th tier Mandora's eye. At tier 3, the Mandora's eye possesses 3 abilities: Farsight, Microscopic Vision, Insight, and Deception. Farsight, Microscopic Vision and Insight are used most frequently. Microscopic Vision is primarily applicable to runic literature, while Farsight and Insight are versatile, useful in combat and various missions. Deception, gained upon advancing to tier 3, has been largely unused. Its limited application restricts its use to specific situations. Limited usage doesn't mean it's useless. Like the automatic power-off function of some machines designed for safety, it might never be used, but does that mean it's useless? However, upon advancing to tier 4, the Mandora's eye didn't gain new abilities as before. Instead, it expanded upon its existing tier 2 ability, Insight, with the addition of Insight, Calculation. The Mandora's eye's original Insight ability is a synthesis of observation, deconstruction, analysis, and deduction. That is, it obtains relevant information through comprehensive observation of the target object. The obtained information is then broken down into corresponding data, and this information is used to build a corresponding model in Gauda's mind. This model is then used to analyze and deduce information about the target, including its own level, energy level, and weaknesses. The current insight ability extends beyond deduction to include a calculation ability. It seems somewhat underpowered, since the second tier, insight, already possesses 4 minor abilities, so why does the 4th tier Mandora's Eye only add 1 more, calculation? Actually, it's not. The complexity of this calculation ability far exceeds the sum of the previous 4 minor abilities. Gauda, having acquired the new ability, felt like he had obtained a long-desired new toy and immediately began to try it out. With a slight thought, many data points about himself flashed through his mind. These data points transformed into lines in Gauda's mind, constantly intertwining and combining, quickly outlining a 3D model of a seated human body. This 3D model is not a simple copy of the shape, but rather composed of countless floating numbers and lines. Blue energy streams representing magical power shimmered within the magical veins, while red light representing blood flow emanated from the vascular network. Various specific numerical information was also displayed alongside. Although the model's overall appearance was somewhat rough, it was easily recognizable as strikingly similar to Gauda's appearance. It was indeed his data model. But this wasn't the main point. A thought flashed through Gauda's mind, focusing his attention on the cultivation method, the Azure Wood Longevity Scripture, while simultaneously adding some limitations related to its operation: cultivation environment, normal level 3 cultivation room, magical power concentration greater than 1000, less than 1200, spiritual power 233. After all the information was inputted, the next moment, one after another, points of light representing magical power appeared around his model, surging towards its interior. Immediately afterwards, the model representing magical power crystals within the 3D model's magical pool suddenly lit up, attracting these magical power points, entering the model and transforming them into a stream of light, beginning to operate according to the Azure Wood Longevity Scripture cultivation method. After this cycle, a stream of emerald green information appeared above Gauda's 3D model: Azure Wood Longevity Scripture Magic Crystal, 60-second pattern current progress. 12.3%, 12.3457%, rounded, base growth rate, plus 0.3421% day, affected by magic concentration fluctuations plus or minus 0.02%, regular breakthrough time, 258.36 days, expected completion on the 258th day at dusk. This is insight, calculation. But that's not all. Gauda's mind raced again. Drink the 3rd tier spiritual tea, Jade Pool Cloud Mist. As this thought flashed through his mind, the number of magic light spots surging into the model increased dramatically, and the light stream expanded rapidly. Then, the information stream above the model regarding cultivation methods instantly began to flash and change. Implanted variable, Jade Pool Cloud Mist, 3rd tier spiritual tea, increase, plus 0.5479% day, fluctuation plus or minus 0.1%, Azure Wood Longevity Scripture Magic Crystal, 60-second pattern current progress. 12.3%, 12.3457%, rounded, base growth rate, plus 0.3421% day, affected by mental energy fluctuations plus or minus 0.02%, corrected growth rate, plus 0.8902% day, breakthrough time compressed to 99.12 days, error plus or minus 1.5 days. This is where the calculation ability is most powerful. It can perform new calculations in real time according to his changing thoughts. If he adjusts his cultivation environment again, changing it to a 4th tier spiritual land than his current residence, then this information stream will generate new accurate information based on the change in conditions. This calculation ability is not limited to cultivation methods. It can be applied to various aspects. From the success rate of various extraordinary techniques and the determination of a mage's level, to the survival rate and slaughter time of poultry and daily life, nothing is beyond calculation. Of course, this calculation is not omnipotent. Because the foundation of the calculation stems from Gauda's own cognition, experience, and knowledge. If Gauda lacks the relevant knowledge and understanding, the calculation will yield no results. If Gauda's cognition and knowledge are incorrect, the calculated result will be incorrect. Therefore, accuracy is relative. For example, if Gauda has a flawed understanding of the Jade Pool Cloud Mist, mistaking it for a higher-grade spiritual tea, or overestimating its auxiliary cultivation effects, the calculated increase will be erroneous data that does not match reality. Or, if Gouda is not proficient in alchemy and tries to use calculation to determine the final purity of a material being refined, he will get nothing. Or, if Gouda understands rune literature but is only a second-tier rune master, calculating information related to third-tier or even fourth-tier rune arrays will yield data with a large fluctuation range. The algorithm identifies specific conditions, allows manual parameter input, performs calculations based on fixed logic, and generates a deterministic result. In short, it's rule-driven, data processing constrained, and results deterministic. Geode mentally reviewed this and suddenly realized, this is simply a built-in algorithm based on user cognition. Chapter 469 Departure to the Blue Flame Islands. Mandora's Eye. According to what that kid Dewey said back then, the abilities that can be awakened after the Mandora's Eye is upgraded vary from person to person. However, whether this ability awakening is purely random, or whether it randomly acquires several abilities from a fixed ability pool, is currently unknown. Because although Mandora's Tears is only a 4th-tier magical plant, it is extremely rare, and consuming Mandora's Tears does not necessarily grant a Mandora's Eye. In fact, it is an extremely low probability event. Most people only have their eyesight enhanced and that's it. This double low probability event results in very few people actually awakening the Mandora's Eye. The insufficient sample size also leads to almost no development, understanding, or recording of the Mandora's Eye. However, Gouda believes that the former is more likely. In any case, after obtaining the ability of insight, calculation, the necessity of mastering more knowledge has increased once again. If the local database is useless, even the strongest algorithm is empty. Furthermore, Gouda had initially worried that Mandora's Tears was only a 4th-tier magical plant. He wondered if upgrading Mandora's Eye to 4th tier would reach its power limit. The truth was, while he still didn't know the limit, he was certain it had room for improvement and could be further enhanced with 4th-tier Ice Marrow. Despite the immense gains, Gouda felt a wave of fatigue after the initial excitement. The 12-hour seclusion to absorb Ice Marrow had been incredibly taxing, so he immediately cast a Comfortable Sleep Plus spell on himself. With the spell's assistance, he only slept for 5 hours before regaining his full energy. Because his return was time-sensitive, and several important matters had been settled, he should have set off as soon as possible. However, since astral teleportation required 45 days to recharge, and only 2 days were currently available, Gouda didn't plan to return to the Golden Flower Dynasty via astral teleportation this time. By the time the astral portal is fully charged, the Black Sail City's Anguish Festival auction will have long since ended. His plan this time is simple. He and Lanwin will sail south on a merchant ship into the waters of the Plantagenet Dynasty, and then head straight for Black Sail City. Firstly, even if he were to teleport back to the Plantagenet Dynasty via the astral portal, he would have to wait for his bodyguard, Lanwin, to arrive in Lagos City from the north before they could travel together to Black Sail City. It would be much easier to sail directly from the north to Black Sail City, saving several days. Since the Blue Flame Islands, where Black Sail City is located, are due west of Dorne, stopping at Lagos port first would add a detour. Secondly, with Lanwin, a 4th Circle Iceborne Mage, accompanying him, they could transport a batch of high-value goods to Black Sail City for sale. To avoid attracting attention, the value of goods transported from the north to Lagos City has been kept low so far, minimizing the chance of others investigating the origin of the goods and uncovering the north's shipping routes. But in Black Sail City, a lawless zone, the so-called City of Sin, no one cares where your goods come from. They only care about their value and whether they can buy them from you for free. Gouda's decision was certainly reasonable. But the trip to Black Sail City was a last-minute decision. So, unfortunately, there were no merchant ships docked in Valor Bay at the time of his return. Fortunately, one of the merchant ships was expected to arrive in Valor Bay within 10 days. This was thanks to Sunif's foresight in using most of the year's profits from the route to expand the shipyard and build ships. With more ships and staggered arrival times, the vacuum period of no cargo ships docking in Valor Bay became extremely short. Without long-distance communication, the exact return time of the cargo ships was naturally uncertain. So what could be done? Just one word: wait. While waiting, Gouda wasn't idle. Besides reviewing and processing some engineering projects submitted by SYNOPSIS and offering his own suggestions for revision, he focused on cultivating the two cultivation methods, the Greenwood longevity scripture and the True Ice secret transmission. Plans couldn't keep up with changes. Gouda, who hadn't been in a hurry to progress with the True Ice secret transmission, letting it level up on its own, now had to divert some of his energy to it due to the existence of the fourth-tier Mandora's Eye. The fourth-tier Mandora's Eye was powerful, but the classic problem resurfaced. For Gouda, whose mage level was only at the second ring, its energy consumption was too high. He could afford to level up, but couldn't afford to use it. In this situation, the most practical solution was to quickly accelerate the cultivation of the second method, the True Ice secret transmission. Even if he didn't directly reach the fourth ring, just catching up with the Greenwood longevity scripture and reaching the second ring would be a qualitative leap for Gouda. With the two magic crystals in the mana pool, his magical power would be twice that of other second circle mages. Relatively speaking, this would be enough to support the long-term use of the fourth-tier Mandora's Eye. After waiting for 2 more days, Gouda couldn't wait any longer and decided to set off for Valor Bay ahead of schedule. After all, even if the merchant ships arrived at a port, it would take time for the news to travel back, and it would take him some time to get there after receiving the news. Moreover, Flora had already gone to Flora Forest to start the tree planting project 2 days ago, which was related to Yugathira's advancement, so it was a good opportunity to go and take a look. After considering this, Gouda immediately notified Lan when to pack up and prepare to leave. He himself went to the core spiritual land where the Ice Jade Wutong tree was located. Before leaving the Northern Territory, he had one more important thing to do. The large number of spell formulas accumulated by the Western Kingdom over the past 1,000 years stored in the heart of the Northern Territory meant that Gouda would not need to spend time acquiring spell formulas in the short term. However, obtaining spell formulas and mastering spells are two different things. Even for Geode, constructing spell models doesn't require much effort. However, there are no shortcuts to collecting spell potion materials and blending them into corresponding spell potions. The materials needed to blend spell potions are basically in the following formula: 2 main materials of the same level as the spell plus 3 to 5 secondary materials of the next lower level. For a second level spell, it's 2 second-tier main materials plus 3 to 5 first-tier main materials. The price fluctuates depending on the quantity of secondary materials and their scarcity, generally ranging from 180 to 200 gold. Suddenly obtaining such a large number of spell recipes, only a very small number of spell potions will have overlapping materials. Most spell potions require completely different materials. Therefore, to blend all spell potions, one would need to collect 200 different magical materials, costing over 5,000 gold coins. The money issue is secondary. At worst, one could just sell a few more leaves. The main problem is that gathering these 200 different magical materials won't be a quick process, and Gouda didn't expect to get them all together fast. However, there's no need to rush. As a Sea Sentinel mage, he's always on the move. The Golden Flower Dynasty is one of the 2 most prosperous nations on this continent, rich in magical materials. Gathering the materials for second circle spell potions will just require more time and effort. He can definitely collect them. Besides, Gouda is preparing to head to Black Sail City. That place must have incredibly abundant magical materials. Perhaps this trip alone will allow him to collect most of them. However, before that, he first needs to memorize these spell recipes, especially the magical materials required for the spell potions. Even for a mage with a memory far exceeding that of ordinary people, quickly memorizing dozens of spell recipes in a short time is still quite a headache. However, for Gouda, it's not a difficult task. The purpose of magic is to solve all problems. If you can't, it's because you haven't mastered enough spells, not because your magic is ineffective. Beneath the Ice Jade Wutong tree, Gouda raised his water jug and drank the liquid in one gulp. The aroma of orange and pine needles, mingled with a faint metallic scent, wafted into his nostrils. A cool sensation rushed into his mind, making him incredibly clear-headed, his temples throbbing. The elixir of all spirits, supermemory, elixir. Entering a state of supermemory, Gouda retrieved the access key to the heart of the north, focused his mind, closed his eyes slightly, and quickly connected to the heart of the north, entering its knowledge base. An hour later, Gouda exited the supermemory state and also exited the heart of the north's knowledge base. All the second circle spell recipes accumulated by the Duchy of Westland were now firmly imprinted in his mind. He had even memorized the third circle spell recipes as well. When Gauda arrived at Flora's forest, Flora had already planted a small portion of the magic tree seeds he brought back. Planting trees was not difficult. The main challenge was that using the power of the Earth Mother to transform the frozen soil into the native soil for various magical tree species was extremely taxing on Flora's stamina. Flora's stamina was also closely related to Yugathera's level, and Yugathera was currently only a second-tier magical plant. In other words, Flora was still quite weak, therefore, the area of soil she could transform each day was relatively limited, thus restricting the progress of planting trees. At the current pace, and considering the time it takes for the seeds to germinate, no matter how hard he tried, he wouldn't be able to witness Yugathera's advancement before leaving the Northern Territory, which was a considerable regret. However, the thought of seeing the third-tier Yugathera on his next return to the Northern Territory still filled Gutter with anticipation. After inspecting Flora's forest and praising Flora's hard work, he headed towards the still under construction, rudimentary port in Valor Bay. Speaking of which, although he always landed at Valor Bay when returning to the north, Gaudi had never actually visited the port project, which ranked among the top 3 in terms of both importance and investment among all the ongoing projects in Phoenix. Each time he returned, he would inspect the changes in Yugathera and head straight for a Phoenix, passing by the port 3 times without entering. However, he hadn't actually been there. Thanks to the powerful far-sightedness of Mandora's eye, he had noticed the significant changes at the port. But observing from afar and seeing it in person were vastly different experiences. When the winds of the northern snowfields were biting, they felt like knives slicing across one's face. But Valor Bay's unique terrain, with its 2 sheer cliffs, effectively blocked the icy winds. Warm currents converged beneath the sea, and the Flora forest was expanding behind it. Therefore, the entire environment here was exceptionally peaceful, almost windless. Even the wind was a gentle sea breeze, carrying the crisp scent of seawater and ice, combined with the faint fragrance of vegetation emanating from the Flora forest, creating a stark contrast to the desolate atmosphere of other parts of the north. Gaudi walked along the winding ice walkway towards the port. The north had virtually no timber resources, so the entire port was constructed using locally sourced materials, primarily ice and bone. The dock's breakwater was entirely made of ice. Iceborne mages sculpted massive blocks of ice into hollow, arched structures, with iron anchoring piles at the base. The dock floor was paved with magically solidified ice slabs. The surface of the ice slabs had a granular design to enhance friction, making them not only slippery but also more stable than ordinary wooden planks. Mooring rings were made of bone rings instead. These bones were derived from lee-line creatures, far superior to ordinary rock in both value and efficacy. Gauda's assessment of the port was that although it looked far less refined than the ports outside the north, the solidity and practicality of the materials were in no way inferior, and even surpassed them. The cost was also considerable. The bones taken from the Earth's vein creatures, many of which could be used to craft extraordinary equipment in the outside world and were extremely valuable, were used here to build a port. If a foreign mage saw it, he'd probably call him a coal tycoon from the north. During this period, no merchant ships docked to unload or load cargo, so the port workers took the opportunity to work diligently on the port's construction and expansion. The workers were seeing Gauda for the first time and bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty," and Gauda briefly toured the port and left again, not wanting to disrupt their work. Fortunately, the day after arriving at Valor Bay, the merchant ship Gauda was waiting for entered Valor Bay and stopped at the port. Even more coincidentally, it was the very ship that Gaode had personally named, the Columbus. Knowing that Gaode was in a hurry, the mages of the Flora Forest escort team personally helped with unloading and loading the cargo. In less than an hour, they had completely changed the cargo on the Columbus. After loading the pre-prepared supplies onto the ship, the Columbus, which had just entered Valor Bay, set sail again and sailed out of Valor Bay. This time, however, Gaode and Landwin were on board. Chapter 470 Dual Evolution. On the vast, boundless sea, a standard 2-masted sailing ship sails against the wind and waves. The sea breeze, carrying icy mist, whips against the sails, making them bulge like the chest of a giant beast. The waters of the far north possess an almost eerie, deep blue. The color seems to be the result of countless crushed sapphires blended together, gleaming with a cold, eerie light under the midday sun. When obscured by clouds, it transforms into a solidified, inky black silk. As the waves surge, Schools of silvery scaled fish can be clearly seen swimming several meters below the surface. Their forms are like shooting stars darting through blue glass, fleeting in an instant. At this moment, following the ocean current, a huge, grayish-white ice floe is slowly drifting towards the two-masted sailing ship from a short distance away. The surface of the ice floe is covered with crisscrossing cracks, the blue and white patterns resembling parched earth veins. Dozens of weary seagulls perch on its top, occasionally emitting sharp cries. Just as the ice floe slowly approached the sailboat, a fiery arrow suddenly shot out from the deck, trailing a long streak of light. It traced a graceful arc in the air before landing precisely on the ice floe. With a resounding thud, the fiery arrow exploded upon impact, the immense force shattering the ice floe into countless ice shards. These shards poured into the sea like a torrential downpour, splashing up countless tiny droplets. Looking at his masterpiece, Gouda, standing on the deck, nodded, a relaxed smile playing on his lips. Since the Columbus left Valor Bay and sailed south towards the Plantagenet dynasty, such encounters with ice floes had been a frequent occurrence. These ice floes, originating from the waters further north of Valor Bay, may have initially been magnificent icebergs. Starting from the far north, they drifted for long periods, enduring wind and sun, gradually melting or colliding and breaking apart with other objects. Upon reaching Valor Bay and further south, the sea transformed into the various sized ice floes we see today. Most of the time, these ice floes simply floated quietly on the surface. Even if they collided with a ship, the ship's sturdiness posed no real threat. But sometimes, bad luck struck, and accidents happened. In fact, during the monotonous and long voyages at sea, breaking through the ice floes became a rare source of amusement. Whenever someone on deck spotted a large piece of ice, they would vie to grab it. And God, as the highest-ranking person on the Columbus, naturally wouldn't fight with him as long as he was present. A day later, the Columbus was completely far from land. The icicles along the ship's sides had been completely melted by the sea breeze, and the surrounding ice floes gradually thinned. At the horizon, a dark gray shadow pierced the azure sea. At first, it was just a faint, indistinct dot, but as the ship cut through the waves, its outline became increasingly clear. It was an isolated island. The island wasn't large, its surface covered with remnants of glaciers accumulated over the years. Exposed, gray-blue ice rocks displayed the honeycomb structure characteristic of volcanic rock. The island appeared utterly barren, seemingly devoid of any life, yet in fact, clumps of dark green moss could be seen in the crevices of the rocks on the leeward side. The leaves, barely millimeters in size, could survive in such harsh conditions. In the waters surrounding the island, dense clusters of tiny red dots could be seen. These were krill, their bodies transparent except for their red digestive tracts, swimming in the sea like flowing blood. In a crevice at the island's highest point, a bird's nest built of seaweed and ice could be seen, containing broken eggshells covered with a fine layer of ice beads. Although no birds were visible, the scattered feathers around the nest suggested it was a breeding ground for some kind of cold-resistant seabird. Of course, this scene was limited to Gouda alone. Standing on the deck, gazing at the desolate island, Gouda quietly closed his Mandora's eye, ceasing his observation of the island. In the northern seas, there are many such nameless islets, mostly barren and no more than a few thousand square meters in size. While called deserted islands, according to the crew, they aren't necessarily deserted. Many ships that fail to reach their destinations are sunk by creatures inhabiting these islands. In most cases, sea monsters don't easily attack ships. Just as people don't easily provoke sea monsters, for them, ships are human territory, and recklessly invading human territory can easily bring devastation. For the creatures inhabiting these islands, the island is often their territory. If a human ship approaches a deserted island, it's tantamount to actively invading their territory, and will similarly attract their attack. Therefore, one of the rules of navigation is to avoid these desert islands as much as possible during navigation, unless absolutely necessary. Gouda stood on the deck, a sturdy, thick hemp rope tied to the gunwale beside him. One end of the rope was tied to heavy stone, its surface covered in frost. It was a unique mineral from the north, possessing not only magical conductivity and exceptional ice properties, but also a density comparable to lead. Just holding it in one's arms could cause a sharp pain in the collarbone. In the biting wind, Gouda removed his outer garments, leaving only his undergarments. Then, he tied a rope around himself, picked up the mineral, and without hesitation, jumped overboard. Seeing this bizarre scene, Everyone on the ship remained indifferent, no one tried to stop or rescue him. However, the confusion and shock in their eyes clearly showed that they were not accustomed to God's actions. How did this man do that? This is seawater below zero. He just jumped in like that, a crew member asked, mouth agape. This must be the power of a mage, another crew member murmured in reply. This isn't the power of a mage. Our king didn't cast any spells. This must be the king's power, another iceborn mage from Phoenix on deck, hearing the two crew members' words, muttered to himself. Iceborn mages are exceptionally resistant to cold compared to ordinary people. But to say that, like God, one could jump into the sea and stay submerged for hours on end simply because of their physical constitution, is utterly impossible. Try it and you'll die. In the crew's eyes, God's actions relied on the power of a mage. In the eyes of the iceborn mage, God's actions were the king's inherent power, nothing strange about it. Therefore, God's unusual behavior and performance became perfectly reasonable in the eyes of everyone on the ship. Splash! The moment he entered the water, the icy blue seawater exploded like a solid. Thousands of seawater rushed into his chest through his collar, and God could even hear his heartbeat skip a beat in the sudden cold. Ironstone dragged him rapidly downwards. The sound of the rough hemp rope rubbing against the ship's hull gradually faded, replaced by the hum of the seawater pressure. He watched as the spots of light on the surface shrank rapidly, bubbles rising from his heart condensing into tiny ice crystals, tracing silvery trails in the dark blue water. After sinking to a depth of several meters, the sunlight was filtered into a dark blue curtain by the seawater. A transparent krill floated past, its tentacles coated with fluorescent blue slime. The moment the rope taut, he had sunk dozens of meters to the seabed. The seawater became pitch black, with only strange rocks or fish emitting a faint blue glow, illuminating the surrounding scenery. In the trench, snow-white blind crabs waved their phosphorescent claws, leaving flowing streaks of light in the darkness. Gouda released his grip on Ironstone, letting the rope suspend him in mid-air, then being carried forward by the ship. He closed his eyes, began to regulate his breathing, and carefully sensed the changes in the surrounding water currents, shifting his body and changing shape accordingly. Not everyone can simply follow the boat like Geode, tied to a rope. The currents beneath the surface are ever-changing, some flowing in the opposite direction and with tremendous force. If you can't react in time, the scene is similar to a car accident, with the current causing significant impact damage. Therefore, this process requires intense concentration and quick reflexes, as tense and exciting as playing a fast-paced game. Only when a burning pain shot through his lungs and his consciousness began to blur did Geode suddenly pull the rope. Those waiting on the ship's side noticed the movement and immediately began pulling. Geode and Tishi began to rise. During the ascent, the water pressure dropped sharply, causing a sharp, stabbing pain in his eardrums, while the shimmering spots on the surface grew brighter. As his head broke the surface, Geode began to breathe rapidly. His exhaled breath mingled with the evaporating seawater, creating a brief, icy haze. After catching his breath, Geode gestured to the people on the boat. Seeing this, they quickly released their grip on the rope. Under the weight of the iron, Gouda's body immediately began to sink rapidly again. Our king has been underwater for over 20 minutes, hasn't he? The two iceborn mages who were pulling the rope were dumbfounded as they watched Gouda's figure disappear into the water once more. He clearly didn't use any magic. How can someone hold their breath for so long in the deep sea? One of them murmured, seemingly questioning. The two looked at each other, unable to come up with a reasonable explanation, and could only conclude that this was due to the special nature of our king. Sensitivity to water currents increased by 89.3%, 89.6%, 89.8%. Oxygen intake increased by 96.1%, 96.3%. Gouda, once again in the deep sea, continued his previous actions, silently sensing the subtle changes, adaptive force, brought to his body. What would be an extremely tedious and boring sea voyage for others was, in his eyes, an excellent opportunity for secluded cultivation, a chance to develop his specialties. Time slowly passed. The temperature gradually rose. Gouda's sensitivity to temperature changes was much faster than that of the other crew members. Both adaptive progress indicators were steadily advancing. On the fourth day at sea, his oxygen uptake broke through the 100% bottleneck first. Your oxygen uptake has increased by 100%. With a familiar feeling of being freed from constraints, Gouda felt as if he were on the edge of a suffocating abyss, each breath becoming more greedy and efficient than ever before. Even while underwater, He could feel the familiar exhilaration of air rushing into his lungs and the familiar feeling of his blood being full of oxygen. His heart and lungs became as strong and powerful as bellows, extracting an astonishing amount of oxygen even in the extremely thin seawater and utilizing it efficiently. Your breathing capacity has been continuously tempered by high-intensity oxygen metabolism, gradually improving your ability to take in and utilize oxygen. Each breath allows you to take in more oxygen, significantly enhancing your adaptability to various hypoxic environments, evolving into a body that can breathe freely. Your lung efficiency and blood oxygen carrying capacity have been greatly enhanced, allowing you to maintain normal physiological activities in low oxygen environments, high altitudes, deep seas, confined spaces, etc. Through continuous optimization of oxygen metabolism, your bodily functions are deeply optimized, gaining oxygen-rich organs, significantly enhanced cardiopulmonary function, increased thoracic cavity volume, significantly reduced fatigue after strenuous physical exertion, significantly accelerated recovery speed, enhanced endurance limits, and improved recovery potential after serious injury. Your senses will become exceptionally sensitive to the oxygen content in the environment, even able to determine the presence of biological signs based on changes in oxygen levels. Your life force field is enhanced, with a slight increase in resistance to negative energy spells such as life drain and aging curses. On the third day after evolving the empty breath body, Gauda's ability to sense water flow also reaches 100%. Your ability to sense water flow increases by 100%, and the movement trajectory of water molecules becomes clearly discernible in your perception. The ripples in the water are amplified in Gauda's perception. The water around him is no longer an obstacle, but rather seems to transform into the nerve endings of his body, making every subtle change clearly perceptible. Your senses are continuously refined by the information from water flow, gradually enhancing your perception and resonance with liquid substances, adapting and evolving into a water body. After evolving into a water body, you will possess extremely strong water flow perception, clearly seeing changes in water pressure and flow trajectory, river currents, pipe flow, etc. You can distinguish undercurrents, whirlpools, and points of abnormal water pressure, and even sense the faint elemental energy contained in the water, such as ice, poison, life, etc. The underwater environment is like the lines on your palm. You can ignore darkness and turbidity. At the same time, your sensitivity to water elemental energy, water elemental spells, natural water veins, etc., is greatly enhanced, and you can even predict short-term changes in water conditions through water flow fluctuations. Your nervous system's information processing efficiency for liquid substances improves, enabling you to perceive abnormal fluctuations or hidden objects in the water more quickly. Due to your rich experience with water flow, your limbs' control over water becomes exceptionally coordinated. Resistance is greatly reduced when moving in water, and you can even use the power of the water flow to increase your movement speed, making more agile movements on or in the water. Oxygen uptake and the ability to sense water flow are relatively minor branches of adaptability. Therefore, the bodies they ultimately evolve into, like the ninja body, are final forms and cannot be further improved. While the dual evolution of the empty breath body and the water network body doesn't directly enhance Gauda's immediate combat power, it instantly elevates his adaptability and combat abilities in water to historical level among sea sentinel mages. He wouldn't even be weaker than sea beasts. The waters will henceforth belong to Gauda. Chapter 471 Advancement, 4th Fluctuation. Valor Bay, Flora's forest. Flora floated above a patch of land, her expression serious, her eyes more focused than ever before. She stretched out her right hand towards the ground below, and a stream of yellowish-brown energy, the Mother Earth key, shot from her fingertip like a nimble little snake, burrowing into the soil. The Mother Earth key continued to flow in and out. The originally grayish-white, hard snowfield soil was undergoing an astonishing transformation, beginning to homogenize with a clump of native soil in the planting pit, and slowly spreading outwards. That's a wrap. Once a large area of soil had completed this transformation, Flora stopped pouring in the Mother Earth key, patted her chest, and indicated that she was tired. The forestry personnel waiting nearby quickly stepped forward and carefully planted the prepared magical tree seed according to Flora's instructions. This was the last of the magical tree seeds that Geode had brought back. In other words, this stage of the tree planting project was now complete. All that remained was to wait for these seeds to sprout. Of course, there was no need to worry about the survival rate. Flora had explained all the key planting points one by one, and the forestry staff had taken careful notes. Flora was a responsible adult. After securing the tree species, she led the forestry staff on a tour of Flora Forest to check the condition of other tree species. Whenever she found any trees with problems or whose needs had changed, she directly pointed it out, instructing the staff to record it and prescribe appropriate treatment to ensure the healthy growth of all trees in Flora Forest. However, this was only possible while Flora Forest was still relatively small. Once Flora Forest became a truly vast forest, if the forestry office continued to operate in this manner, Flora would be overwhelmed. Not only Flora, but SYNOPSIS had long been aware of this problem. Therefore, they had been working hard to train professional personnel in the forestry office. Flora would describe in detail every tree problem she discovered, including its symptoms, causes, and solutions. Then, the accompanying forestry staff were required to record it word for word, compile it into a booklet, and distribute it to all forestry staff for study. SYNOPSIS was even preparing to reorganize the books into teaching materials and include forestry elective education in the school's next phase of curriculum, demonstrating remarkable foresight. Meanwhile, the forestry office, under the joint consultation of Flora and SYNOPSIS, was focusing its efforts on cultivating the first batch of century-old trees, more accurately, 500-year-old trees. This was to utilize Yugathira's second-tier ability, enlightenment. According to Flora, the tree people race, besides possessing combat prowess, were also top-notch forestry experts, naturally skilled in natural knowledge and adept at caring for trees. This was essentially a combination of cultivating local talent and bringing in external assistance. Even with Flora's unusually high efficiency, completing a circuit of Flora's forest still took her half a day. Recording also takes time, and most of that time was spent on this. Thus, Flora's mission was officially completed. However, she did not leave immediately. Because of her close connection with Yugathira, she had sensed that Yugathira's growth was nearing its advancement threshold. After absorbing enough new tree species rewards, it should be able to transform from Tier 2 to Tier 3 today. Flora was prepared to witness and accompany Yugathira's advancement. Arriving at the foot of the Yugathira tree, she could see wisps of greenish-blue vegetation energy constantly seeping from its trunk. It was as if an overloaded, red-hot machine was emitting heat. As this greenish-blue vegetation energy continued to surge out, it spread in all directions. Any plants touched by this energy, regardless of species or rank, instinctively absorbed the overflowing vegetation energy. Subsequently, their leaves rustled, and although no obvious changes were visible, Flora could sense that their vitality had increased significantly, making them stronger and less prone to disease. This was a sign that Yugathira was about to advance. This phenomenon occurred because Yugathira had acquired too much plant energy in a short period, causing it to accumulate unevenly within its body. However, Yugathira possessed a strong ability to adapt, autonomously dispersing this accumulated plant energy throughout its body, including its visible and invisible roots, thus promoting its growth and evolution. As time passed, the dissipation of plant energy gradually disappeared, replaced by the unstable flow of multicolored energy swirling among its branches and leaves. Flora's expression became serious, her eyes fixed intently on Yugathira. She knew that when Yugathira exhibited this behavior, it meant that its advancement had begun. And indeed, it did. The multicolored energy first became chaotic. Then, the surrounding air suddenly became viscous. Yugathira's crown trembled violently, its leaves rubbing together with a metallic clang, and each leaf began to flow with liquid starlight, weaving a net of light among the branches. Throughout the entire Flora forest, every tree trunk emitted a stream of plant essence of varying colors. This essence surged back, coiling towards Yggdrasil. It transformed into countless vines, binding Yggdrasil's trunk. The next moment, mysterious and obscure ancient runes appeared on Yggdrasil's bark, pulsating with emerald light like veins. Runes representing astral teleportation also appeared on Yggdrasil's trunk, shimmering with light. The ground cracked open in a spiderweb pattern without warning. Actually, it wasn't entirely without warning. This was caused by Yggdrasil's roots suddenly expanding, pushing against the soil. Multicolored astral energy surged like magma among Yggdrasil's branches and leaves, incredibly abundant. The lemur egg, which God had nurtured in the canopy, was now like someone at a buffet, frantically taking and absorbing this astral energy. Of course, compared to the astral energy that Yugathira currently possessed, the small amount of astral energy absorbed by the alien egg was truly negligible and not worth mentioning. Yugathira began to hum, the sound growing louder and louder, immediately attracting the attention of everyone in Flora Forest. Elder Gain had arrived immediately, and after Flora explained the situation, his expression turned serious. He summoned all the mages in Flora Forest to a state of high alert to ensure that nothing could affect the holy tree's advancement. From the spiderweb-like cracks in the earth, hundreds of roots broke through the soil, twisting and weaving into a complex network. A faint silver light flowed across the surface of these roots, their ends converging into illusory shadows. Each ray of light depicted a different scene. Some presented a purgatory of eternal flames, others a frozen kingdom with floating icebergs, and still others a pitch-black, gloomy region. At this moment, Flora could feel a surge of information flowing into her spiritual link with Yggdrasil, allowing her to instinctively understand the specific changes Yggdrasil underwent. These changes were normal to her, but absolutely astonishing, even terrifying, to outsiders. Yggdrasil's roots were inexplicably contacting other planes, attempting to draw different energies from them. This was precisely the source of its transformation of the spiritual land. Energy doesn't arise from nothing. In reality, Yggdrasil was drawing various complex energies from other planes, transforming them within its body into pure magic, thereby transforming the land. With a final roar, the buzzing sound emanating from Yggdrasil completely ceased. But the changes did not stop. A second canopy split from the main trunk of Yggdrasil, the newly grown branches translucent, flowing with a spiritual and ethereal light. Two intertwined patterns now appeared on the bark of Yggdrasil. One was a confluence of star vines, originating from the same source as the astral teleportation. The other was a translucent soulfire with intertwined double helixes. The two soulfires were respectively ghostly blue and silver white. At the top of the canopy, a golden vortex about half a meter in diameter slowly formed. Although still unstable, each flicker conveyed a faint aura from other planes. With that, it was all over. Yggdrasil had successfully advanced, officially becoming a third-tier magical plant. Flora blinked, overjoyed. For Yggdrasil and Flora, everything temporarily ended the moment the advancement was completed. But in reality, many things had only just begun at the moment Yggdrasil's advancement was complete. The eastern region of the Northern Territory, also known as the Forbidden Zone of Life. In the underground space, darkness, like thick asphalt, filled every crevice. In this deathly silence, two blue fireflies suddenly flickered, their light swaying in the dense darkness like will-o'-the-wisps from the underworld, exuding an eerie chill. Upon closer inspection, they were clearly a pair of eyes gleaming with a cold, icy light, their pupils swirling with a ghostly blue glow. What an unsettling feeling, coming from the west. It's from the same source as the aura I sensed last time, only stronger. A cold voice echoed in the darkness, its tone seemingly imbued with the millennia of ice, each word carrying a bone-chilling cold. I was awakened by this very feeling a while ago. The owner of the voice seemed to have a poor memory. After a moment of silence, they recalled some of their previous actions. If I remember correctly, I sent out one eye to find the source of this feeling. Why haven't you received any feedback? A hint of doubt lingered in the icy voice. Then, the two blue fireflies dimmed. It seemed the owner of the eyes had closed them. But only for a moment, and the blue flames flickered again. Extinguished, a seemingly calm voice held a hint of anger and contemplation. That seems to be the bloodline of Boreas. Then, all sound ceased in the darkness, only the two blue flames indicating the voice's owner was still conscious, not asleep. This deathly silence lasted for several minutes. Then a strange purple light appeared like a ghost in the darkness, gradually coalescing into a huge light source, illuminating a small area around it. Go, find out everything for me, accompanied the cold, self-talk. The two blue flames vanished again. The voice's owner once more entered a state of hibernation. In the central region of the north, towering volcanoes flowed with scorching lava that even extreme cold could not extinguish. Clang 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 clang, the rhythmic sounds of forging iron within the volcano were like a beautiful and stirring melody. But at this moment, the music suddenly stopped. However, the music only paused briefly before resuming, as if the musician had simply forgotten the next section of the score, causing a brief hiccup. In the western region of the Northern Territory, the Winterhammer tribe, the burly, mountain-like master sheep, radiating a scorching aura, listened expressionlessly to Yarna's cautious report. Several more months passed, and Yarna still hadn't brought Master Sheep the information she needed. Finally, Yarna finished reporting on the week's investigation by her men and paused to await Master Sheep's reaction. Master Sheep's orange-red pupils flickered with a fiery light, lost in thought. However, His expression revealed that he was not in a good mood. Just then, Master Sheep seemed to sense something and shuddered. Not only did he shudder, but the strangely shaped hammer at his waist also vibrated. The hammer hummed and vibrated intensely, its internal light blazing brightly. This vibration lasted only about a breath before abruptly ceasing. But in that brief moment, Master Yang's eyes widened, flames burning in his pupils. He abruptly stood up, pointing west. "Is there anything special in this direction?" Master Yang asked. Yarna, clearly not yet understanding, paused for a moment before instinctively replying, "That's the direction of this Hanbing tribe, the Columbus." God stood on the deck, squinting, observing the surroundings. The salty sea breeze, carrying a heavy stench of seaweed, rushed towards them like a savage beast. The ship creaked and groaned with the waves. Sailing in this world wasn't like in his previous life where only the crew had to worry. Because of the presence of feline creatures, mages also had a heavy responsibility, needing to constantly observe to prevent sudden attacks. And at sea, besides being wary of sea monsters, the threat from the sky was not to be underestimated. These feline creatures, born with wings and the ability to fly, inhabited various terrains. In contrast, the vaster seas, where mages rarely appear, are among their preferred habitats. In fact, according to incomplete statistics, sea beasts probably account for less than 30% of the types of feline creatures that attack ships. This is because sea beasts usually have to breach the ship first to pose a threat to humans on board. Flying feline creatures, on the other hand, prefer surprise attacks, targeting only one or two people on board, striking once and then fleeing far away. The former's attacks are relentless, and if not defended against, the entire crew will be wiped out, but the probability of encountering them is low. The latter's probability is much higher, but fortunately, even if encountered, the losses are usually limited to casualties. However, the so-called high probability is only relative. For example, since setting sail, Gulda hasn't encountered a single feline creature attack. He closed his mandora's eye, stretched, and prepared to return to his cabin to rest when he suddenly felt an extremely pure life force seem to emerge from the void and surge into his entire body. Gulda paused for a moment, then quickly understood everything. It was a feedback phenomenon caused by Yugathira's ascension. Chapter 472 Ice Cave. This wasn't the first time God had experienced a feedback from Yugathira. However, the first time, because Yugathira's rank was low, the feedback was very weak and barely noticeable. The second feedback, when Yugathira advanced from rank 1 to rank 2, occurred while God was asleep. Upon waking, everything was over, as if it had just been a dream, so God still didn't feel much. But this time, not only was he awake, but the feedback from Yugathira's advancement from rank 2 to rank 3 was several times stronger than before. God could clearly feel the life force, carrying Yugathira's unique pulse, surging aggressively into his limbs and bones like tree roots taking hold of the earth. It was a power several times more powerful than the previous feedback, carrying a clear sense of continuation and nourishment. This life force manifested and surged deep into God's body. In every inch of flesh and meridian, countless tender green roots seemed to spread along his spiritual veins. He could clearly sense his lifespan being subtly and silently nurtured, quietly growing stronger. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Soon, God's lifespan limit surged by 315 years. For a second ring mage to advance to third ring mage, the lifespan limit would only increase by 150 years. This single act of reciprocation brought God a lifespan gain exceeding the benefits of advancing to the third ring. His lifespan status immediately changed from 16 out of 415 to 16,730. Truly, the rate of aging couldn't keep up with the rate of lifespan increase. At this point, one could truly say, lifespan is just a number to me. Keep in mind, this was only a 1% conversion rate. One can only imagine how terrifying Yugathira's lifespan limit would be after advancing to the third rank. God quickly calculated in his mind that Yugathira's current lifespan limit should be 45,054 years. Already a half-step 100,000-year-old demon. Even among long-lived species like the demon tree, Yugathira is among the longest-lived. This isn't surprising, given that Flora, who coexists with Yugathira, is a rare long-lived being. The feedback wasn't over yet. As the flame of life blazed, God's already powerful mental strength grew even more rapidly. The mental barrier that had been blocking him shattered instantly. A surging torrent of mental energy broke through the shackles, carrying God's consciousness upwards. At the same time, God's consciousness inexplicably became hazy. His vision began to spin, quickly changing from the sea and the deck of the Columbus to countless intertwined silver roots. These silver roots, as if extensions of his body, carried God's consciousness gently closer to two strange places. One was a peculiar world filled with countless translucent souls. These souls, carrying faint sighs and murmurs, along with numerous fragmented pieces of consciousness, gently brushed against the roots, making one feel as if their soul was being immersed in warm water, yet with a chill that penetrated to the bone. The other was a vast and ethereal multicolored world, filled with countless multicolored stardust. This stardust burrowed into the consciousness along the roots, bringing with it rapidly flashing illusions like a carousel, bizarre and dazzling, like shooting stars falling from the sky. This experience was incredibly novel and mysterious, leaving Gauda somewhat disoriented. However, the entire process was only a brief taste, and the next moment, Gauda's vision returned to the vast ocean, back to the real world. His consciousness became clearer than ever before, and upon carefully sensing the changes in his mental strength, he discovered that his mental strength intensity had silently and painlessly surpassed the 233 bottleneck, directly reaching 299. Under normal circumstances, a late-stage second-ring mage's mental strength intensity is only around 266. Gauda's mental strength not only surpassed that of a late-stage second-ring mage, but even reached the upper limit of a second-ring mage's mental strength. In other words, unless he encountered those limit-breaking geniuses, he would always have an absolute advantage in spells related to mental strength among those of the same rank. Gauda, fully regaining his senses, was slightly dazed and almost fell to the ground. This was a side effect of the sudden surge in mental strength. Just as a sudden surge in physical strength can cause a loss of control over one's body, the same applies to mental strength. However, as a mage, he possessed this adaptability. So, after only a short while, Gauda returned to normal and fully grasped his current power. Although his mind was no longer dazed, it became somewhat unsettled. He was lost in thought, wondering what abilities the third-rank Tugathira would awaken. This answer would only be known on his next return to the north. 2 more days passed, and 10 days had passed since Columbus sailed out of Valor Bay. For first-time seafarers, a voyage exceeding 10 days can quickly become tedious and boring. What was initially a novel and spectacular seascape gradually becomes aesthetically tiring, losing all interest. Not to mention the monotonous food and virtually no entertainment on board, leading to either melancholy or irritability. However, this was hardly a problem for Gauda. Firstly, he devoted most of his energy to cultivation and rune literature research. The Northern Seas, part of the Northern Territory, offered significant benefits to the cultivation of the True's secret manual. With his breakthrough in mental power, Gauda experienced a substantial increase in both his cultivation efficiency per unit of time and his daily cultivation time. With this two-pronged approach, just yesterday, his True's secret manual cultivation progress reached the second-level apprentice stage, steadily progressing towards the third-level apprentice. Secondly, using the super memory potion, Gauda also memorized many mainstream second and third-level basic runes in the knowledge base of the Heart of the North. What he needs to do now is to transform theoretical knowledge into practical skills, master these basic runes through practice, and integrate them by practicing drawing combinations of compound runes. Having something to do naturally prevents boredom. It's essentially just a change of seclusion location. Moreover, this seclusion location offers daily sea views. How idyllic. As for food, it's not a problem for Gauda. Firstly, he can use magic tricks to slightly season the food, which, combined with the various fish caught daily, makes for a rather flavorful meal. Secondly, even if he gets tired of the food, he can simply eat a divine berry, which is enough to last a day. Regarding entertainment, thanks to the Universal Elixir of Illusion and the Universal Elixir of Awakening Dreams, Gauda's entertainment life on the ship is quite colorful. The former allows him to see various interesting illusions for an hour, while the latter allows him to have a fully controlled awakening dream that lasts for an hour. The combination of these two offers a multitude of possibilities and variations. Having finished his daily training in his cabin, Gauda stretched and opened the door, heading towards the deck. His schedule was meticulously planned. He usually spent his training and rune practice during the day. In the evening and early morning, he would come to the deck for some fresh air and to enjoy the stunning sunrises and sunsets at sea. On deck, besides the setting sun beginning to turn orange-red, Gauda also saw a deserted island in the distance. Everyone was used to this and strictly adhered to navigation rules, choosing to stay away from or around the island, preferring to waste some time rather than attract trouble. Gouda, however, habitually activated his fourth-tier Mandora's Eye, using his far-sightedness ability to observe the island's scenery. This island was much larger than any he had seen before, resembling a colossal, icy gray beast crouching on the sea, its cliffs piercing the clouds. The cliffs, sculpted by the sea wind and icicles, resembled jagged teeth, casting serrated shadows in the setting sun. The island's overall outline appeared exceptionally menacing, its body composed of inky black icy gray rock, with countless icicles embedded between the rock layers, their edges as sharp as knives. Permafrost stretched along the island's edges, and pale blue chill seeped from the cracks between the clods, covering the exposed rock layers with a layer of ice. The surface of the ice was covered with spiderweb-like cracks. But what truly attracted Gouda's attention was the frozen, twisted remains vaguely visible beneath the ice. They resembled the skeleton of some giant sea beast, incredibly massive. However, due to the immense distance, even with the aid of Mandora's magic eye, Gouda couldn't observe the precise details to deduce the identity of the skeleton's owner. Nevertheless, the appearance of the sea beast skeleton made Gouda take notice, realizing that this island was somewhat different from the deserted islands he had encountered before. He continued to observe with great interest. As his gaze shifted, Gouda caught a glimpse of a visible grayish-white chill, drifting towards him like a cloud of mist. As the chilling air drifted, upon contact with the sea breeze, it shattered like glass, solidifying into hexagonal ice crystals. These crystals, illuminated by the setting sun, refracted a dreamlike orange hue. The chilling air was so peculiar that Gouda instinctively looked in the direction it was coming from. He then noticed an irregular depression near the center of the island, like a deep crater hammered by a giant hammer. The dark opening was about 5 zang in diameter, its edges eroded into jagged shapes. A grayish-white chilling air swirled around the opening, not drifting randomly, but slowly rotating clockwise, forming a vortex about 10 zang in diameter. The chilling air at the center of the vortex was the most concentrated, almost solidified. Each time the vortex completed a rotation, an even purer chilling air surged from the opening, accumulating into a cloud-like mass. Once the chilling air reached a certain size, it spread with a sea breeze, drifting in all directions. Upon seeing this scene, Gouda's previously calm expression suddenly turned serious. After annihilating the Snowfield Guardians, Gouda had taken the time to review their collection of books and knowledge. While he wouldn't say he memorized every single detail, he had a strong impression of some important items. He immediately recognized the depression as the ice cave, the source of Ice Fiend, the most crucial raw material for advancing the Snowfield Guardians' core spell, Frozen Blade. In the Snowfield Guardians' long history, by the time they were crushed by the Zhanbing tribe's forces, they only possessed 7 ice caves. And he, on his first voyage, had so naturally and casually discovered another one? While surprised, Gouda also hesitated. Having discovered the ice cave, his first thought was naturally to land on the island and try to collect its resources. Unlike the ice caves controlled by the Snowfield Guardians and harvested periodically, this ice cave, located on an unnamed deserted island in the northern seas, must have remained unvisited for many years. Given this, the ice key produced in this ice cave must have remained uncollected for years. One can imagine the sheer quantity of ice key existing in the ice cave on this deserted island. However, he had his concerns. Although his Mandora's Eye hadn't detected any signs of other life on the island, Gouda wasn't superstitious about it. From his perspective, the island had many blind spots. Moreover, the massive wreckage beneath the ice and the fact that the ice key only formed in dangerous, dark places indicated that some untold story existed on this island. Without much hesitation, Gouda made his decision. There was also a 4th ring mage traveling with him on the ship, Deputy Director Lan Wen. 4th ring mages weren't much in the Golden Flower Dynasty, but that was because the Golden Flower Dynasty was too powerful, not because 4th ring mages were weak. In fact, in most small duchies, the top combat strength was only 4th ring battle mages. With Lan Wen there, most threats could be handled properly. It was worth a look. Thinking this, Gouda immediately summoned Lan Wen and instructed him to convey his request to the crew, steer the Columbus toward the deserted island. 3 short and 1 long whistle pierced the sky. The sailors at the foremast loosened the sail rigging, the thick hemp ropes rustling in the pulleys, and the triangular sail, like a giant bird awakened, spread its wings, fluttering violently in the crosswind. The winch on the aft mast began to turn, and 4 shirtless sailors worked together to push the wooden pole, gradually changing the angle of the mainsail. The friction between the sail and the mast produced a creaking sound, like an old ship stretching its limbs. White waves surged on both sides of the hull, and the originally straight course gradually curved into a graceful arc soon. With all their efforts, the keel of the Columbus was aligned with the direction of the deserted island. The noise on deck gradually subsided, with only the occasional muffled thud of the sails unfurling. The outline of the deserted island gradually became clearer in the field of vision. As the saying goes, looking at a mountain makes a horse run itself to death, and the same applies to sea voyages. Although the outline of the deserted island was clearly visible, the actual distance was still considerable. Finally, after nearly 2 hours, the entire deserted island came into full view, with its rugged, dark green icy gray rocks clearly visible. Because the specific conditions on the island were unknown, and the ship was of paramount importance, any problems on the vast ocean would leave everyone on board helpless. Therefore, Gata did not intend to have the ship dock, but instead had the Columbus remain on standby in the waters off the island. Sounding hammer, the captain's voice rang out on the deck, carrying an unquestionable authority. 2 young sailors carried a rope wrapped with a lead weight to the stern, and the weight, with its markings, plunged into the sea, splashing up a fine spray. Drop anchor, the captain issued another command. The winch gears clicked and clacked, like an old clock counting down. The anchor chain slid into the sea through the chain guide hole on the hull, splashing water onto the deck and leaving dark marks. The lead-gray chain sank into the water link by link, its length gradually exceeding several times the ship's waterline, finally tightening abruptly with a muffled clang. The sails of the fore and aft masts were now reduced to their minimum size, leaving only a small amount of fabric for balance, using the slight crosswind to counteract the current's thrust. With a series of smooth maneuvers, the Columbus came to rest in the waters off the deserted island. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 473 Fifth Order Extraordinary Materials. My king, shall I go ashore and take a look? Would you like to wait on the ship? Lanwin, who was already prepared, stood at the bow and asked Geode for his opinion. Let's go together. Geode thought for a moment and decided to go along as well. Although his mage level was not high, with a Mandora's eye, Lanwin might not be better than him in terms of reconnaissance. Besides, it would be good to go ashore and relax. Alright, Lanwin naturally chose to follow Geode's suggestion. He didn't think that a random deserted island he encountered at sea would pose a threat he couldn't handle. Caution was necessary, but being overly cautious was unnecessary. My king, shall I take you there? Lanwin glanced at the land that was not far from the Columbus. No need, Geode waved his hand, and before Lanwin could ask any more questions, he cast Wild Agility Plus, summoned the Storm Spirit, and under Boeing's possession, his figure was already in the air. Lanwin's eyes widened at the sight. Flying is a signature ability of third-ring mages. However, in the north, where the worship of the King of the North and the influence of the mythical atmosphere have gradually taken root, many people believe that no matter how outrageous Gwater's actions are, they are reasonable in their understanding. Although Lanwin is a fourth-ring mage, he is one of the North's people who have suffered from this. Therefore, he quickly reassured himself, as the king, whatever astonishing things he does are reasonable, the king cannot be measured by common sense. He immediately stopped thinking about it, cast the flying spell, caught up with Gwater, and flew alongside him towards the deserted island. The two quickly landed at the edge of the island. The entire island, just as Gwater had seen before, showed no signs of life except for dark green ice-gray rocks and ice layers. The only thing worth a second glance was the huge skeleton of a sea beast beneath the ice. From a distance, in Gwater's vision, this frozen skeleton was nothing short of enormous and twisted. Now, right before his eyes, Gwater realized that the skeleton was even more grotesque than it had appeared from afar. The skull was enormous, with a spiraling horn protruding from the center of the frontal bone. The horn was covered with triangular facets, between which were stuck pieces of dark green seaweed, as if scraped off when it had been forcibly dragged ashore from the deep sea, frozen in place by ice, preserving its original appearance. It was easy to imagine that before the skeleton died, This giant horn must have been its powerful weapon, possessing terrifying strength. The skeleton's eye sockets were hollow enough to accommodate two people standing side by side, with several deep grooves on the bone walls around the eye sockets. The cervical vertebrae were like a string of giant stone rings, each vertebra with outward spreading wing-like bone plates, the ends of which were serrated. Most chilling was the coccyx, a flat, paddle-shaped bone with 5 forks at the end, each fork bearing 2 rows of barbed bone spurs. Judging solely from the size and shape of the skeleton, one could tell it must have been an extremely powerful sea beast in life. What must it have endured to die on this deserted island? Lan Wen reached out and gently touched the ice encasing the skeleton. The moment his fingertips touched the ice, he recoiled as if bitten by a venomous snake. "Such strong ice erosion," he said, looking at the frost that instantly formed on his knuckles. Ordinary creatures would likely be severely injured by it. Goda's eyes flashed slightly upon hearing this. This was good news for him. If the ice erosion was so intense even at the edge, the ice cave must be of extremely high grade, possibly even producing 4th-grade ice erosion. He also reached out and gently touched the ice. Sure enough, a chilling aura, carrying a malevolent energy, traveled along the point of contact between his fingers and the ice, engulfing his entire body, as if countless ice needles were traveling along his meridians. However, with his intermediate ice protection body, this chill, though terrifying, did not cause Goda's expression to change in the slightest. However, they weren't entirely unscathed. The skin on Goda's arms had turned bluish-black. This was due to the corrosive effect of the malevolent energy. While it looked terrifying, the malevolent energy didn't actually harm the body, it targeted the mind. Prolonged exposure to this energy could easily lead to irritability and mental instability. But both Goda and Lan Wen possessed sufficiently strong mental fortitude, so this slight invasion of malevolent energy wouldn't affect their resolve. Goda's testing the waters wasn't just to verify Lan Wen's claims about the power of the ice evil energy. His magical power flowed, and suddenly, orange-red flames erupted from his fingertips. The spell model was activated, flowing through his magical meridians to his palm, and then a cone of scorching flames shot out, burning hand. The flames carried the scorching heat of sulfur and lava, crackling and popping upon contact with the ice. Waves of flame swept across the ice surface like a tide, instantly revealing spiderweb-like cracks. Ice shards instantly vaporized into white mist under the intense heat, forming a swirling cloud of steam that enveloped the flames. The frozen bubbles within the ice layers could be vaguely seen bursting one after another under the scorching heat. The outermost layer of solid ice melted into murky water at a visible speed, meandering along the grooves of the skull. As the flames gradually subsided, the behemoth's skull, including the spiral horn at the center of its frontal bone, was completely exposed, shimmering with an eerie light in the remaining steam. Ignoring the rising steam, Goda placed his palm on the spiral horn. The instant his palm touched the cool bone, pale golden runes appeared on his fingertips, Appraisal Plus. The mana within the wood elemental magic crystal formed from the azure wood longevity scripture in his mana pool continued to flow, seeping into the texture of the massive spiral horn like a fine spiderweb. A faint light began to gleam in Goda's pupils. His mana was constantly being depleted, yet there was still no corresponding feedback. Faced with this situation, Goda understood that this meant the giant beast skeleton was of an extremely high rank, and even Appraisal Plus couldn't easily obtain information about it. The higher the rank of the extraordinary item, the more mana it would require to appraise it. 1 mark, 2 marks, 10 marks, 11 marks, 20 marks. After consuming a third of his mana, Goda finally obtained some scattered information: 5th rank extraordinary material, hard energy circuit, rapid conduction, stable energy, ice element enhancement, water element. 5th rank extraordinary material. Goda noticed the key information first and was shocked. This meant that the owner of this skeleton was actually a 5th rank sea beast in life. A 5th rank sea beast, dying on this deserted island. Did it die of old age or illness, or was it attacked by some terrifying being? This was destined to remain an unsolved mystery. Just looking at the appearance of the corpse and the traces of bone, it could be determined that more than 1,000 years had passed since its death. Determining what happened back then based on the current clues is impossible, at least given Goda's current mage level and the spells he possesses. However, he wasn't particularly concerned about what had happened to the behemoth. It wasn't important to him. His elaborate thawing and identification process stemmed from his knowledge of Leeline creatures. In Leeline creatures with a single horn, that horn is often the core of their power and the most valuable part of their body. The most typical example is the horn, considered a symbol of purity by the elves. The identification results confirm this. The spiral horn contained immense water and ice elemental power. Its spiral patterns were not merely decorative, they were naturally formed energy circuits with extremely strong energy conductivity and stability, capable of increasing the spellcaster's casting speed. And perhaps because its own level was high enough, or because the freezing had slowed the erosion of time, the spiral horn remained perfectly intact and as hard as iron. Its shape, its inherent sturdiness, and its energy circuitry all indicate that this horn is an excellent material for crafting a staff. A 5th-tier staff material is priceless. Having just arrived on the island, and without even seeing the Ice Fiend, he'd already acquired a 5th-tier extraordinary material for free. How could this not be considered a great start? Gato withdrew his hand, canceling the casting of Appraisal Plus. Deputy Director Lan Wen, is there a way to remove this horn? Even if it's not the horn, the core of a 5th-tier sea beast's carcass, the bone is extremely sturdy. For a second-ring mage like himself, extracting the material would require considerable effort. Therefore, Gauda decisively passed the problem to Lan Wen. Lan Wen didn't disappoint him, nodding, "My king, leave it to me." He stepped forward, placing his palm on the extremely fine area where the horn connected to the skull. The next moment, magical energy surged from Lan Wen's palm. Third ring spell, Disintegration. Using the spell, Disintegration, Lan Wen meticulously disassembled the connecting parts, like untying a complex knot, separating the horn from the skull. Thanks to his exceptional control over the spell, Lan Wen ensured that the magic of disintegration wouldn't spread to other parts of the horn, thus preserving its integrity. The entire process required extreme precision, especially considering the horn's large size. Even as a 4th circle mage, Lan Wen spent 3 or 4 minutes completely focused before successfully detaching the spiral horn from the skull. "My king," Lan Wen presented the perfectly intact horn to God as if offering a treasure. God nodded slightly, instructing Lan Wen to carefully store the horn before continuing his journey, slowly making his way towards the ice cave in the center of the deserted island. This island was larger than any God had seen during his 10-day voyage. But it shared the same extreme desolation. "My king, look," Lan Wen's keen observation skills quickly revealed some unusual signs. There were 3 scratch marks on a rock face, almost evenly spaced, but only 40 centimeters long, so they weren't very noticeable. Lan Wen noticed them because he was a meticulous person, and also because he had been the deputy director of the Phoenix Police Department for over a year, and the demands of his profession had made him increasingly adept at observation. It should be claw marks. Judging from the direction, they were scratched from top to bottom. At this height and angle, it's most likely from a vegetative creature, Lan Wen concluded. However, there were simply too many types of vegetative creatures in the world, so Lan Wen couldn't immediately give a precise answer as to what kind of creature left the marks. And this, Gauda noticed a layer of gray, gelatinous substance on a protruding rock next to the claw marks, like weathered saliva from an organism. Compared to claw marks, gelatinous substances have a very limited lifespan, usually disappearing completely after a few months. Now that they had been discovered, it meant that vegetative creatures had recently been present on this deserted island. Both of them were extremely experienced mages and realized this. After exchanging a glance, Gauda decided to halt their advance and have Lan Wen protect him. He needed to replenish the magical power he had used to appraise the spiral horn. Lan Wen naturally agreed. Although the environment was rudimentary, with the enhancement of his magic ninja body, Gauda quickly entered a meditative state and began to recover his depleted magical power. Once his magical power was fully restored, Gauda and Lan Wen once again explored the location of the ice cave on the island. Having discovered traces of Leeline creatures on the island, both remained highly vigilant. Gauda even lavishly activated his Mandora's Eye throughout the entire journey. However, even after cautiously making their way almost to the ice cave, they still hadn't found any trace of life. They even began to think they were being overly cautious. The traces were most likely left by avian Leeline creatures temporarily resting on the deserted island, rather than by native life. After all, apart from the ice cave and the skeleton, the island was barren and lacked any material conditions necessary for life to survive. The closer they got to the ice cave, the colder the air became. The chilling air felt like countless tiny ice needles pricking their throats. When they were still dozens of steps away, a chilling aura, several times stronger than what they had felt at the island's edge, swept over them. The air around the ice cave was a dark gray-black, a malevolent aura, intertwining and colliding with the extreme cold, producing a faint crackling sound. The depression where the ice cave was located resembled a cleaved pit, its edges of icy gray rock eroded into jagged patterns, like the gaping maw of a giant beast. This is a third-tier ice cave, but the concentration of malevolent energy indicates it's transforming into a fourth-tier ice cave. It might become a fourth-tier ice cave in a few decades or 100 years, Lan Wen said solemnly. Gada nodded slightly. This precisely indicated that the ice cave had been untouched for a long time. Because the malevolent energy within the ice cave had been left untouched for so long, it had accumulated, leading to the cave's advancement in tier. Gada was about to enter the ice cave when he suddenly stopped. Lan Wen noticed Gada's pause and his expression changed. My king, what's wrong? Something's wrong. Gada looked around, finally fixing his gaze on the left. Lan Wen followed his gaze, only to find the area completely empty. The oxygen level is off, Gada whispered. There's a leeline creature lurking there. In his perception, the oxygen level in the air was drastically reduced there. This was the superhuman oxygen perception granted to Gada by the void body. Even as a fourth circle mage, Lan Wen's perception in this area couldn't compare to Gada's adaptive evolution, which was why he hadn't noticed anything. But Lan Wen had absolute trust in Gada. So even though there was nothing in his sight, he didn't hesitate to activate the spell model after Gada finished speaking. The next moment, Lan Wen waved his right hand, and a rain of ice spikes poured down swiftly. Chapter 474 Third Order Frozen Blade. The ice spikes didn't have the translucent appearance of ordinary ice spells cast by mages. Instead, they gleamed with a cold, eerie blue light. This was a unique property of ice spells enhanced by the Iceborne bloodline, making them far more powerful than ordinary ice spells. The ice spikes whistled as they sliced through the air, like countless small swords thrusting into the sky. Initially, the ice spikes seemed to pierce nothingness, creating no ripples. Lan Wen frowned slightly, puzzled by this, but didn't believe it was a mistake in Gaod's reaction. While he was still pondering, several loud bangs erupted ahead, followed by a sudden explosion of fine ice crystals. A cluster of tiny, silvery white specks flickered for a moment, like shards of broken glass, but vanished again in an instant. That one moment was enough. Both Gaod and Lan Wen noticed it. Lan Wen reacted quickly, casting another spell, sending even more eerie blue ice spikes hurtling out. A series of soft, popping sounds followed. More silvery white light spots exploded in the air, revealing countless translucent shadows struggling within. Though small, their sheer number was astonishing. At the edge of their vision, wisps of blurry silver mist rose from the ice walls, like sleeping behemoths awakening, surging towards Gada and Lan Wen at incredible speed, like churning stardust. Too many. Gada could sense the oxygen content in the air, which had drastically decreased due to the awakening of these creatures. He immediately made a precise judgment. Let's go. Boeing re-entered his body, his absolute control over the gas flowing through his limbs like a tidal wave. Two visible airflow wings unfurled on his shoulders. Gada's body shot into the air like an arrow, rapidly flying towards the sea beyond the island. Lan Wen didn't hesitate or try to be reckless. He cast a spell again. A ghostly blue light emanated from his palm, and 3 ice walls instantly appeared out of thin air. The surface of the ice wall was covered with barbed ice spikes, while the middle section was concave inward into an arc, blocking his way. The moment the ice wall touched the silver mist, it emitted a series of hissing sounds. The invisible insects within the silver mist collided with the ice spikes, piling up on the wall as a thin layer of white frost. But more insects were surging out from the depths of the mist, causing fine indentations to appear on the ice wall's surface at a visible speed. Seeing that the ice wall slightly hindered the invisible insects' advance, Lan Wen quickly took a half step back, and a pale blue aura immediately enveloped his body. The next instant, he also used flight, turning and following Gada's retreating figure, fleeing towards the sea. Their reactions were decisive and swift. By the time the 3 ice walls shattered into ice shards, Gada and Lan Wen were already far from the ice cave. After the swarm of insects finished off the ice wall and found their target already far away, they paused in midair for a moment before slowly retreating without giving chase. Tens of thousands of transparent insect shadows traced delicate arcs in the air, flying back towards the ice and rock walls where they had previously perched, like dandelions scattered by the wind and then reforming. As they passed over the ice and rock walls, these transparent insects transformed into countless tiny ice crystals, filling the gaps between the ice and the rock walls. The first swarm to return to the cracks transformed into a wisp of silver mist and disappeared into them. Then came the second, the third. A faint shimmering light appeared where the mist touched the rock walls before vanishing without a trace. When the last wisp of silver mist disappeared into the depths of the ice, everything fell silent. Having moved far enough away from the ice cave to confirm that no insects were pursuing him, Gota stopped, activated his Mandora's eye, and looked back, only to see a smooth, mirror-like expanse of ice and rock walls. Every line on the ice wall had returned to its original state, sunlight refracting on the ice surface, creating dazzling spots of light. Even a gust of air swept across the cliff face at that moment, only stirring up a fine dust of ice, producing a soft rustling sound, nothing else. There was no buzzing of flapping wings, no translucent shadows flickering in the air. Lanwin hovered beside him, gazing, like Aod, at the flawless ice and rock walls surrounding the ice cave. His brow was furrowed. If he hadn't just briefly confronted this swarm of insects with magic, he might have even doubted whether everything he had just witnessed was a hallucination caused by the extreme cold. What are these things? Lanwin asked, half to himself, half questioning. Gaod far surpassed Lanwin in knowledge of Leeline creatures. As an Iceborn, Lanwin's understanding of Leeline creatures was limited to the Northern Territory. But what these insects actually were was also a blind spot in Gaod's knowledge base. However, this wasn't unsolvable. A thought struck Oda, his eyes narrowing slightly as he began to clearly recall the insect's appearance in his mind. Their transparent bodies, the slender forms of their rapidly flapping wings, the flashes of silver light as they struck the ice wall, every detail was quickly etched into his mind. At the same time, Gota quietly activated a spell model within his spell array. Know your enemy, rare, plus, prophecy, first ring. You recall a creature you encountered within the past day. After casting the spell, you will gain some knowledge about that creature. Bonus, you will gain even more knowledge about that creature, including information about its species. A flash of magical light appeared on the spell model, which resembled a constellation. Immediately afterward, scattered pieces of information flooded Gota's mind like a sudden awakening, clear and direct. Ice silk insect, a first-tier Leeline creature, its body composed of countless miniature ice crystals. These ice crystals can reflect light, granting it invisibility. It typically inhabits ice fissures near extremely cold ley lines, but that wasn't all. The additional effect of Know Yourself and Your Enemy, rare, plus triggered, bringing forth even more information. This additional information not only covered the characteristics of individual ice silkworms, but also their group habits and survival patterns, giving Gota a more comprehensive understanding of this unfamiliar creature. Because the ice silkworms themselves are only Tier 1 creatures, the information obtained by Know Yourself and Your Enemy plus under the Ascended Ring spell is exceptionally comprehensive. Ice silkworms are the name of these insects. They are peculiar Leeline creatures that have mutated in the environment of the fusion of malevolent energy and extreme cold in ice caves. Due to the mutation, their bodies have changed from flesh to wondrous miniature ice crystals. These crystals can refract light from the surrounding environment, allowing the ice silkworms to achieve near-perfect invisibility. They are not of high rank, but they possess an astonishing number and collective mobility, gathering in units of tens or even hundreds of thousands, hiding in the crevices near ice caves. Upon sensing a living being's body temperature, the ice silkworms silently emerge, approaching the creature. With each breath, they burrow into its body, releasing acidic ice liquid secreted from their surface to slowly dissolve the creature's internal organs, which they then feed on. Finally, like a frog being slowly boiled in water, they corrode and devour the creature's flesh from within. Initially, the creature struggles to detect the ice silkworms, and by the time it realizes something is wrong, it's too late. Furthermore, since these ice silkworms are hidden inside the body, dealing with them is extremely difficult. Thanks to these characteristics and abilities, although only a first-tier creature, the ice silkworms often manage to overcome stronger opponents, turning higher-tier creatures into their prey. Based on what was just observed, this swarm of ice silkworms already numbered over 100,000. Having obtained information about the ice silkworm swarm, and recalling the enormous sea beast skeleton, Gota speculated that this former 5th-tier sea beast, the overlord of the sea, might have died at the hands of these ice silkworms, who were only of 1st-tier level. It sounds unbelievable, but that's how things are in this world. Anything is possible. Ultimately, it's just a concrete manifestation of too many ants can kill an elephant, Gauda relayed all the information he had obtained through the Know Your Enemy spell to Lan Wen. My king, shall I lure away these ice silkworms while you retrieve the ice fiend? Lan Wen quickly came up with an idea after listening to Gauda's explanation. The most terrifying thing about these ice silkworms was their invisibility and sheer numbers. By the time they were discovered, they were often already terminally ill, beyond cure. However, the ice silkworms themselves weren't particularly strong in combat. In fact, they were rather weak. As a fourth circle mage, simply luring them away would be a piece of cake for Lan Wen. No need for such trouble. Gauda calmly rejected Lan Wen's plan. The ice silkworms were essentially only first-tier Leeline creatures. No matter how many there were, that fact remained unchanged. Under the suppression of their rank, he had far better ways to deal with them. He said no more, raising his right hand, his index and middle fingers together, tracing a simple rune across his chest. As his fingertips brushed the air, a thin, almost transparent, pale golden light rippled outwards like waves, gently enveloping him before disappearing. Gauda waved his hand again, the same light covering Lan Wen. This light didn't illuminate. Instead, it possessed a strange concealing property. It didn't cause any visual distortion or blurring, but rather created a barrier of perception around the recipient. Let's go. Having done all this, Gauda gestured for Lan Wen to continue. Knowing the danger on the island, the two were mentally prepared and no longer proceeded with the same cautious approach, flying directly towards the ice cave. They were about to reach the ice cave again. But this time, both approached with complete ease and confidence. In Gauda's perception, the oxygen content in the air remained unchanged. This indicates that the ice silkworms hiding nearby have not awakened and remain dormant. This is naturally thanks to the spell Gauda just cast, a first-level protective spell, Animal Ignore. Under the Animal Ignore spell, as long as the target doesn't touch or attack any animal, the animal will be unaware of the protected creature and will act as if the target doesn't exist. Even if it possesses extraordinary sensory abilities, such as blindness, a keen sense of smell, tremor perception, or even the ice silkworm's heat perception, it will be unable to detect or locate the target. Although Animal Ignore is only a first-level spell, the ice silkworms are only first-tier creatures. Cast by a second-level mage, it's perfectly sufficient to deceive this group of ice silkworms. This is the benefit of having a deep spellbook. Often, a simple spell can accomplish many things that seem to require great effort. In the ice silk insect's perception, Gauda and Lan Wen did not exist, and therefore would not awaken or approach them. Without the threat of the ice silk insect, the two once again stepped into the ice cave. As soon as they entered the cave entrance, a bone-chilling cold rushed towards them, several times more intense than outside, as if they had instantly fallen into an ancient ice cellar. However, Lan Wen had already cast protective spells, and Gauda was protected by a mid-level ice protection body, so they were completely unaffected by the cold. The inner walls of the ice cave were composed of dark blue ice layers, covered with strangely shaped ice ridges, like countless inverted blades. The ground was uneven, covered with a thick layer of white frost. Within this ice cage-like space, hundreds upon hundreds of ice fiends were stored. They were densely distributed in the cave ceiling, rock walls, and depressions in the ground. Each ice fiend was a stream of blue energy, occasionally surging up and then coalescing, as if bound in place by an invisible force. These ice demons shimmered with an eerie blue light in the dim cave, illuminating the entire space in a deep blue hue. A closer look revealed an astonishing chill emanating from them. The air currents also carried a sharp, piercing quality, as if countless tiny ice needles were darting and colliding within, occasionally emitting a faint hissing sound. Occasionally, two streams of ice demon energy would collide, sparking a burst of blue flames before quickly separating and resuming their individual forms. Lan Wen held his breath, a hint of astonishment and wariness flashing in his eyes. He whispered to Gauda, "My king, such a large number of third-tier ice demons is truly rare." Gauda nodded. His left eye, the Mandora's eye, was already open, gleaming faintly. After scanning the area, he arrived at a precise number. 1,056 third-tier ice demons. The entire cave contained a dense concentration of negative energy. This was a necessary condition for the formation of ice demons. Gauda took out an ice crystal bottle from his robes. He had brought it from the ship. He then focused his gaze on a relatively sparse corner of the cave wall. There, 5 or 6 ice spirits were swirling around an ice shard. Gauda slowly stepped forward, grasped the ice crystal bottle in his right hand. Aim the bottle opening at one of the ice spirits, and then cast Mage's hand, guiding the ice spirit into the bottle. The whole process was not complicated, nor did it involve much difficulty. The only thing to be careful about was resisting the evil energy and coldness released by the ice spirits while guiding them. This was obviously not a problem for Gouda. So, Gouda easily took 4 ice spirits and put them into the ice crystal bottle. After everything was done, he sealed the bottle opening and gave Lanwin a wink. Let's go. Yes, Gouda only took 4 third-tier ice spirits. However, it wasn't because he was so noble as to leave the treasure for later generations. Rather, it was because this ice cave was actually advancing and would become a 4th-tier ice cave in a few years, decades, or even hundreds of years. At that time, the ice spirits it produced would be 4th-tier ice spirits. If all the ice energy in the ice cave were removed, it would directly interrupt the ice cave's advancement. For long-term use and sustainable development, Gouda chose to minimize interference with its advancement progress. He took 4 third-tier ice energy because his icebound blade only needed to incorporate 3 ice energy to reach the 3rd tier. Taking 1 more was a safety precaution. Given the more than 1,000 third-tier ice energy in the entire ice cave, taking 4 wouldn't have any significant impact. Furthermore, with the ice silkworms guarding the ice cave, Gouda wasn't worried about others getting there first. After placing the ice bottle containing the 4 third-tier ice energy into his robes, Gouda and Lanwin didn't linger and quickly exited the ice cave along the path they had come from. One used a Boeing, the other used flight, and they quickly landed on the deck of the Columbus, safely returning to port. Chapter 475 Return. Back on the Columbus, Gouda immediately instructed the captain to retrieve a parchment map and mark the location of the deserted island with ink. "Mark it as Ice Silk Island," he said solemnly. This was a crucial resource point, brimming with immense potential. The island was highly likely to develop into a 4th-tier ice cave, a feat even the Snowfield Guardians hadn't yet mastered. Naturally, it was essential to secure control. Moreover, while Ice Silk Island was at sea, it was situated precisely on the shipping route between the Northern Territory and the Golden Flower Dynasty. Controlling the island would be extremely convenient for both regular ice energy harvesting and as an emergency supply point. After these arrangements were made, watching the Columbus lower its anchor and set sail again, Gouda returned to his cabin with a newly acquired spiral unicorn and ice energy. The spiral unicorn was a superior material for crafting 5th-tier water or ice attribute staffs. Whether kept for personal use or sold in Black Sails City, it was a viable option, but he hadn't yet made up his mind. As for the 4 third-tier ice demons, time was of the essence, and since he was free at the moment, Gouda immediately took out an ice crystal bottle and began to enhance his Frozen Blade Plus. He took out the stored ice crystal fragments from his ear. The azure ice needles emitted a mysterious and powerful aura. As a 2nd-tier Frozen Blade, when Gouda was still a 1st-ring mage, it possessed 20 degrees of piercing damage and 40 degrees of cold damage. These were its base power values. After Gouda advanced to 2nd-ring mage, casting Frozen Blade Plus, through ring-up casting would further enhance its power. In addition, the intermediate ice protection body also provided a certain boost to the power of Frozen Blade Plus. Furthermore, if Frozen Blade Plus was cast using ice elemental mana cultivated through the True Ice Secret Manual, its power could be further enhanced. Of course, given Gouda's current progress in cultivating the True Ice Secret Manual, which was only at the 2nd-tier Mage Apprentice level, his magical power was not yet sufficient to support him in casting this spell. But in the foreseeable future, this is inevitable. With so many enhancements, there's no doubt that Frozen Blade Plus will remain a top-tier damage-dealing spell in Gouda's spell library for a long time to come. In this situation, upgrading the rank of the Ice Crystal Shard and strengthening its base spell damage is undoubtedly a highly cost-effective move. With a click, Gouda opened the bottle. A surge of blue energy representing Ice Fiend rose up. Gouda placed the needle-shaped Ice Crystal Shard in the center of the energy flow, and the Azure Ice Fiend immediately surged forward like a tide, completely enveloping the blue-green ice needle, forming a constantly rotating cocoon of light. Then, he closed his eyes slightly, and his 299 points of mental power, like countless delicate hands, began to peel away the 3rd-tier Ice Fiend according to the enhancement method, guiding it into his own Ice Crystal Shard. Although the rank of the Ice Fiend had increased another level, Gouda's mental power had increased even more. Therefore, compared to the last time he enhanced the Frozen Blade, This time it was even easier, the peeling process as smooth as flowing water. In less than half an hour, Gulda had completely extracted the 3 ice demons and integrated them into the ice crystal fragments. After incorporating the 3 third-tier ice demons, the Azure Ice Needle naturally upgraded to a third-tier Icebound Blade. The changes brought about by this major upgrade to the ice crystal fragments were incredibly obvious. First, in terms of appearance, the color of the entire ice needle changed from the crystal and azure of the second tier to deep indigo, like solidified deep-sea ice. Spiral dark patterns appeared on the surface of the needle. Most striking was the tip. The originally smooth tip split into 3 sharp barbs, the inside of which was covered with serrated edges, gleaming with a cold light capable of cutting through the air. The changes in appearance were so obvious, and the increase in power was even more immediate. Because of the Mandora demon eyes, insight, ability, Gulda could judge the power of the spell without using the trial puppet. He cast the upgraded, Icebound Blade Plus, once and quickly obtained the precise value. First, the initial piercing damage increased from 20 degrees Celsius in Tier 2 to 30 degrees Celsius. Then, the second stage of cold damage increased from 40 degrees Celsius in Tier 2 to 76 degrees Celsius. The total power exceeded 100 degrees Celsius, and with other bonuses, the actual power it could unleash far surpassed that of a second circle mage. The rest of the voyage proceeded without further incident or unexpected events. Under everyone's careful guidance, the Columbus continued its journey towards the Plantagenet dynasty. On the 7th day after leaving Ice Silk Island, the lookout suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, "Irwin Ray Ridge, we've reached the border." While the others might not have been surprised, it was the first time that God and Landwin had experienced a transoceanic voyage, so they rushed to the deck to check the situation immediately upon hearing the shout. At this moment, the cold air had not yet dissipated, and a few icicles even clung to the edge of the ship's hull. Following the lookout's pointing finger, God saw a massive, bluish-gray shadow arching up from the distant horizon. The remaining ridges of the Arwinian Mountain submerged into the sea, the natural boundary between the northern seas and the Sword Sea. The ridge's tip was only a few dozen meters above the water, where waves crashed and shattered into white foam, like a silver rim adorning this natural boundary marker. Even more wondrous was the seawater's boundary. To the left, the water was a deep, almost indigo blue, with scattered ice floes visible. To the right, it abruptly turned a translucent turquoise, with glimpses of swaying coral reefs. As the Columbus cautiously passed through the ridge's crevice, the ship suddenly rocked. Not from wind or waves, but from the turbulent currents caused by a rapid change in water temperature. This signified that the Columbus had officially crossed the Arwinia Mountains and entered the waters belonging to the Plantagenet dynasty, the Sword Sea. Entering the Sword Sea was like entering a different world. The entire voyage was entirely different. First and foremost was the drastically different climate. The temperature rose sharply, and within half an hour, the thin frost on the deck had melted into water droplets, dripping softly through the cracks in the planks. The crew quickly removed their heavy wool coats, revealing linen shirts soaked with sweat. The hardy seabirds that had been perched on the mast suddenly began to flutter restlessly, swooping past the mast and circling northward. They couldn't bear the sudden temperature increase and were fleeing back to their familiar, colder regions. The rising temperature also brought changes to the species in the sea and sky. A flock of seabirds with feathers like they were coated in gold dust chased after the stern, their long, sharp beaks occasionally plunging into the water to snatch shimmering silver fish. These were golden gulls, unique to the Sword Sea, which prey on rainbow trout in warm waters. Gradually, patches of coral reefs appeared in the waters on either side of the ship, with schools of palm-sized fish swimming among them, their scales reflecting vibrant colors. Compared to the ice-shelled crabs and spiky blackback whales of the north, the creatures here seemed painted with far more color by the Creator. Furthermore, it was no longer a desolate place. An hour later, whoosh, a long, drawn-out ship's horn sounded from ahead. 3 enormous ships, nearly 3 times wider than the Columbus, were sailing past in formation, their mainmasts adorned with flags embroidered with compasses. The Plantagenet dynasty's maritime and commercial industries were extremely developed. Therefore, on the Sword Sea, one could see many merchant ships laden with goods from various regions, flying the flags of different merchant guilds. Most of these were large ships. Compared to them, the Columbus was like a shrimp to a giant fish. Upon reaching the Plantagenet dynasty's waters, both the captain and the sailors were noticeably more relaxed. Compared to the lurking dangers of the north, The Plantagenet dynasty's waters rarely experienced extreme weather, and there was less concern about attacks from sea monsters and lee-line creatures. Furthermore, the presence of numerous lighthouses, clearly marked nautical charts, and patrolling royal fleets signified the transition from the wilderness to a safe zone. At the captain's signal, the sailors hoisted both sails to their fullest extent, propelling the ship to maximum speed. Its hull cleaved through the turquoise waters, its wake resembling an ever-extending silver ribbon, heading towards Lagos port. There, the Columbus would resupply and prepare for its next departure for the City of Black Sails. Of course, the journey from entering the Sea of Swords to reaching Lagos port would take half a month to a month, influenced by wind conditions, ocean currents, and the ship's capabilities, passing through dozens of major ports along the way. This demonstrates the vastness of the Plantagenet Empire's territory, its extensive development of the Sea of Swords, and its advanced economy. However, the only port that Columbus could dock at was Lagos. This was because the Plantagenet Empire's system was extremely sophisticated. Merchant ships could not dock at ports arbitrarily, but required a series of specific documents and strict adherence to regulations. First, there's the ship's certificate of nationality, essentially its identity card, issued by the flag state to indicate its nationality. The Plantagenet dynasty strictly managed ship nationality. Merchant ships had to possess this certificate for ports to verify their legal status, know their country of origin, and decide whether to allow them entry. Without this certificate, a ship would be considered unidentified and refused entry. The Columbus was genuinely built at the Harland shipyard in Lagos, with complete documentation, and was a genuine Plantagenet-flagged merchant ship. Therefore, it naturally possessed the necessary certificate of nationality. The other two main documents are the logbook and the cargo manifest. The logbook details crucial information about the merchant ship's voyage, such as the route, departure and estimated arrival times, ports visited, weather conditions, cargo loading and unloading, and crew activities. Port officials carefully review the logbook when a merchant ship applies for berthing for supplies to assess its operational status and identify any potential risks. If the logbook is disorganized or contains suspicious information, such as deviations from the usual route or inconsistencies in the time records, the port may conduct a more in-depth investigation of the merchant ship, or even refuse it docking, to prevent illegal activities from using the merchant ship as cover. The latter requires a detailed list of the type, quantity, origin, and destination of the cargo carried on board. This document is crucial because different ports have different regulations for import and export goods, and some goods may be restricted or prohibited by certain ports, making it an important way to prevent smuggling. Only when merchant ships provide accurate cargo lists can port officials quickly verify whether the goods meet the port's entry requirements and decide whether to grant a stop for resupply. The Columbus certainly had both of these, but they were mixed with inaccuracies. As a merchant ship navigating between Lagos and Valor Bay, the Columbus, in order to conceal the existence of the North, recorded its route in its logbook as Lagos to Oro Island. Oro Island is a large island located in the Sea of Swords, belonging to the Principality of Oro. Although the Plantagenet dynasty has always adhered to the principles of non-expansion and non-aggression since its founding. However, for various reasons, a considerable number of principalities surrendered to the Plantagenet dynasty seeking protection and becoming its vassal states. The Principality of Oro was one such example. As an island nation, Oro possessed relatively limited resources, a backward economy, and insufficient national strength. Furthermore, it suffered constant attacks from sea monsters and lee-line creatures, making life extremely difficult for its people. Under these circumstances, the Principality of Oro ultimately chose to submit to the Plantagenet dynasty, voluntarily becoming its vassal state in exchange for its protection. In return, the Principality of Oro was required to pay annual tribute to the Plantagenet dynasty, regularly providing financial and resource contributions, including Oro sea rock, Oro's most famous mineral. In addition, the Principality of Oro had to explicitly acknowledge the Plantagenet dynasty as its suzerain state through a treaty, recognizing its sovereignty. From then on, any change of monarch in the Principality of Oro required the approval of the Plantagenet dynasty. Finally, it was forbidden to form alliances with other countries. All diplomatic activities required the consent of the Plantagenet dynasty. However, with the protection of the Plantagenet dynasty, the Principality of Oro finally stopped suffering from the unpredictable attacks of lee-line creatures and gained limited economic cooperation, being allowed to participate in the Plantagenet dynasty's maritime network. As a result, The nation's overall strength and the living standards of its people rose dramatically. Because it was a vassal state of the Plantagenet dynasty, the dynasty's scrutiny of merchant ships traveling between the Principality of Oro and the Plantagenet dynasty was relatively lenient. Furthermore, because the Principality of Oro retained autonomy, port information between the two was independent, which allowed Gota to exploit loopholes. The entire operation was not complicated. Under the name of Harlan Shipyard, a shell company was first established in the Principality of Oro. The ostensibly chosen route in the logbook was Lagos Port to Oro Island, used to conceal the actual route from Lagos Port to Valor Bay. Frankly, the entire forgery process was not perfect. But this world isn't like Gaode's previous existence, with the internet and interconnected information. It's relatively closed, with each entity managing its own affairs. Therefore, as long as Harlan's shipyard doesn't attract too much attention, deceiving others isn't too difficult. But the prerequisite is that they can't act recklessly. In Lagos Port, Harlan's shipyard, as a long-established shipyard, coupled with bribery and connections, receives very lenient scrutiny from port officials, almost a mere formality. However, in other ports, unfamiliar with the area, this treatment is unacceptable. Entering port rashly, the logbook and cargo manifest won't withstand close scrutiny. Frankly, even if they withstand close scrutiny, port officials will deliberately find some trivial issues just to extort money. Therefore, there's an unspoken axiom in the industry: minimizing port calls for supply saves a significant amount of money. To save costs and avoid detection, the Columbus had carried ample supplies in the Valor Bay, enough to sustain it on its southward journey towards Lagos. For the next 10 days, the Columbus navigated the busy Sea of Swords route. By day, it followed the tracks of merchant ships, using ocean currents for speed. By night, it relied on the lighthouses in the distance for navigation. On the evening of the 10th day, Lagos came into view. "Lower the sails halfway, prepare to enter the harbor," the captain shouted. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.